come back for a pack, but that ends up costing a teammate their life. Still just stalling a little bit more. The dance floor comes in as well. They're going all in for this, and Vice has a little bit more ultimate left.
And now here's a freedom charge coming back through on the backside. And Iron Fist, unkillable demon yet again, similar to how we saw that Black Panther earlier, just kind of dashing around. Here comes Alex as well, or here he comes towards Alex. But he's just kind of taking too much damage now. Will fall, and I mean, they're still in control of the point, Jake. VP not giving it up until now.
Saipe also trades onto Tanuki. So Purple Patapim trying to do a little bit too much there, trying to get kills and cap the point. Instead, they're only able to get the cap. Jeff should be back relatively quickly. It's a 5-on-5 for the retake, though, and Virtus Pro are quick to capitalize. They're pushing through that choke. They want to take the fight before the 6th member is up. But this could be the last fight of the map. It's going to go long, and Purple Patapim, that stall was expensive for VP. Here's the ultimate straight to the backline, trying to force that invisible boundary out of Saipe. There it is. Cap hold as well, so double ult force from VP. I think a mistake for them in that fight.
I don't like how Enzo's using his Meteor M right now. It feels like really tough how he's not able to get an elimination, but they come back with their own invisible boundary. Yeah, it's a good spot. VP backs it up for now, though. They know they have another fight here unless Jeff. Oh, he got Iron Fist, and he got the Luna Snow. Counter comes out. Jeff gets eaten. Tanuki trying to run away. Dash back around into Iron Fisted and Luna Snow, so not really killable characters together. Needs to live. He's getting punched in the face, but as Jeff used to getting punched in the nose, it looks like today as Paulie and Gru collapse upon him, and you don't have portal here, Jake, so I mean, it's looking pretty over right now for VP.
Yeah, this should be it. Cap trying to be a desperate touch here on the point. Looks like just barely going to trigger the over 10, but it's going to cost him his life, and I don't think there's going to be a follow-up touch.
I haven't been watching.
So
I just got here.
Striking back in the series, forcing that decisive game 5, showing that they are the team to give a true test of Virtus Pro.
First time Virtus Pro might lose.
It's going to be game 5. Virtus Pro still has the power to take this to a map where they are in control. They can decide the tempo where this series will be decided. Purple Patapim are going to have to dig deep and show that they can win outside of domination.
Wait, is the NBA going on right now?
Yeah, dig deep they must. I just think this next map here, Jake and Hex, it's going to be definitely one for the ages, considering how EMEA is gone, like you guys have said. Is this the first like 5 mapper we've had in EMEA, or am I crazy?
This is the first time we've had a team take 2 maps off VP.
Yeah, this is the first 2 map take off VP. So as much as VP might have mucked around and found out on map 1s or whatnot, I feel like this one might be the, oh wow, we have to take this one seriously.
I mean, VP, they for sure are taking this game seriously. I mean, this is just an outplay. Purple Patapim are the stronger team right now in this highly mobile dive comp. They brought out the depth of the Jeff cap that we didn't see on earlier maps. That was proved to be super valuable here. I felt like the VP wasn't going to work. And I think they had the same read. They had just a different strat in the book. I think Virtus Pro got caught a little bit flat-footed by that from the opening rollout, that they weren't on the Jeff. And then after it came out, Sparker's like, oh shit, we have to take that mirror.
I always love when a dive comp works out. I feel like it's very antithetical to how Europe generally plays. Like, in my opinion, Europe always plays kind of brawly and slow and sluggishly. And North America is generally more of like that super aggro dive comp. So this is super interesting to see how it plays out. And yes, it's the first time that we've drawn blood. All this for a drop of blood.
What?
VP.
It was me, kid.
Crazy. I don't know. I don't even have like great thing to say. I'm just so excited that we're seeing this. If you're VP right now, let me just ask you a dumb question that so I can stop talking. If you're VP right now, Dustin, like, what's your map pick? What do you go to? Like, how do you not lose for your first time ever?
Cool, man. I think you just gotta send it to. Do we see Aegis path yet, or no? They took us to
the Hall de Jolly was their pick earlier, so I wouldn't mind Aegis path. I think it's going to be something in that vein, something long range and front to back, where Virtus Pro showed that they are still the kings, right? Of like defending the back line, of marking any kind of counterplay, and then when it comes to the ultimate management, the team fighting, they still look amazing. So I mean, Purple Patapim, it's impressive that they brought it this far, but I feel like to come this close, you really want to deliver a win here. You don't want to be the first team to go last second 2 maps against VP. You want to be the first team to take them down.
A lot of zeros, and an occasional 1 on the board. Luminosity was like the only team. Patapim actually put up a map.
So we could just like chop this up to like
with a 2
like a Mickey Mouse tourney.
This is how historic it is.
Like this year's NBA.
This is a squad
basically.
that's never lost. They never have lost Fight Night. The only time they didn't win Fight Night was the time they couldn't play Fight Night.
Have they ever lost in anything in EU? I mean, didn't they win like all the MRIs and MRCs for Europe?
Yeah, I think
Like
so.
VP is literally undefeated, like ever in Marvel Rivals. That is unbelievable, right? Like maybe I'm overstating it. They might have lost somewhere, but I've never seen it. I've never seen it happen.
I know they've never lost our show for sure. And 2-2 is an astounding number to even see back to back.
2-2.
So we'll see. Yeah, this one's wild.
Oh, okay.
All right, what do you
Symbiotic
think about-
surface.
Yeah, what do you think about that, Dustin?
Yeah, I mean that's another like front to back map that like Jake said, but actually I don't mind this map for like how Berber plays. This is like, except on third phase, I guess, like because it's so open on third point. This is not bad for dive. The tough part is that if you do give Loki over to Saipe, I mean this is like one of Loki's best maps, and it supports and Stratus' best map in general, just like with that inside angle on first point on defense.
Jake, your response to that?
I agree. I think dive can work here, but I also feel that this is another place where VP, if they like really bunker down, like we've seen VP make a lot of full holds on Symbiotic Surface, and I think it's also a point where, while you can dive on first, historically VP has been immaculate with controlling all of the flank angles. They do not allow divers to take the backline positions, and they do not allow them to get the surround. And so you end up diving from kind of awkward and forced angles where VP controls the engagement, they're positioning around it. And so I think the first point is going to be initially a very tough test. I mean,
and I've actually opened like a good amount of boxes at this point in my life.
That's where you're most worried. I agree, Dustin. I think second phase is where the dive can really get rolling.
Like I've opened at
once again on
least
third, he might get slowed down.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if it's a
Dive
lot,
also
but like
always
at
feels
least like
terrible on defense.
130-ish.
And dive and like
Yeah.
have that.
I've never gotten a
Those are
knife.
Usually better angles and how the map.
Maybe more than that.
But in the tough part of this game, it feels like I don't know.
Dude,
like,
there's
dives
100% like a
Marvel Rivals are
conspiracy
kind of
theory I've
strange.
always
Like, it
had,
feels
and I'm
like
pretty
they're
sure it's like guaranteed to be
almost
true.
went too far.
That like
it just
new
feels like
accounts,
you're
like with
losing
low
it.
hours
Like,
and
it feels like
CS, have a
like,
way
you're
higher
losing
chance of
the
getting
line.
knives.
Like, if you come from any other hero shooter, you're like, what the hell is this guy doing here? But like, just because of how the game works, like those are valuable.
I think dive is just a misnomer, frankly. And it's like always what we use to talk about the high mobility comps. But realistically, what makes dive works is not the fact that you jump on the same target together. That's like the end of the comp. What
they wanna,
makes
like,
it work
they
is
want
that
you to, like,
you can
stick with the
take
game or
every
something.
angle on the map and be hitting the enemy from all sides and drain all their resources out because they can't clear you out of your angles. So like Jeff is a great example of that. He's in the backline, he's spamming you. But when you try to turn on him, he runs away, and then you end up chasing him, and you give up all the map control. You can't accomplish anything by hunting him down.
Like, what would you call it then instead of dive? It's like poke dive almost. It's like a hybrid.
Yeah, I think it really is. I mean, ultimately, it's another way to poke. You do dive is like the final stage of the comp, right? Like once you've generated
when
the
you have
advantage,
ult,
you do try to dive, and it does, give it that signature style, give it that big flashy play. But in order to dive, you need to be surrounding the enemy. You need to be hitting them from all sides. It really like a surround comp is probably like maybe a more accurate. But I mean, I'm not saying we change the name. I'm just saying. I'm just saying that
the name will
it's
stay,
a different mindset.
It's the most obvious name. For me, for someone dumb like me, like was it like angle control? Would that work? Is like that?
Look, we're not going to call it. Those names suck. All right, let's be real. The brand is not going to change.
It's always going to be dive.
But it's much more accurate to consider it as a comp that surrounds the enemy and takes control of the map from them.
Right.
Rather than
it's like a constrictor snake. It's like choking the life out of a mouse. It's
also
like
boa,
very a boa.
And then you just swallow them up at the end, right?
No, because then we're gonna get like boa these nuts guys or something. I don't know, dude. Like it's not gonna go down a good path. I think.
Fair enough.
All tournaments record 22-0. Marvel Rivals Wikipedia.
Jesus,
goated, bro. Goated. And to be on the,
let me ask you this real quick, Dustin. Is that good?
I don't know, man. I think that's better than any team I played on ever.
That's it. No, that record sucks, bro. Me and Twitch chat, we would do way better than 22-0 all-time tournament record. Everyone in Twitch chat would be like 100.
I've unironically done better than that. I'm pretty sure.
Ooh, they got this.
Yeah, most players in Twitch are better than both of you guys. This is wild. I'm so excited to see like if it happens I'm gonna be super bummed if it doesn't, and whatever. I don't know. Finzi will probably give chats like 15 subs anyway, so like it's just money laundering at this point.
I just like it. Yeah, it kind of is. But like, has anybody played particularly bad in this series? I feel like everybody's just kind of playing insane right now.
31 match win streak,
this
not
is
bad.
Burger Patapim playing to the level of Virtus Pro. This isn't. I don't think this is VP stumbling. When we talked about how Burger Patapim needed to be an innovative team, they needed to create a strategic edge in the series, and I think they've done that. That being said, the fact that Virtus Pro won map 1, and think about all the way back to map 1, how there were those incredibly close moments where Burger Patapim could have taken it. That's the value you get now for VP, is that the end of the series, map 5, it's going to be their choice. It's going to be their decision to bring it to Symbiotic Surface. And the question is for Burger Patapim is their style going to work here? Do they have the depth to come to a map that they haven't played much before? Is the style going to work? I don't think they're fully going to know. They're going to have to just take that gamble and still have faith that they can make it work.
I think it's a fantastic point because it's a level up from Patapim. It's not a level down from Virtus Pro. Like we're just seeing one team has gotten better and they figured out what they do and what they do very, very well. And Virtus Pro's just tasked with the idea of dealing with it, right? So it's that entirely.
Yeah, I think we all thought Berber was going to be good, but not this good for sure. Like they've leveled up, man. And well, and it's tough because like, if we look at the maps, like you guys said, I mean, this is going back to our original topic where like I thought maybe we go to Idrissel or something, but I think Solomon, our producer, put in like the stats right now. VP versus Berber in the entirety of all tournaments are 4-0 on Symbiotic Surface. So like just win rate alone, they just win on Symbiotic Surface versus Berber, at least historically.
And I think as good as second is for Dive, the more I think about it, the more I think first and third are rough. First, almost especially, where I have seen Dive work, but I think VP is really smart team, and I think Dive only works on surface if you get control of the defender's high ground position, where once you get players like into that back line and they start, hitting, like knocking on the back door of the defense, that defense does start to crumble. But if you just get forced to do a front to back, and if you can never win the fight on that back line high ground, if you can't slip,
I wanted to see what this shit said.
Back there,
Overwatch League 2019 best streak, win streak for Shock, 28-0 during stage 2, and then 20-0 in the like the playoff run. I said who was the best player on that team
for that defense. But yeah, it's Symbiotic Surface with the inside part. You have a health pack to play around too for the strategist. So yeah, I think at first I was like, okay, maybe Dive would be good here because you could take so many angles on that first point, but maybe you're right.
So explain to the folks out there.
Burger, this is 12 of the year.
Not smart. Not me. That's not what I meant. It's
no,
not
can't
me.
be.
Appreciate it, mate.
What do you mean by front to back?
Muhanadi
when
is
I talk about a map being front to back, really I just mean a map without many off angles. You can't hit from the sides, where we talked about that idea of like this Dive being a comp that wants to surround the enemy.
Right.
It's essentially the opposite of that. The more you can prevent
linear,
that,
right?
Yeah, the more linear a map is,
I had to ask,
the
bro.
more
I
you're
had
just
to
like
ask.
more or less shooting at each other's faces. That's full front to back, and that's the comps that VP have looked amazing at. That's kind of where they cut their teeth over the months here in Marvel Rivals.
Ask who is the
they've
best
shown
player
the
on
ability to compete
Selfless.
as well and look amazing on dive comps. But Purple Patapim has clearly had the edge when they're making the game chaotic. They're hitting the back line from different angles. They've been the one to take the initiative, and so far it's been Virtus Pro who caught in the back foot there. Like a lot of their side-based ultimates were forced off point because of that.
Yeah, so kind of like tank heavy, sustain heavy kind of thing. Would that make sense, Dustin?
Yeah.
Does that apply?
Yeah, I mean, it's like it's just like not very. It's like very straightforward. Like it's almost like I would say the Adam Warlock comp was kind of like that from what we've seen, like Adam Warlock triple res with the Star Lord. Because it's just like, okay, the strategy is pretty like obvious. You just like
or like
go
OG
forward.
Punisher hella. You just shoot each other until one duelist is gonna kill the other Vanguard or the other duelist because they hit more shots, and that's like the front to back comp in a nutshell.
Right. Yeah, front to back, and then we have the Boa Constrictor dive. I don't. We don't.
Where it's just much more about like strategists tend to dive first. For instance,
I'm gonna make it a thing. It's gonna be a thing. It's gonna be a thing, bro. It's gonna be a thing.
It's a thing.
Yeah, I can make it a thing, dude. Let me cook.
You can't make fetch a thing. Fetch is not a thing.
What is that from? Wait, I'm actually
I think that's
unknowledgeable.
What is it from? Mean Girls? Yeah.
Mean Girls. You guys are movie heads here, right?
Yeah. I'm a movie head.
No,
so what Fight Night came from?
I've never seen a movie in my life.
Oh,
I would never watch a movie. I'm a video games only. Video games only till I die.
I saw you guys see Thunderbolt recently. We're waiting for Berber Patapim because typical reasons. You guys see Thunderbolt yet?
Send win streak when you switch to Val?
New Marble movie.
I didn't see it. Was it good?
Oh, was it Bolts?
Do we have a
It
win
was
streak?
Thunderbolt?
I don't know.
No, it's not
Chat,
singular.
help us out.
It's definitely plural.
It was plural. You're right. I mean, it makes sense because there's multiple of them, huh?
I've also not seen it. No.
2000, what was it? 2020.
I saw it. It was not bad. I would.
2020.
It was one of the better Marvel movies I've seen.
Valorant.
Listen, we can do this fill thing, right, Hanks? Am I doing it? Can I get a +1 from you?
I think we're still filling. I haven't seen anything that like we have to.
I think we're going in. We saw it go.
I think we're like close enough that we're
still. We're getting there, guys. We're getting there, guys.
Yeah.
Both teams needed a second to wipe the sweat off their palms, off their brows, with the intensity of the moment. VP forced for the first time into a match point position. Berber Patapim showing that they have what it takes to swing at the very best, but I feel like it will all be forgotten if they stumble here. It will, like this is as close as it is, as much as that's an achievement to be the first team to put them to the edge of the sword. You've got to win. That's what the fans are gonna remember. Look, this is esports, baby. It's win or go home. That's the way it works, baby. You don't think, oh, we played so good, it was so close.
It's all good. It's all good.
They'd still be the first
good.
team to put up 2 on VP, though. True. Be that. So
true, but you don't come into game 5 thinking we did such a good job, guys. And then you already lost, right? You got to be hungry, and that's what River Patapim have shown us that they are already.
It's the only map that matters.
It's all good. It's all good, everybody. It's all good.
It's true.
I mean, Org's got to be looking at Berber regardless, unless they want unless they have some multi-gazillionaire invest in the brand of Berber Patapim and their green logo. Which it could happen. It could happen.
For their careers, that is a good point, actually. For their careers, this is already a good result because they're clearly right now the only team to really put the challenge to VP in Europe. So there looks to me like obviously the second best team in Europe. But to snatch that crown away to be a team that is on par with Virtus Pro by winning this series, maybe better than Virtus Pro. I mean, you got to deliver a couple wins back to back to get to that point, I will say. But nonetheless, right? This win. Well,
yeah. Imagine what this team could do with like salary and resources, right? Yeah. That would be huge for them.
I think Org should be thinking really seriously about this team. There's other sponsored teams, right? And you got to look at a squad like Berber Patapim that's just been hungry. They've been grinding the game together.
With a salary and with an org, they could possibly ban Human Torch on first.
Yeah, that ain't changed until next patch checks. I'm sorry to say.
Yeah, that one looks pretty locked in.
All right, anything changing for you guys? Anything we gotta look at?
Yeah, Terra's.
I mean, so far it's like a full mirror. Virtus Pro. We'll see what they want to protect.
Dropped out of the NA one
if they want to
so like 100 is taking the spot, I guess.
Emma, so it does allow them to get that signature Finzi Emma, which I think is great for them. I mean, he's been such a lightning rod for the team and their success.
Last bans for VP have been Vanguards for the most part.
Well, I was going to say, yeah, the Hulk and the Namor are getting through right now, but
yeah.
So if that changes.
Also, the Jeff Cap is... Berber Patapim banned the Cap, but they could still get... I mean, it's interesting, because if you protect Cap, I feel like the Jeff would get banned here. They are going to protect the Cap. Okay, I wonder if VP are going to respect the Jeff. I will say, if there was a character duo that could take that backline high ground, as I mentioned, that first point attack, if you're Berber Patapim, maybe the Jeff Cap is somebody who can make that a problem. It could be very awkward to hold unless the VP really bring their full strength to that position.
Well, the last bans for VP have always been Hulk and Groot.
Oh, Wolverine.
Wolverine late. What, Jake? What? Explain what?
I mean, all right. Well, Groot is in, so they're just gonna play Groot, and
yeah,
I think that's what this means. They're just gonna play Groot, and they're saying without Wolverine, you can't beat us on Groot. We don't care about your Jeff Cap. That being said, I think Jeff Cap, it doesn't counter Groot the way Wolverine does, where you attack the Groot and kill the Groot, and that's counter the Groot. I think Jeff Cap has a different perspective on countering Groot, which is like, I will just kill you last on Groot. I'll ignore you, and I'll just deal with the rest of your teammates.
Okay,
and
boys.
then, without staying Groot falls.
It sounds super interesting. The first time we've had a TV2, or 2v2, sorry. 2v2, Virtus Pro, BBP. Let's see how it goes. Is Virtus Pro finally going to lose? Dogman, take it away.
Thank you, Hanks. Heading to Symbiotic Surface for our 5th map of the day. 5th map, well, not of the day, I guess. Second series, 5th map of the series. And, I mean, what a way to end it off, Jay, considering how things have gone, how exciting it's been so far. I mean, inarguably, at least for Fight Night EMEA, best day so far, right? For sure. Out of the entire, what, 15 weeks you guys have been doing this? Fight Night's been going?
Absolutely. You know, no question about it, Dustin. Happy to have you here on the mic. We're getting right into it. And Fi is going to play the Wolverine himself. So Virtus Pro going to go with both the Wolverine here and the Bucky. Curious to see how this ends up playing off. This could be a problem for Cap, right? He could get really hard control potentially. But Pokey on the Iron Man, who's going to deal with this?
I mean, already Tank's taking a lot of pressure. Now here comes that dive on the Black Panther. Hooked in, though. There's that hook he needs to hit, but doesn't even result in a kill. Tanuki still alive by lurking. Oh, no, he misses the combo.
Yeah, and they're able to teleport out there on the Loki, starting to put the pressure down. Both teams taking heavy pressure on the Vanguards. Virtus Pro willing to give up a bit of depth here. They're playing the group walls well. It's very awkward, and Patapim are a little bit scared to go in for a heavy commitment here. They know the threat that Fi poses, and he's like zoning a lot of possibilities here. Cap just barely slips away from the Wolverine.
Unfortunately, this is the value in Wolverine, like hitting that combo. For Black Panther, wait, here comes a maximum pulse. It's blocked by the shield from Finzi. Nice work. Coming back now, Tanuki dives into the back line. Ults forced. Sparker dealing with the Black Panther, able to shoot him a few times. Can't duck away from that,
though. Off that or no?
The staircase was not there to save Tanuki. Unfortunately, back to the spawn he goes, and so does Burr. They just back it up for now.
Yeah, they stabilize with the other 5 players, though, so they're not going to get fully wiped off the map. VP were trying to stagger that into more kills, and they've done that successfully against many teams before. So Berber Patapim, it's going to be a quick reset. Black Panther going to be back in, and it's going to be a supportable advantage here for Berber Patapim. It's something that you really do want to engineer on this offense. Dredro's got to be very careful when he does deploy that dance floor.
I mean, they know in the bottom right, Fi sitting. Oh, grab. Oh, in the sky, but the bubble. Plus, he gets the heals from the Loki. Brute ultimate out. Here comes Maximum Pulse. No! Nevix! You just needed a little bit over and you would have been alive! Now they come back through with the Fate of the Worlds and they commit the Kraken impact. Fi again with the kidnap, but it doesn't matter because the Fate of the Worlds is here to keep everybody healthy. So they're down a member of their team. Sparker goes a little bit aggressive, backs up to the team. Somehow they find Enzo, and now on the back foot is going to be Berber Patapim. They out of the sky again. Pokey gets kidnapped. No bubble to save him, but the supports are here. The strategists keep him alive. Finzi walks towards the point as well. Sonic Seduction almost available. Here comes Saipe in his top with the Fate of the Worlds, and they're able to take down Tanuki.
That's such a massive ultimate there, Saipe. They're able to bridge the gap. They only have the one strategist ultimate, but they just played off each other perfectly. Enzio tried to switch to Jeff, tried to shake that one up, but the Black Panther has been very quiet here. I mean, Luna Snow, Loki, so effective at defending against some of those dives. Tanuki is going to stick with it, try to make it work as it was so effective in a couple of those previous maps of the series. But Berber Patapim have been so far shut out from this first point. Virtus Pro staking their claim on Symbiotic Service, and they have the Wolverine ult to boot. Very scary threat to walk up into.
Fauna spam coming through early on. Already built up that maximum pulse, and he's kidnapped again, but truly they're aware of it this time. Bubble comes through. It's almost like it's clockwork.
Problem.
Amp Seduction kind of voiding any of that space taken by the side of Berber Patapim. Meanwhile, I don't think we've seen Fi's passive get procced like once, so he's doing a good job making sure he has it available, but oh no, Tanuki's found Saipe. Nothing to keep Nevix alive, and Tanuki's found 2. Full strategist gone. Fi tries to go for his kidnap, doesn't get it this time.
Oh, this guy's aiming.
And he's gonna fall on this objective. Surely once Spokey kind of figures out this tracking thing and avoids that shield, and this is actually going a lot slower than I would have figured for Berber Patapim. It's a lot harder to get this portal off, so everybody else just goes down, and Berber Patapim take point 1.
It's a good point take, and we talked about first point being a bit of a sticking point for them. And so now that they're able to get a bit more mobility, we'll see what Tanuki's able to do here on second with these many different angles he can hit from. Virtus Pro wisely backing off, taking the full regroup. Both teams very aware of the threat of getting snowballed here, especially once the card is in play. Tanuki, though, into a potential 1v1 here with Fi. Brings the Captain America to bear, and Fi just has to fall off that play. For now, Berber Patapim in a pretty dominant position on the high ground.
Yeah, and you're making VP a little uncomfortable. Saipe goes down again early. Fate of the World's too late to save Saipe. Did he not have the crystals up? I don't know. Fi looking to stall this payload now, right? Just kind of tossing that objective, trying to get Fate of the Worlds. Oh, man. They're making him real uncomfortable. They tossed out that Groot ultimate. They're down 2 members of their team. Here comes the Meteor M. Stalls it as well, Saipe. I mean, they just fall. 1 by 1 on this payload. Berber get it done again.
I mean, I think the second point is going to go down very quick. Tanuki just keeps hitting from the back line, keeps succeeding. And so far, Virtus Pro in these tight
0 ultimates. They have 1 support ult coming. That's it.
Even with that Luna Snow, right? It's just too difficult to deal
I think
with.
Berber might win this fucking game. Like, no troll. If they don't fuck up this fight, they
Mark
win
of respect
the
here
game.
for Tanuki, looking like maybe one of the best Black
If
Panther
they throw
players
this
in the
fight,
world.
then
He's looking to go,
they probably lose.
wow,
But
even earlier than I would expect here, flanking from behind. If they don't see this coming, they could be in real trouble, especially with the Capel here hitting from the front. Opportunity to pop the freedom charge. Berber Patapin playing this one a little bit slow. They take out that
and they use their early ass ult, bro. They could go in with like Capel first, use the portal after. Like, bro, they have a lot of options. Ooh, ew, what the fuck? Ew.
Sparker able to find Tanuki early again. Here comes that pulse,
Oh,
but the shield.
He actually threaded the needle
made
there.
it through the crack and through the Loki crystals. Dritro falls, and now no passive as well for Fi, so he goes low. Poly falls so low with the freedom charge. He's still alive. Also over the cart. Here comes Fi with all of that damage, or rather Pokey burning down Nevix. Takes down Finzi as well. Both vanguards removed, and this cart's moving into the third phase.
So incredibly close. If Poly goes down quickly enough there, that's a very good chance for Virtus Pro to clutch out. But instead, the freedom charge is just barely enough to tank him up. Gets a bit of help from the squad, and Berber Patapin sweep through second point with 2 minutes on the clock. I mean, third point can be a little awkward to dive on, but that is a lot of time to work with. VP are going to go over to the Namor, over to the Bucky. Two very solid responses to dive, and Berber Patapin just instantly dropped the VP onto a Pokemon of their own.
They're looking for solutions. This is the value of hero shooters in general. We're seeing so many different answers right now from Virtus Pro. This is their third time trying to figure out a solution.
Wait,
their play style currently. They've got 3 ultimates ready to go as well. Coming up with more. Already using Nevix's bubble, forcing out Dritro with the Fate of the Worlds. Fi going down to Fi was, or sorry, Pokérad going to the Fi was huge. Here comes the Meteor Ram. Can it connect? No, it doesn't again. They're so good at avoiding Enzo and his Meteor Ram. VP up a member of their team. Find Ken as well.
Ken is just out of the dance floor there. That's
Loki died through ult
there from Berber Patapin, and it's going to probably lead to a team wipe. Virtus Pro, you give them an inch and they take a mile.
Cannibal
only about a minute left on the clock here. Berber Patapin trying to build up some ultimates, but it's going to be a big fight. Both teams with a lot of resources to bring to bear here. But it's already been an amazing push for Berber Patapin. They've set themselves up with a nice win condition. Nonetheless, they would love to get it over the line. They would love to finish this map. Virtus Pro need to stop that here.
53 seconds left to go. Strategist, or sorry, Doctor Strange portal still available for both teams. They walk in. Clone's getting removed by Pokey. That's sort of his job.
Okay.
Pauly committing the freedom charge early. So we see Pokey drop back down, but here comes the whale. Sparker able to take down Ken as well. Oh no. Second time, Jake, they've lost Ken early. Nevix did use ultimates. That's so many ults, too. Sonic's
this is actually good for PvP. This is nice for them, right? Like, the fact that they're able to, you know, take that wipe, but they reset quick. They're going to have another chance to contest. They have this range problem. I don't even think he goes over to the Hulk. They got 20 seconds. They can walk up. VP have nothing left in the tank. Berber Patapin with 3 ult. This is their fight to lose.
Walking in now. 10 seconds left to go. Portal
and a strange portal
through. Yeah, but can it be blocked? Nope. Immobilization from the Hulk there. They walk through, touch that cart. Whale's getting
no.
No, no, it's a card.
No.
I think they would have won. They had way better ults.
I feel like the pressure just got to Berber Patapin. I don't think they even needed the strange portal there. They had 20 seconds. They can just walk out. They have a good poke call. They don't need to do that. And even if
I think they would have won that fight. They had like 2 supportal advantage.
Coming out into the center of the fight with no cover, just right off the portal. Feel like they could have just walked up, played that fight straight up with the ultimate advantage and had a good shot in it. Instead, the C9, will it live in infamy, or will Berber Patapin be able to make the full hole?
I feel sick, man. I feel like I need to like check it out. That's
the pressure you need to be able to endure. If you want to challenge Virtus Pro, they are going to put you to those tests. You had the advantage in this fight. I'm reminded back to that first round, and oh my god, no.
What? Virtus Pro had 1 ultimate. These guys had 3.
Please.
And another Luna ult coming out.
I mean, he saw the Loki clones. He's
like,
okay,
4 coming out.
Sure. I mean, the whole big touch. No, it's the dude. And you know what it is though too, is because in this game, the freaking cart is like skinny as hell. Yeah, well, yeah, you have to cap the cart, and it's like super vertical. It's like there's like it's a rectangle in the there's no sides. So if like the cart is tilted,
right on it, yeah.
And it kind of teleports
I just feel
around
like the fact that they even strange portaled there was itself a mistake. Like I just think they could have just straight walked up.
I mean, everybody does it though. That's the problem. It's like I agree.
They have 20 seconds. They have 20 seconds.
I know.
A good hero. Like I don't think Strange is the best character, but whatever. We'll see if we can discuss that in more detail. Berber Patapin, all is forgiven though. If you're able to make this hold, if you're able to get the win, everything else will be written off. That is what it's all about here.
It's
going to be Tanuki on the Namor. Buys back to the Wolverine. I think this is a little bit more difficult to make work on the offense.
And they're running that double team up, right? So they don't have that group. So a lot is on Nevix as well. Can these walls get deleted? Tanuki on the flank, by the way. Looking to hit a bunch of shots, throws his Gamma spawn out.
Hero. He's getting a lot of work done.
Yeah, I mean, this is the value of these off angles. However, it's sort of just kind of abusing cover right now is the side of Virtus Pro, just kind of walking into the objective in which they are nearing that point. And once Groot is on that point, and you have Saipe kind of set up, it's almost like you can't dislodge them. So he already uses those crystals super early there just to keep everybody healthy. Has the copy, can go with the ultimate. They've created a little bit of space, just goes for the copy, into the clap. Tanuki's down early.
Yeah, and they haven't even popped the dance floor just yet. Berber Patapim need to find an answer. They need to fight this one back. They might be down, but they're not out. Still a lot of point cap is going against them. They're going to be forced up to contest now. And here's the ultimate coming in from Saipe. So difficult to challenge this. Maximum pulse. Is there a connection from behind? Okay, 5 finds 1, but the kills are already coming in for Virtus Pro.
C9.
Yeah, and they capped the point. Man, that's, I mean, you got to come back now 5 minutes in the Streets phase. And we know, like, I feel like teams are really bad at Streets phase in this game. It just feels like they... I mean, we saw even on VP's defense, and in the second phase of the game, they just kind of lost one fight and it was over. It's like very all-in-y.
Yeah, that's a tough one, man. Berber Patapim after the C9, crumbling on first. You got to be questioning the mental fortitude here. Tanuki, he's going to go over to the Jeff. They're going to try and bring out this flexible dive style. Pokey, though, still in the Iron Man, so they do still have a bit of range damage. So trying to be that jack of all trades style, and VP is just barreling ahead here. A lot of team fight disruption between the group walls, the hooks from Sparker, the grabs from Fi. This is a scary situation for Berber Patapim. And they need to sit their footing. They need to plant their feet and take some of this time off the clock. You cannot let VP cap with 4 minutes.
Nevix tossing out the ult, catches out both strategists. They get the Fate of the Worlds, and they get the crystals, so they're still healthy. But that's both cooldown heals. Nevix falls so low, but he's Groot, man. 850 HP, plus the Ironwood wall. I mean, like, it's an unkillable demon right now. Nevix just kind of coming back, looking for Peel. Wolverine goes deep, but I was able to find one, as well as Jeff going down to Sparker. So right now, they freedom charge, down 2 members on their team. Berber has to come back with a huge ultimate. No! Countered by Nevix and the rest of the team.
And Virtus Pro are sweeping over the challengers. Berber Patapim, they came so close, but now surely the win feels out of reach. They're trying to desperately stagger back in, trying to get that retake here on the point. Tanuki stalling for all he's worth, taking a lot of pressure. He's healing up through it. Hold on, this Jeff making something happen here on the flank maybe, but Vi continues to strike onto Polly. The damage from the Wolverine overwhelming at close range.
Right, Saipe just kind of walking back and forth, able to take down Alex as well. It's tough because the strategists were both walled off by Nevix. I mean, he built an absolute fort. Here comes that Jeff ultimate. It catches out 3. But who touches? Nobody touches because it's Jeff, and Jeff can't contest the payload. Oh, they're moving to the 3rd phase, man.
Oh, Dustin, it's all falling apart. The inevitability. Virtus Pro, consistency, time and time again.
All that for a drop of blood.
It seems all but a foregone conclusion. It would take a Herculean effort here for Berber Patapim
to
stall this, and I just don't see it. Jeff, there's no ultis across the board. It's only going to be
It would take a Herculean effort to beat them right here.
Impact, but how do you actually turn that into teamfight wins? Fi has been devastating on the Wolverine.
Oh, nice job. Ducking back down under the water, make sure he doesn't get grabbed, but here's that Psionic Seduction, catches out Pokey. Does he have the heals on the off angle? Able to get some overhealth, but Enzo's already down again. Brutal ultimate to the backside, keeping him healthy. 1 meter to go, trying to zone him off by again, gets Ken. And like you said, Wolverine, 100%. Yeah, I mean, he's just got ult, he's just on the cart, nobody's here to touch. And for as close as they got, it was not enough. VP win again. 14 weeks now they've won Fight Night. Undefeated. Even the 1 week they didn't show up, they still kind of win at heart, right?
I mean, they're just indomitable, indefatigable, right? Being able to return time and time again, face all challengers, and for now, for the first time, push to the brink, and they strike back just as hard as maybe I've ever seen them hit back. And VP, once again, are going to claim that title belt, but now the gauntlet has been thrown down. There is a true challenger in Europe. We can't take away from what Berber Patapim has accomplished. They're going to be feeling the heat. They're going to be regretting all those tiny little moments in this series where maybe they could have gotten that win on Krakoa. Maybe they could have played things different on Hall of Jalia, or of course, that painful C9 here at the end of their attack here on Symbiotic Surface.
We always give some glory to the vanquished, some victory to the vanquished. Man, they gave it their best. They really put their best up, but Virtus Pro continues to be
that was a
the
fucking
absolute
throw.
best team in Europe. Patapim,
that was a
like,
fucking throw, kid.
That's a team that's going to get signed, right? If you want to be a rivals org in EU,
this is no question the hottest prospect on signed team, maybe in the world.
Kid. That
obviously
was a
in Europe
fucking
right now.
throw,
Yeah,
kid.
I mean, if we get lands coming up soon, I mean,
title, who's playing?
It doesn't matter if you're
It's
European
Shroud,
or whatever. Like, if you have a team competing in those and you're winning, like, people are gonna notice.
Yeah, first team to put it 2-2 versus Virtus Pro, and just barely at the end, and also C9 in the mix. So we had a Charlie Niner. No one likes a Charlie Niner. I kind of do. I find them funny.
You're a sicko. You're a sicko, Hex, dude.
I am a sicko.
No, it is a little bit funny though. There's a
Well,
sick
what
part of
is
me
that
too. Of
fucking-
like, oh no.
What is that fucking
And
camera?
I was there for like the very
Bro,
first.
thought it was a
Charlie Niner. I know the
fucking
genesis
91.
of where Charlie Niner came from.
1991
it's
horror
always
game,
amusing to
kid.
me. How did that? Yeah,
I think we just learned. Well, Hex, I think we learned why like Groot on these convoy maps, he's just so dominant, man. Because like I don't think they lost.
Oh, this is that new Elden Ring game. Elden Ring Night Rain. I gotta play this shit. Is this shit fire?
Yo, why did this stream show up when I searched for Fusson's dog? Dud what? 1528
Whoa. Can we beat that dragon?
Dragons. I don't think it's a good idea.
Yeah, I don't think so either. The game just came out. Oh. Alright.
Repaz is such an Elden Ring
He's actually taking a lot of damage to dragon. Alright, GG.
We all died. That's a full level. That's GG. Useless teammates. This is terrible. This is horrible. These teammates I'm with are absolutely dog shit. Yeah, I would have because he pinged it. Like that's his ping. Yeah, that's the boss that he wanted to do, not me. What?
No, we don't have to fight it again. We just down leveled. Alright, we can just fight it again.
Thank you, sir.
Whoa. How the fuck does this guy turn into this guy?
Welcome to the jungle, please, so I can
No, dodge that.
you are my good luck.
That one's obvious. He lifts his foot up.
Dragon's toenails off.
Back to his foot. Alright, when he lifts his foot up, he's gonna fucking slam. We should get ready to dodge, I think. Oh shit. What's happening? Oh, so we're gonna dodge! Nice. Oh, they're actually killing it. What the fuck? What? Who just did all that damage? Someone is doing like hella damage on his team. Wait, you just got a legendary. Go down. Was that not a legendary? The orange?
Giant's Braid Flame Dance. A legendary gun. Power to giant, epic swords on attack, +3. What did I do?
Bro said gun? Isn't that like a fucking harp? Harp or harpy or some shit?
I agree. Yeah, I got a lot
The game
of souls,
looks-
but I'm low level right now. This is
Game
really
looks
shit.
actually not bad.
I should be level 9 in Battle right now. I feel like.
Banana emoji, banana emoji, banana emoji, banana emoji.
Not bad, level 8. It's a little bit of a comeback, but I mean, we need more than that. We should do castle here. It's a lot. It's like 2 bosses, I think.
Wait, my cam blocking SUCs or no? What, we're like full watch partying? We're watch partying XUC now. Oh, it is? Fuck. Should we play this game with Prod? Prod and Dapper?
Boost fire, damage negation 12%. Shield bash, improved charge attacks.
Does the game have
defense
does
again.
the game have mage? I need to pick mage.
So the boss downstairs, I think we go for it.
I'm like a mage type of guy in these games. Either a mage or archer type of guy.
What the fuck is going on? Oh my god, he's up top.
I'm either a mage, an archer, or like a really fast attack weapon.
I forgot how to
But
get
I
up
can't do
there.
these like long swords that like literally hit at like 0 miles an hour. Speedy, thanks for 550, bro. No, Deem, thanks for 2 to feel JD, thanks for 25. Appreciate that, Speedy.
If that's a lot of XP, if we did that, it would have been crazy. This guy's killing eggs. Like, you cannot make this up. 800 rune eggs. You cannot make what? My level 7 weapon, which one?
Wait. What is the end goal of this game? Is there like a final boss in this? Or is it just all mini bosses only?
So what do the caves even do? I forgot what the caves do.
Surely there's like a final boss at the end of the level. It has to be. It wouldn't make sense if it wasn't. What? That guy on his team is like hard carrying, by the way. The deep nocturnal guy does the infinite damage. He has some like lightning sword. It's like one-shotting people.
It's all fucking range cock shit, man. We gotta move.
Range tuck.
Chat, what are you doing in the caves? What are you doing in the caves? Should we even be here? Oh my god, dude. Okay, I'll follow them. Fuck it.
Am I eating eggs? Eggs over rice with olive oil.
Smithens uncommon.
Smithens.
Dude.
Smithens.
What? I have nothing.
Yeah, we can get Smithens.
Oh my god, bro, I cannot believe it.
Tell me when the match is about to start, chat. On Marvel.
Wait. Oh yeah, these mobs are strong against slashing. That's why I'm doing some little damage. They're weak to like bashing or like hammering or whatever the fuck.
Weak to bashing. I wonder if the mage class is any good in this. And what is the loot that drops for the mage? Wait, how did this guy die? What did he die to?
Well, I mean, I thought the only way to get out would be to go around, but I mean, it is what it is. It's a coin flip, pretty much. It's a coin flip.
Died in the zone?
I'll have to come back later and get my shards, though, right?
Wait, does the mage, like, it drops spells and shit? Like, as loot, or what? Does anyone know? Oh, it drops spells as loot? That's kind of weird.
Kill that in time, there's no way.
Like, spells and weapons? Like, you could, like, get different books?
Nope, we need to get the fuck out of here.
Oh, staff, same shit.
Boys, we will not make it in time, man. These guys are not paying attention. Guys, there's no point. This is in the boss. Like, the zone's coming right here.
Wait, they're about to fight the final boss? I'm actually too curious about this.
We bring it in, but I don't.
Thanks. Alright, when is the final boss one? Nope, here we go. This guy's the final boss? Wait, the dragon is stronger than the guy, no?
No. He's on me, right? So you're just gonna like go in circles, yeah?
Yeah. Wait, so he can't heal anymore because he has 0 pots, right? Oh, fuck. Over, under, he dies.
Not me anymore.
Oh. Has bro done 1 damage to the boss or no? Oh, there you go.
Nice! I had the golden foot as well, so I should get more and more runes for this shit. Boom! Epic consumption, no. Yellow flame, violently burst forth, walking.
Pretty sure you just got some dog shit, I can't lie.
At the bottom. Wait. I don't get to pick up my shit? I should be like level 13 now, we're level 12 right here.
Wait, so you just keep going onto the same map and you just keep doing it over and over and over and over and over forever? That's his game? Or is it at least like different or something as you level or something? What? This guy hid. Wait.
Black flame. What does that do, chat? Black flame. What does that do, black flame? Percentage damage to enemy? Wait, and then I can swap weapons out?
He's still a founder? Obviously, that's how it doesn't like go away. I think it's like permanently there.
Okay, I'll try it.
What? Bro's aura walking. It looks like not bad, that ability. What? That was Jinema.
Cinema.
Chat, so when I walk, like for
wait, why don't I have my fucking emotes?
I do damage like this?
Wait, all my emotes are not loading right now. Oh, now it is.
But I have to walk.
There you go.
The boss cannot get frenzied, and it's useless then.
Tina and Velocity.
Welcome to the jungle chat XQCL.
Yeah, we might play this with prodding someone, either Mike or Indy. 100,000% I'm playing mage, kid.
We go.
What? What is that timing? No, 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 no. Stare. XCC. Wait, is this the final boss? Wait. Whoa. Wait. I thought they were done with the level, I'm not gonna lie. Over under him dying once. Alright. Over under him dying 4 times. Okay, wait, over under 3.5. So like 4 or 3. We have 1 so far. The fuck? I would have killed the boss by now with Mage. No troll.
How am I doing?
Okay, 2. Three. This might be over under 10 right here, I'm not gonna lie.
Guys, playing with archers is just bad. I'm gonna say how it is. Like, it's just shit. They draw the boss to go across the map to spin and do AoE. We can't do anything.
What? It hit the under. The game ended.
Strength is good. Rune acquisition for self-analysis is insane.
Put all your attribute points into aura.
Oh, you did, buddy. I mean, we got pretty far. At 1/3 of last boss, I'll take that.
1/3 of last boss. Alright, game's about to start.
And the fact that we're getting a very distinct tank matchup, the Groot versus
Valentina
no
E
Groot.
versus
I mean,
Shroud
typically,
X.
Avast, when you look at this, you kind of expect to see
Let's
Magneto.
fucking
You do. I mean, I wouldn't be. I mean, there was Magneto, to be
Yeah,
fair.
Magneto and Wolverine. And Wolverine is kind of what I was going with there.
Yeah, and I think that's also why that for Shroud X they have
Hey,
that Magneto pick because they were worried of potential Wolverine, and that's what did get picked there for the side of Citadel Gaming. So you got to have the Magneto because we've seen it in the past, especially in like the Shroud Gauntlet, where if you have to play into Wolverine with no Magneto, your Chungus life is over.
All right, guys. Well, Shroud X Citadel. We had some great European action. Let's see if we can repeat it in North America.
They got the
Shroud X
banners
Citadel.
wrong, kid.
Let's get to it. ZP, take it away.
All right, we're getting ready to get started here. And interestingly enough, I thought if we're going to see Wolverine, it'd come out from the Shroud X end. And yet, it's going to be Citadel coming out with the Wolverine and the Groot. Oh, wait, what I'm saying, we're flipped. We're absolutely flipped.
Yes.
It is Shroud X coming out here. The teams are flipped.
You've been bamboozled. You've been bamboozled. And also, I mean, you saw that Mace actually was trying there for Citadel Gaming to do a little bit of portal tech to like block the portal for Shroud X, and unfortunately missed it. Did not get that just in time. So instead, they're just going to go directly to the point. as Doomed here on the flank, looking for this early engage on the Wolverine, trying to get one, gonna find it, but gonna get delayed, gonna get interrupted.
Yeah, and you look at Shroud here, everything is gonna depend on the Wolverine play, where you're not running the Groot, or rather, when you're trying to take down the other side, you are using Wolverine here to just deal with the front line, deal with what's on the other end, and okay, now we flip things here properly. All's right with the world.
He could have took him off the map so easy.
Gonna find one. I don't think they're able to clean it up just yet. Oh, they are. They're gonna find Mace. So that's an early, great first pick there. Off the leap. A lot of pressure here from ShroudX onto the point now with Monster going down. So this should just be a very nice flip. And there's gonna be some more chases, some more staggers going down. And for ShroudX looking very confident here on this Wolverine comp.
Also, I know why I'm still was a little bit discombobulated. Even in the draft, the teams are flipped. So, okay. Now...
So it's production's fault. You know what? We'll have a talk with them. No rations for this week.
Absolutely. But, okay, where we're at now, Citadel, again, a little bit taken out on the first fight. ShroudX able to stabilize back over on the point. 23%, and I mean, okay, right now, making Groot Wolverine work together, and to kind of reframe here, it's a little interesting. Citadel decides to come out here with triple strategist and not run something like a Wolverine of their own here. I feel like it's a hard thing to make work at best.
I mean, they're really much relying on Fraud to get a lot of value here on the Star-Lord to push him out, especially because there's not a ton of anti-air here with the Wolverine. But I mean, Velocity down again already. Usher is going to be holding on to the Karmic Revival, so there's a chance for them to get some respawns back in.
Fraud, meanwhile, comes on in, off the Galactic Legend, able to take down Nuck. A little bit of life now for Citadel Gaming. Flash of Barrage up and over. Fate of Both Worlds going to be dropped here by ShroudX. And now, Kraken Impact in here from Vision, looking to keep ShroudX in control of the point. Dogman on the Mace. So, ShroudX trading out effectively here, still able to delay onto the point for a little bit longer. See Doomed up here over the top. Mace going to be brought back in via the Revival. So, Citadel still in on the point, but if you're ShroudX, you're totally okay with this delay right now, Fast.
And they are going to have that God of Mission with the Fatal World copy to just keep them up a little bit longer. Really good hook there, too, from Vision. Just keeping the pressure up, getting the bonus health. So Citadel Gaming, they're still trying to break this hold. They're not able to find anyone just yet. Fraud running back in, looking to find one, but they have to worry about the Eye of Agamotto.
Yeah. Meteor M, meanwhile, from Mace over, not going to get anything. Fraud coming back in with the self-res, and in control.
It wasn't a
still ShroudX. Not looking to be moved here one bit. Fraud to try and crack it open here. Another Galactic Legend. I
think we got a nice ShroudX 3-0 here.
Anything. Meanwhile, we lose Usher.
We're going to be honest.
Able to take down one. Get some vision here in the back line. Still needs a little bit more. 99% right now for ShroudX. Dropping down his Star-Lord, but in both worlds. Going to be invested here by ShroudX. And they're nice and alive. So Citadel still trying to find a way to remove ShroudX off the point. Dogman is down, and they may have gotten the crack in the dam they were looking for.
Maybe so, but I mean, Nuck with the copy still gonna have another Fatal World. They're gonna have the Strangling Prison up available here just to make it through the Sonic Seduction. Gonna pop this here late in the fight. I don't know if there's any strategy, they might be able to clean it up here.
Yeah, and Citadel, they're gonna get the flip off of this finally here. And I mean, the one upside they are running the comp they're running here is that they do have a little bit more sustain on the point. So
Citadel do not ban
where,
Wolverine.
Okay, it took them a long time to get
it
in.
May be over for them in
but
this
at the bare minimum, they're going to be harder to remove, especially if Usher can get value with the Karmic Rebirth. But 12% to 99% is still a very long way to go.
To
be fair, even listening to Dogman earlier in Europe, I mean, he's on side of Team No, pretty much no Adam Warlock of just getting a lot. It's tough to get value out of the reses. If anything, I'm hoping for Citadel just to pop one ult here, just use the Galactic Legend for Fraud as they come on in, try to feast on the backline here a bit. But instead, Doomed gonna be doing the feasting instead.
They have to pop the Rebirth pretty much instantly here. Otherwise, I don't think they're gonna be getting back in this fight. Monster, though, is about to go all the way back to spawn. They haven't used it here. Monster does go back to spawn. Fraud, meanwhile, comes on in. Galactic Legend looking to soften up ShroudX. Doom getting pretty low in turn. However, Galactic Legend getting fade. No pickoffs resulting from it. Fraud actually in a little bit of danger. Fruitball his way ends up backing out. Now you got to look to Mace. Meteor M is good to go. We're in overtime. Velocity is down. Citadel just getting chopped up in the back line by Doomed.
Cool. I mean, Karmic Revival is going to be up for Usher here, and they are going to also have the usual boundary of Valentina Eve. But the problem here is they have to finish out this point now, right? They don't have any. They don't have any DPS ults, no dual ults up available here. Mace going to hold on to the Meteor M to maybe burn through one of the strategy ults, and they need to get one from this.
And they get 0 is where it's at right now. And 0 coming in from the Meteor M. Citadel gonna be delaying, looking for the miracle. No longer in control of the points. Not even getting progress. And Vision with the Kraken Impact. Gonna find 3. More and more coming on in from ShroudX, and that should be the round.
And you'd be correct. That is gonna be the round. And just I mean, a tough one for Citadel, and I think this is also for Hell's Heaven. I mean, for Super Soldier Factory,
Quick little 3-0.
it's just a really hard
versus
point
Shroud
to
X in the
recontest
final.
sometimes. I mean, every point here on Hell's Heaven is tough to recontest.
Honestly, might have to go back to watch party XQG, bro.
There's the rotating geometry of the map, and even with the Starlord, where it's like, okay, we have some flank control here. They were just losing someone so early to the Pharaoh Elite from Doomed over and over and over again. And that just can't happen, right? Like, you had the Magneto, you have it in Frost, so you should have some. You even have like the triple res, so you have some opportunities here to deny that value.
93 months,
but they just weren't able to deny the value from Doomed at all. So they just kept building up the huge old bank, huge tie bank. Nothing much that Citadel could do in that situation if you have such a gigantic disadvantage and you just can't find a pick and can't stop the picks from Doom.
And for Citadel, see what, if anything, gets changed up here into the next round. For right now, if you can trust the spawn, it looks like they're not going to be coming out here at the Adam Warlock again, which, my estimation, I generally think is the right call. It's changing up. Probably a good idea. And not the real Jeff, just the bubble you out of spawn Jeff.
Fake Jeff.
Fake Jeff.
The poser Jeff.
Exactly.
Real Jeff would always stay with us, but unfortunately, fake Jeff leaves us after a couple bubbles. It's unfortunate. I mean, you know, you've heard of the bubble poppy, but literally, the Jeff bubble pops, and he's gone. He's out of there. So now Citadel Gaming looking to equalize. They do hold on to an early Galactic Legend, knowing there's no strategy results available just yet. So they could try to just pop this early. Monster, though, gonna get found by the lead.
Yeah, Doomed with the quick abduction. Galactic Legend gonna be popped here in turn. Citadel trying to stabilize from it. Regen Domain gonna get popped, kind of limiting the amount of damage Fraud can do here during the duration of the ultimate. Galactic Legend get fade. However, softened up a little bit is Shroud X. Siox actually gonna come in here with Kraken Impact. All ults being burned for Citadel Gaming, looking for anything right now, and instead, Doomed with the last stand takes down Mace. Pierces into the backline, puts Shroud X up one, and it's just not going well for Citadel Gaming here so far, Bass.
Yeah, I mean, they're also committing the God Initiative, though, for Velocity as well, so they want to stay in this fight. But right now, Shroud X, everyone's up. They still hold on to a Fated with Worlds there for Fidel as well, so there's still plenty of options to keep them in the fight. Strength of the Prison going to come out, and I think that should just turn it here.
Vision, investing Kraken Impact. This is a full cleanup. Kraken Impact drops on in, has one reset here so far, picks up another, up and over he goes. And right now, it's just about get off the point. First control yet to be grabbed by either team, but with the Kraken Impact that just will not stop. It's looking like Shroud X will get first control.
Right now, Citadel still just not able to find some of these answers. Doing a bit better here with the swap to 2-2-2.
But they...
And Shroud X.
They like left this one.
Holding this point, holding this choke very aggressively. Going down with the Eye of Agamotto. Could likely just try to set this up. It's the only ult really available for Shroud X to make something proactively happen.
BDRM in from Mace, looking to do anything to turn this around, but instead it's just Regen Domain for days. However, with the Regen Domain forced on out, may create a little bit more room for Fraud with his Galactic Legend ready to go, but also at the same time, Shroud X is forcing Citadel Gaming so far back right now, Vast.
Yeah, I mean, Citadel just has no space. They have no space to work with great. They're going to sustain through those ults, but Shroud X are just getting more and more time on the bank. Gonna back on up now. This is their chance, right? Fidel does not gonna have a strategist hold up. They're not gonna have the Build Worlds. They have a Galactic Legend. They have a Kraken Impact. Surely they can make something happen here after forcing the Regeneration Domain.
Fraud, though, instead gonna get hooked to ground, but okay, Galactic Legend still up. Punishes Vision for the hook attempt. Up one is Citadel Gaming. Down 54%.
We get a Valentina
win, but guess what? Here comes Dongman into the, or Doomed into the back. Finds Monster, opens the way. Shroud X with vicious cleanup.
Dongman hit like a 10-man ult every fucking ult.
Only one more good attempt to somehow turn this thing around.
And this is the problem, right? Where again, Doomed is just getting value over and over and over again. And that time, Citadel Gaming, I mean, they had a double duelist ult. There was no ults on the strategy side for Shroud X at all, but they were just able to completely kite back, pop one Regeneration Domain for Nuck, completely just nullifies the entirety of it. Domin takes some early damage, but they have to be worried about the Strengthening Prison Kraken Impact combo, right? Because sure, they're gonna have a God of Mischief for Velocity, but there's not a lot to mitigate this combo here for Shroud X, especially if they just pop the Fated with Worlds with the damage boost too.
Vision hanging back here, Kraken Impact still ready to go. Coming up and over. Gonna hold on till last moment. Shroud X and do Fate of both worlds. And they do it first, so Valentina a little bit later. Meanwhile, Pulse Cannon over, finds impunity. Crucial early pick here from Citadel Gaming. Now, can they get a little bit more? They're in overtime. They cannot back down. However, they lose a Vanguard of their own. Vision, able to pay dirt. Off the Kraken Impact and a little bit fall through thereafter. Nuck though, Strategist ult about to be fading. Fraud, Omega Hurricane went into the back. Now looking to force Shroud X off the point, picks off one in Vision, and the point nearly flipped in favor of Citadel, but even if they get this now, Vast, it's going to be a long way to go.
I mean, there's pretty much back in a similar situation they were on the first point earlier here for Super Soldier.
Good try,
no
Citadel.
bank. They have to just
At
perfectly
least we
hold this, have a
capped it
perfect
twice.
ult economy. Luckily, Mace's death there is almost a blessing because they didn't get to use Meteor. It's sort of like a forced investment, a forced savings account there where you just hold on to the Meteor. But Shroud X get to enter this point here again with the Hela swap too, which I really like into the Iron Man. So Usher's gonna have a little bit more trouble there in division now with the Hela. I have Agamotto and
please go to the finals, bro. Listen.
As Doomed on the long flank again.
You know, in America, there is forced investment. It's called Social Security, is actually what that would be. But now,
that's very true. But I don't think his Meteor's growing at market value.
We need to watch the listen pod,
neither
bro.
is your Social Security, to be fair. But Doomed in the back.
That shit is legit.
Right
the
now,
best pod in Marvel Rivals history.
Looking and waiting.
What?
His time going for the abduction.
Wait, should we right-click
Not
there?
quite going to connect. Still has the last stand ready to go as we hit our follower goal at 10,000. Thank you, everyone, for hitting the button. As we hit the button, so does Doomed. Up and over, finds Mace.
As we hit the follower goal, going
again,
into the
they
next
cannot
fight.
lose this fight, or the map is over. And right now, trading out kind of evenly. Fraud getting decent value as the Storm up in the skybox.
Yep.
Dongman though going in.
Dongman gets at least 2 with it all.
But that may be enough. The fall through is instantly there, and Shroud X nearly has this one in the bag.
Well,
I think off of that, Dongman has maybe sealed the deal here for the map. Mace going over the Doctor Strange to get this portal up to go for this last contest. It's just gonna be Mace though, no ult just available,
Harvey, like when Tara is saying like listen, yo, like shut up, everyone shut up, yo, shush. Like who is he talking to? Is he talking to you mainly?
He gets one pick on the Fidel. Really good start here for Citadel as they look to hang on to here. Shroud X starting to fall by the wayside. If you're Shroud X, you still have time. You can go for the reset, and you are forced, in fact, to do so.
I mean, what a play there from Fraud.
There's no way you talk, Elena. You seem like
a
not
I
a
have Agamotto
talkative
going to be
type of
available. I
guy.
mean, double Vanguard ult plus a strategist, plus still holding on to the pulse cannon. Fraud getting so much value there from the Omega Hurricane, forcing all those cooldowns and the strategist ult early. And just the Goddess boost, that damage there from the Aura of Thunder, from that Thunder Aura, is incredibly strong for Citadel Gaming. So really the Storm impact being felt here for Citadel Gaming.
Portal coming on in, 91% to 99.
His name is Asuna, that the Valorant guy?
Force
I thought
around
the
3.
Valorant
Shroud
guy
X
was
looking to put away
Asuna Weed.
Doomed, eating a lot of poke damage here at the beginning, nearly going down. Knock, can we drop down?
Oh, no, it's a
Agamotto,
fake
meanwhile,
one.
used by Mace.
You got a
Fidel in the
fucking
back, and the
fakester.
fall through's gonna be there.
Wait,
Fraud following
wait,
up.
hold on.
Set up
Citadel's winning.
by the front line.
Wait,
With the pulse cannon, Citadel Gaming finding their footing, gonna bring this one to a 3rd round after a very rocky start.
How'd they just win?
And all off that back of that incredible recontest from Mace and Fraud. Just makes it back in time, gets so much value on the Storm. And we've talked about a lot about how Storm has seen so much play.
What?
And he
Wait,
just
I thought
essentially
Shroud
it's
X
a,
capped
she is a
with
flyer,
99.
but she's
And
also
did they
just
TP back to
gives
touch? I
so
didn't
much
see.
team value compared to mini flyers where you're using those auras. You have the Omega Hurricane to get just so much AoE pressure as well, comparatively to many other flyers. I mean, the closest would probably be like Human Torch in terms of just the AoE overall damage you're pumping out. But even compared to Human Torch, she brings those auras of Thunder, the Aura of the Tornado, where you can just get speed boost and damage boost for the whole squad. And you see it reflected here a bit. Just looking at the overall damage dealt, right, which is to be expected. I mean, and also even look at the final hits.
They actually squeezed that one out and finished out the map.
Yeah, and I mean, the swap over to the Storm instead of the Star-Lord really was the definitive moment where Citadel Gaming finally got some measure of control over the game. And I do wonder if the swap up from Shroud X was exactly what they needed, because realistically speaking, think about Shroud X, they can play a really good Hela game. And it's one of the other duelists you may consider picking off when you are just having immense problems with Storm in this sort of situation. That said, this area is a little bit less room to work with, so the Storm may not be as effective here at Vast.
For sure, a little bit, but I think that's also where Storm, you may have less room, but it's also to a degree almost better because you get even more room from the Aura, almost, right? So you have that option is already, even with the leap, they're going to use the Omega Hurricane to try to take some pressure off, but a little too late.
The Wolverine is like so broken.
Really early. Regen Demand's going to come out. The Omega Hurricane going to be forced on back. Shroud X working
if you
at a
bind
big
fucking
right
mouse wheel
now
down and jump, you can bunny hop all the way across the map with your first shift.
Forward all the way.
Shift
Doomed
E,
able to get some
bunny hop
isolation
across
on
the
the
whole
Mace.
fucking map.
And Vision with the fall through on the Frog.
You can literally get to their fucking side before they even like walk out of spawn, basically.
And there's going to
So
be
you're,
a
like,
lot of
grabbing
pressure
someone
here
like instantly
onto the Citadel game. I mean, really onto Mace to not only deny Doom's value, but also to ensure that this fight can run long enough to where Fraud and Usher can get picks. Because this is currently just a racing game of like, okay, can we outrace Doomed for the leaps, for the isolations, you know, setting up impunity as well to get strength in prisons? Like, they just need to be out racing the Citadel Gaming duelists.
Doomed camping the high ground. Instead, it's going to be the low ground approach from Citadel Gaming. Doom, though, taking a walk over to the right. A huge pick up and over. However, it's not actually fall through on. Still alive. Was the leap target. Meanwhile,
what happened to
Usher
Diamond
coming on over, dropping Pulse Cannon. No kills resulting from it. ShroudX weathering the storm from Citadel Gaming here so far. Last ult up here for Citadel. Meteor M. Mace getting super low. Falls in and gets knocked. Quick close slam dunk from Citadel Gaming, keeping them alive. However, Doomed was able to go over, takes down the Emma, and still a tough engage from Citadel Gaming as we're starting to fall bit by bit.
And Dogman just keeping that pressure on the entire time. Despite what was a great Sonic Seduction, just wait a minute. Here it comes. The stagger onto Valentina Eve. Oh no, it's gonna be, I mean, that's an extra like probably 10% off the board there, unfortunately. So pretty rough stagger. Well played there from the ShroudX, just Vanguard line. Again, just keeping the pressure on, making sure there's no room for Citadel to just get space for their flyers here. Now, they do have to worry about the Mega Hurricane, but Doomed. He's hiding. He's waiting. Gotta find it. Nope, not quite.
I actually don't know how I didn't get that one. That looked like it was completely locked in. Just a little bit off was Doomed. Here comes Fraud. Omega Hurricane into that. Gonna be forcing out Fate of both worlds in turn. Usher, though, in the chaos, picks off Impunity. A massive early pick right now for Citadel Gaming with their backs against the wall.
There's no way they come back again, right?
Hanging in the balance. ShroudX, though, they decided to bring him back up a little bit here. Wait for a full 6. Doomed gets enough time. They go to the back line.
It's magic.
Dash here in real danger.
No.
And now getting super low. Under fire from all ends and ends up falling. Not the engage Doomed was looking for, and the rest of Citadel just roll into the back of ShroudX.
But still, having that Wolverine there for fights like that, where you can just delay the point of long because of that passive regenerative healing factor, just gives you a lot of sustain. So 99 here on the bank for Shroud again.
Smells like a potential comeback.
You know, they kind of got reverse swept. And the
Citadel Gaming has 5 ultimates upcoming.
You know, really careful, I would say, especially with Citadel doing so much work with this double flyer composition, holding the choke really aggressively, just pumping the damage into them. I mean, the ult bank for Citadel going to be gigantic as they enter.
The ult bank that Citadel has gives them a whole lot of options, and they're going to kick things off here with the Omega Hurricane. Fraud into the back. Going to be getting the regen domains out. And you want to lead with the Omega Hurricane here, get the resources out, because Usher is who you want to really put them to bed.
Kind of early. Both worlds
be dropped here.
Everyone got hit up.
Denied. Interrupted the
Whoa. How's no one dying? Whoa. They might actually win. Wait, how did no one die to that strange ult?
Despite the ridiculous Agamotto from Dogman.
What the fuck?
Wait, really a lot of credit there to the Vanguard line for Citadel, because the Sonic Seduction plus the Meteor Rim just cleans them up so well played. Even with Dogman hitting the gigantic Agamotto. ShroudX gonna walk in here with a crack and impact. They're gonna have to with the world, so they have some options here to kind of just turn this fight early, maybe trade that God of Mischief into Velocity, trade the strategy tools in, maybe pop the crack and impact. But there's really nothing else on the board. I mean, this is scary. Fraud and Usher both about to have ults.
Oh, but like he hit the
he got the refund. You don't lose hope. He got the old 50% back. So he's ready to go for another crack with the maximum pulse. Up over here to the right. Usher, put it away. Omega Hurricane would love to come out first and is. So again, it's going to be Fraud trying to get regen domains out, trying to get Fate of both worlds out.
Well, that's very good. They got the support off.
Now, you look over to the Iron Man.
You got ult. Nice.
For the Pulse Cannon. Pulse Cannon charged up.
Oh, that block.
No, not going to get what he's looking for. Still had a regen domain down. ShroudX.
I don't think it matters anyway. They Loki lamp.
The Loki clone. Move on in for a dance of their own. Vision has the Kraken Impact ready to go. Could put this away here for ShroudX. With the right opportunity, Dogman takes down one. Citadel down a player right now, and the worst may still be yet to come. Mace gonna try and equalize. Meteor M turns, fires, finds Nuck. Citadel Gaming.
Oh, that was late. Did you have it? I think she just got it.
Goes for the reset. They not get another.
Wait, Dogman kind of threw with that ult. No way they lost.
Vision in the ground. Citadel Gaming fighting on that. Looking for a little bit more.
What the fuck? This is insanity, bro.
Can get the last second touch there. Is gonna have. Oh, doesn't have the passive up just yet, and that's gonna be the map. And so well played from Citadel Gaming, in particular the Vanguard line. I mean, Mace and Monster doing such a good job of denying the value later in those fights, just making sure to also get constant meter in value too. Multiple key moments for Mace.
No,
really well played from Citadel Gaming.
This is insanity.
Denied ShroudX kind of just that usage that will.
No, this is insanity.
What's Crest?
No, this is insanity. No, that is insane. Wait, what? Even losing a map, bro, was pretty bad.
So
wait, ShroudX, bro. Shroud always like disappoints me.
Fire boss should be easy though. It should be the skulls. Oh no, it's not. It's the Fire Knights. Fuck off. I think we have to go all the way up and kill him.
Can Dongman like get some help here? What?
I had to go up, do you know?
Wait, Shroud X's like team career is looking exactly like Ben Simmons' like career path. Like they started off like pretty good and then they just like they lose to like actual AI.
I think the pots are very strong damage and they should always take the pots. These things are clueless, they're not even looking for the boss. Like, what are they doing?
Whoa, whoa. Still got crazy abilities, kid.
Boost his physical damage negation. Probably.
Is that permanent? Everything he picks up is permanent in the game? Or just like this run? It better be permanent or else this game is dog shit, kid.
I know where to go.
Just the run? No, this game's dog shit. So like if I picked mage and I got a book, like a good ass staff, it's only for that run?
His teammates are just trolling the game. Like, they're so slow and everything. It's just, we're never gonna go anywhere.
Dude, no. This game's dog shit.
I mean.
No. This game's dog. No. This game's dog shit. No. This game's dog shit. No. This game's dog shit. Wait, an actual Elden Ring? You could pick like a
hold on.
ranger, melee, or mage, right? Or no? Yeah, I would definitely just play the mage.
Where the knights at?
Mage's pansy class kid be a man? So it just sounds like someone who literally sucks at the fucking game. And then has to make excuses as to why they suck. Which is okay, bro. Video games are meant to be played for fun, bro. It's not a competition, bro. It's a solo player game, you don't have to, it's all good.
My teammates are still getting the fucking normal ads as I'm to do. I 1v3 them. Oh,
just because there's other like legitimate fucking gifted ass gamers like me out there, you don't have to be jealous. Just play the game for fun, man. How it's intended to be.
The Golems Albert.
Aura of Hisoka. Maybe the 3 months.
You gotta start moving now.
That's a response I'd expect from someone needing to cope like you cope for what, Divine? Please let me know. Let's see if you can even find an answer. Good luck.
Wait, there's a jump there.
51 months for my one and only twink ADHD Andy.
Let's see what he comes up with. Because I'm even curious.
Go, 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 go. Oh my god, brother.
Did he type yet? Or is he still thinking of something?
Chat box.
Does he even know what he's typing?
Staring contest. Now. Staring contest. Go. Staring contest. Chat.
Still lost in the think box in your head.
Not much time left. Like this is cooked. Like this is just cooked.
All right.
Legitimately.
He has no answer. Unfortunate. Is that for the 4 months?
Can I boost this up? You know, you think or not? What I need like a teal stone. Is that what it is? No, it's not. Dog shit. Next. What over here? We kill the boss down here, maybe, or not? Maybe, perhaps.
How long is each run in this game? Like full run, like day 1, day 2, day 3. Whoa! Can he solo this? Should we get some teammates? Wait, I got 0 fucking damage. Does he have lifesteal? I think he has lifesteal. I can't tell. He keeps getting hit. Yo, dodge. This guy is just going hit for hit with the boss. Pretty sure he has lifesteal. When I saw him hit one time, his HP went up. But I'm not like positive.
Don't say team this, team that. I'm not listening. I'm not listening. The last 2 bosses, the last 2 zones, was just them coming to pick up the runes that I worked for. Like these guys are not, they're not playing the game. Like they're not doing shit. Fuck all, nothing. Like, you're done. This is their brain dead. Both last bosses is actually full solo, and they just pick up the XP. Oh, that's very, very, very well done. I mean, that's just sad, really. I mean, what can you do? Just completely stupid.
Oh, shit. That's tough. I'll watch it after the ban phase. He doesn't have lifesteal. How did he heal that one time? He like healed when he hit, like a little bit. Oh yeah, he's healing right now when he hit. I don't know. Maybe you just like slowly heal over time if you don't take damage. I don't know. Should we pot up here? Jeez, should we pot up again? Ooh, let's pot, let's pot. No, back. Nice. You know how to get him comms real quick? Help him out a bit.
Maybe we have time for one more. I don't know.
That's close, kid. The circle is closing.
I know we're done.
Fuck, I want to watch this boss fight though. Fuck.
Okay, let's just hope for the best, I guess.
We can afford to watch the boss fight real quick. Hold on.
What is the golden balls here?
I'm gonna I think I'm gonna
The golden balls.
I went for the gas and spread all the way to the middle.
Can I get a welcome to the jungle, Okaj?
Fuck. The boss is not spawning.
Man thinks he can call Wolverine Wolvie. It's unbelievable, Vast. Really.
I know. Well, maybe Hex, he could be a mutant. He could go to Professor Xavier's school of mutant children, perhaps. Like, I don't know what exactly his mutant power would be, but it would he could be there.
Can you weaponize cynicism?
Because
that's possible.
It's Shroud
it's really possible.
Team,
Maybe
you
he could
guys
be like,
think they
it's like
were
I know
good?
every movie.
Look
Like that's
at
my
what
mutant
happened
power.
with
And
his
then they're like,
game.
oh, but do you like work in like Hollywood? It's like, no, I'm just like
Wait.
really like annoying online about it. Like I don't know anything about. I can't do anything like that. But
No, it's not
I know a
about,
lot
like,
of
the,
movie
like,
trivia and things
title
like that.
of your team that
said-
makes you good. It's like
Citadel,
the
I mean,
players on your
ZP, you
team.
look at this and they have the Groot. So we have our Groot mirror. It's happening.
Groot versus Groot. Wolverine on one side, no
So like
Wolverine on the other.
Shroud X
So
could have
Safe
had
Doom
like
is able
all
to
the
do his
NV
work
players,
again.
the
Doom looking
VP
really good
players,
for a lot of the
but
last
and then they
round,
would have
but
been
they're
good.
now
They
getting
wouldn't have just
pummeled
turned
at the
back
beginning,
because they're
nearly
playing on
first on down.
Shroud's team.
Citadel
Like, you know
Gaming
what I
doing a
mean?
great job early on, but Monster getting hit in by the Bucky hook, super low, and Impunity gonna
That has
punish.
nothing to do
And
with
the
like
Groot
who
advantage,
pays
Shroud
them
X
the money.
up one, able to get better position here on the point. Looking to fully secure it here. Citadel Gaming running out of options to keep this delayed.
Hope that helps.
If Doom
And
able
this
to
is a
find one
really
more, that
hard
could be
comp, ZP, by the way, because you look at this. Also, I'm a Fish 213. Thank you so much for the Prime. Glad he made it out of the bowl. Hit us with the Prime there. But more importantly, you look at Citadel's comp and you look at Shroud's comp, Shroud X Gaming comp. The vision being on Winter Soldier when there's no Magneto on the field here, this is a really dangerous comp, right? Because if he's hitting those bionic hooks, there's no bubbles. You have no ability to save, right? Like unless Mace is able to hit like a really crazy like Mind Aegis, which is really not the same.
If Shroud X
the
don't
bionic
win this
hooks
match,
go crazy here for Shroud X because there's no Magneto on
like,
the field.
there has
no
to be something
Magneto gives
off.
you way more room for the hooks.
Like,
and,
check the stake
I mean,
accounts
hooks
type
are one
off.
way of securing a early kill, even against triple strategists. But here we go, Fraud up into the air. Galactic Legend going to be used, and everything is popped against it. Regen Domain and Invisible Boundary, which honestly not the worst trade in the world. Meanwhile, Impunity drop the Strangling Prison up and over, setting up Vision for the Kraken impacts. 2 already down, looking for a little bit more. Goes to sleep. Now, a little bit tired after all of that. And Karmic Rebirth comes on in, but the fall through, hey, instantly be there. Dogman dropping the Eye of Akavono. Stuns coming on in. Rez, though, in turn, Citadel Gaming not falling here just yet. Silent Seduction on deck. Doom, though, last stand up, over, trying to cut it to pieces. Gets a little bit more. Gets the abduct here on to the Groot. Monster gonna be dead, and this time staying
I wonder
there.
if
Citadel Gaming still tries to make something work.
I wonder if Citadel is
think potentially
ever
Shroud
gonna
X.
like hold
This is
tab
very,
and be
this
like,
is very,
wait,
very bad news for Citadel Gaming right now because
we've
currently
lost
with
this
no
with this
Magneto,
Adam
both
Rose comp
Vision
5
and
million
Doom
times
are going
so
to be
far.
extreme nuisances. Now the
let's
fight
stop
is still
playing.
ongoing. They're going to
We
have the
haven't won a
Galactic
single
Legend,
team fight with
but
this comp
they need to
yet.
get some value from it right
get
now,
off
or else
it.
I mean we're getting to like a 99 on the bank here for Shroud X.
And you know, a key difference
Last
here is
game, they
that
didn't
you
win a
don't have
single team
Meteor
fight with
M
this comp.
that can be
They
followed
fucking
up here
fought 10
after
times.
the Galactic Legend the way they had before.
Let's get off
Mace
it and
not being
try
a
to win.
Magneto just has definitely seemed to be a huge detriment to Citadel Gaming here so far, but they are fully reestablished.
Wait,
Gonna get
they
the
can win this
Clone
later.
Soul
Nope, easy.
Resurgence. Not the most common Loki clone target, but it is one you're gonna be seeing here.
Yeah,
Shroud X
Groot,
dropping the Invisible Boundary in turn, and not really
Bucky
feeling
ult.
too afraid of it here, Vash. Just chilling out in the boundary.
and
Doom,
once
meanwhile,
Groot and
off,
Bucky
looking
ult
for targets.
happens, it is
Vision,
going to be a
Kraken Impact, good
legitimate
to go. As soon as
genocide on
Impunity
site.
can drop the prison. Here's the prison. There's the impact. As Falter going to be there, looking for it. Gets reset number 1. Here comes number
There it
2.
is.
And Shroud X should be easy clip for here as the Kraken impacts keep on a coming.
And the Galactic Legend, I mean, not finding much. Karmic Revival going to be available for Yusher there, bringing everyone up. But once again, we're in this situation where, okay, great, we have a Karmic Revival, awesome. We're going to have some ults, but we got to touch the point. We have to win this fight from a disadvantage.
Yeah, I mean, you get the revival, but is it going to do anything for you in the fight right now? It's letting you delay, but you need pickoffs. Meanwhile, Doomed just lifts them off the point for the forcible C9.
Shit on badly, kid.
Which just means it wasn't really a C9, but you get the
You know what? I mean, you know, it's a Citadel Gaming 9, the CG9.
No, they're about to fight the final boss.
It's a new one, but I mean, overall, it was well played. I mean, I think Citadel Gaming, they put up a good showing, but I do think, for me, if I'm going to start, you know, building a narrative early, if I'm gonna start like just enforcing my will upon this game in terms of like just putting my own beliefs here,
Surely they'll still be in the fight,
especially when you see the amount of final hits in general that Vision is getting.
I'm pretty sure that like final boss is like pretty hard.
Be tough for Citadel Gaming.
Like you can't
for
just,
them,
like,
it's maybe a question of like,
kill it.
can we get back to the flyer composition? Can we maybe move to like something like a dive style, something that can keep some more pressure here on Vision and Doomed in particular? Because there's just really not much of an option right now when you're playing, especially when you're playing the triple strategies. I just don't think they're pretty much just hoping like, oh, we're just gonna keep respawning after they keep getting the limbs on us. Like, we'll just keep coming back endlessly. They're gonna get tired.
Yeah, I mean, Karmic Rebirth, I think, may be one of the hardest ultimates to get value of in the game, in the sense of actually having it turn a team fight. In a way, you almost need a fight where both teams are down players, and the Karmic Rebirth gives you advantage. Karmic Rebirth just bringing you back up to a 6v6 doesn't feel great most of the time.
So right now, Citadel Gaming just playing this point really aggressively with the Storm. They've gone back to the flyer composition with Yusher also going to the Iron Man. So they kind of heard my pleas, and they're going to be playing this double flyer comp.
Rod, Mega Hurricane, tries to wait till the last possible second before dropping it. Invisible Boundary, though, still going to be negating a lot of it. Okay, Fraud goes in, and the Tornado is immediately quelled. Impunity, having none of it. So you're down to Storm early on, not the start Citadel Gaming was looking for. And now Doomed going, hey, Emma, what's up? Come on over here, meet my friends. And Emma just getting sliced to bits. However, Invisible Boundary is going to come on down. Citadel Gaming able to heal on up. Pulse Cannon in from Yusher. Does not get anything. Shroud X still very healthy here on the point. A point which no one has capped yet, I may add. But first pickoff, going to go the way of the Mace. Able to find Vision. A little bit of life now for Citadel Gaming as Mace coming alive here on the Emma.
Okay, and Citadel Gaming going to get the first flip.
Citadel Gaming get off Rose
really
comp,
like
and they win.
Invisible Woman.
What a surprise.
Invisible Woman pretty good at dealing with the Wolverine, at least better. You also have the Guardian Shields, of course, to give power to your flyers. Invisible Boundary probably, I would argue, might be the best strategist
just one challenge
world, so it's really, really strong in general.
So wait, are they in
Monster,
VCT then?
onto the Captain America means there's just a lot more pressure here, right? A lot more pressure onto Shroud in general. Onto as already they're making the swap. They've gone triple res here, CP. They've said, okay, we know they swapped. We see these swaps. We're gonna have a little bit of an anti-dive setup here.
Yeah, I mean, interesting to see Shroud X with the swap
no!
up.
Oh no! The miss on the Strangling Prison. Maybe off a boop, maybe off just a misclick.
Either way, no one went to jail. Citadel was playing Monopoly earlier. Everyone got their get-out-of-jail-free cards. Shroud X gonna have to look to win this fight a different way. We're looking at Dogman. Eye of Agamotto, ready to go. Citadel, though, super stacked in their ult bank, so they need something sooner rather than later. Meso with the Sonic Seduction and the Pulse Cannon on top. Gonna take down two. Vision, though, gonna res themselves. No Karmic Revival, though. Ready to go. A losing fight this feels like right now for Shroud X. At this point, I feel like you gotta go for a bit of a reset.
You guys are addicted to losing.
Now, they did get a decent amount of ults out of Citadel Gaming there. I mean, they have to worry about the Omega Hurricane and the Invisible Boundary again, but they'll have some options. The problem here is that, okay, you go into this fight, it's like, okay, great, we have a Galactic Legend. Awesome. Pretty decent to the Flyers, but pretty easy to mitigate, especially when you have the Guardian Shields. And you can just play around that, and you're close to Invisible Boundary.
No, I'm missing
Then
Jin right now.
Maybe can keep them in place, but you're just going to be worried about Fraud popping the Omega Hurricane when there's just no mitigation at all, right? There's not a strategist ult. Then Shroud X instead, they've actually make swaps. They're going to get the Rocket Raccoon. They're going to put Fidel onto the Invisible Woman. So there's like, we're not even going to worry about the Karmic Revival.
This is a ridiculous amount of swaps going from Shroud X, but
wait.
First things first, Galactic Legend.
Did this guy just solo a Doctor Strange on Storm?
Looking for anything here, or at least get some resources down. You mean Dogman goes over and in, hits two with the Eye of Agamotto, but the fall through is not there. Dogman immediately dies right on after. BRB, bring him back in the fray. Shroud X, though, struggling on this initiation here. Citadel, looking really good. The punish from Fraud onto Impunity. And Shroud X is looking lost on the second round. Vision, able to find one. See if ShroudX can turn it around, but it's looking tough here, Vast.
Vision needs more. Vision needs more pressure. Doomed keeping the pressure there on the velocity. What a good find as well. And right now, the duelist players for ShroudX, Doom doing a really good job also of just navigating around the point, keeping the pressure away from the rest of his front line and the rest of his back line. And I think Doomed and Vision, they might have turned it. They might have done this enough. Domin goes for that kind of that hero Eye of Agamotto. I think it was a little bit mistimed, but it at least gave Doom the pressure, the presence to get to the back line.
All right. We've turned the tables here, Vast. Instead of Citadel being the ones that need to come back from 99-0, it's ShroudX that need to come back from 99-0. Can they replicate what Citadel was able to do to them just one map ago, or will Citadel come in with ease? Gotta watch Usher here, Vast, because I feel like one good pulse cannon is all they need to turn this one around.
As Doomed still once again trying to keep some pressure onto the back line. Invisible boundary gonna be used. Right now, Citadel looking to find a pick, trying to find anyone. There is going to be the amplifier, the CYA up for ShroudX, and they still have double dual assaults here. Citadel, they popped a lot early.
Meanwhile, Doomed still has the Galactic Legend ready to go, waiting for the opportunity. May have just found it, immediately comes down Usher, and now looking for extra. Wow. 2 down here, aided by Impunity, and ShroudX, when they need it most, able to hold back Citadel Gaming. Still not enough to win the round, but does get them ever closer. About 1 fight away, in fact.
Yeah, I mean, Citadel Gaming putting up some great stuff there. Leg Day Gaming on the other side on Twitch Prime. Thank you, Leg Day Gaming, as well, our other gaming partner. Gonna be dropping a Prime there. At ShroudX, they're gonna be looking to hold aggressively on this high ground, let Vision get some early poke. They do hold the Eye of Agamotto. But with Valentina, they have the invisible boundary, Valentina Eve, and they're also gonna have a late Omega Hurricane. So this is a little scary for ShroudX.
Well, ShroudX, I think all eyes got to be on Dongmin here if they want to take this round, even up the series 1-1. Dongmin, what you got? Vision under all sorts of pressure, just barely saved by the invisible wind shield. Dongmin staying here on the point. Invisible boundary dropped by Citadel Gaming. Everything being put on in. Dongman super low, 200 HP. Needs a little bit of reprieve. No, the Omega Hurricane comes in from the back. No healing in from Dongman. No Eye of Agamotto to be used. And Citadel Gaming just about there. Vision though, 2 picks later in the fight. ShroudX gonna have a portal, I believe, in just a moment here that maybe keep this one going. Doom doing a great job of dealing here in the point. Overtime, ticking on down. Is there gonna be a portal?
Whoever
opens and it's not
plays
in time.
100 Thieves in the finals is getting
just not quite fast enough. And I'm really
straight
so important there, making the swap to Hella.
Wait, they lost?
Gets a lot of the early pressure on Division, forcing them off the angle, and additionally getting a lot of very, very big picks. And Dogman has to rotate, just waiting for the boundary to end, and it's just going to take out their Mega Hurricane for fraud.
What?
So, duelist there for Citadel Gaming.
He got it. They lost. Wait, the boss is 1 HP.
Yeah,
they had 3 people alive.
They had a very
How'd they all die?
First round in general.
Did the boss do like an AoE thing?
And I think right now this is just kind of neck and neck.
On the bright side, going into what will be the final round of our second map, ShroudX. You look at Dongman, who usually has been on point with the Eye of Agamottos. The upside of getting crunched by the Omega Hurricane is that you can open with a sneakier Eye of Agamotto to kick things off, get first control, which of course in domination, about as important can be. So I'm looking at this and thinking all eyes on Dongman for ShroudX as they try and set the tone in this all-important first fight.
Citadel Gaming keeping a pretty similar composition, keeping Usher here onto the Hella, and this is a very long sightline map, so not surprised to see Hellas on both these squads. There are going to be strategy ults available with ShroudX, holding on Fidel's invisible boundary coming up, so they should be fine into the situation. They have a lot of offensive power.
Rock hard,
and you have to look at, okay, the Citadel want to play this low and slow, just try to force some ults out of ShroudX, or are they going to hope to just go early here with Monster?
Citadel getting a lot of progress on the point at the beginning. ShroudX playing a little bit further off the point, taking their time on the initial setup right now as both Hellas looking for pickoffs. Ultimate's coming up. Early signs from base, but Usher gonna get hit from the backline. Impunity able to get onto it. One up now is ShroudX, still hanging on to some key ultimates. Liberty Rush out. Meanwhile, Doomed up to the sky. Galactic Legend being used. Looking for pickoffs here is ShroudX, trying to keep Citadel Gaming on the back foot. See Monster right now. A little bit of pressure back towards the ShroudX side. But Citadel Gaming still down 1, getting forced off the point a bit. ShroudX unable to find the important next pick to send this their way. Vision, meanwhile, gonna go to the sky, getting the barrier from Emma, really reducing how much they can deal with it. Yusher, though, finds Fidel while this is going on, gets one shot just down, and Citadel Gaming now maybe working at the edge here of Vast.
And Fraud, very uncontested currently. Gonna have the Omega Hurricane as well. Going here through the mist. I mean, Vision already down, so a little bit unfortunate there. Gonna remove the regeneration domain.
Damn.
Should just clean up these
Yeah,
frags.
I'm pretty sure Citadel's actually gonna win.
Citadel Gaming, I mean, the duelist picks here doing so much for them. I mean,
No,
Fraud
this is
keeping this pressure on, and Fraud on the storm continuing
to
just pump out a lot of damage there, especially with that Aura of Lightning.
No.
Also, I mean, at some point you have to question, is Dongman saving Agamotto for the next map? Dongman was one of the only people with an ult heading into that first fight.
No.
And it was just never used. I get it. You never found the opportunity, but that is brutal when you would ideally like to use it earlier. And that's where a situation if you're ult tracking properly. Meanwhile, Yusher.
No.
Wait for an early pickoff. A little bit of sight lines and nearly gets picked in turn. So didn't quite like the looks of that.
So the pokes, still looking for those pokes here for both these squads. Yusher on the long flanks, looking for the Hela. Velocity holding on to the God of Mischief, so they're gonna have some options here, even if the Agamotto gets dropped for Dongman. Doom now onto the Storm of their own, so trying to just counter the Storm, have the mirror, build up the Omega Hurricane, knowing that Fraud won't have it just yet. But it's just a long fight, and a long fight is really good for Citadel Gaming because they have control of the point, they have a Hela, they want to be poking.
Yeah, I mean, the time pressure is all on Shroud X here. Mace can open up here with the Sonic Seduction. Dongman still hanging on to the Eye of Agamotto. Impunity is down. If you're going to make a move, it has to be soon. Doomed getting really, really low. Healed up at the same time. And no, still bursted by Fraud. Shroud X losing player by player. Dongman finally drops the Eye of Agamotto, but we've got nothing for it in turn. Shroud X working at a big disadvantage as Mace on the Emma Frost really fighting their groove, getting cleanup after cleanup. And again, Shroud X finding themselves down to one last fight of Ast.
And getting this much value for Mace just popping this Sonic Seduction, something that just can't happen there for Shroud X when they also have Dongman. Just should be able to block a lot more of that, just deny.
We can just blame them.
But they did not. So 90% in the bank here for Citadel Gaming. They have plenty of ults on board. Shroud X looking to make the recontest. Doom going to be swapping to the Psylocke here, hoping to get to the back. Also just be a fast hero in general for the contest. As Monsters heading to the back line, looking to make some more presence.
Let's go open with the Mega Hurricane and just 2 picks in the neutral before any ults are used. Shroud X may be about as cooked as a well-done steak. The Mega Hurricane off into the back. Fraud blowing them all over. Citadel Gaming.
Guys blowing them all.
Just about done it here on map number 2. Gonna rip it away from Shroud X.
Map 2 going the way of Citadel Gaming. I mean, a team that we both have not seen a lot of. Rebuilding, now up 2 over Shroud X, a team that's been playing consistently. We've seen them in so many different tournaments. They look pretty good.
This is your only chance.
So this is a great showing here for Citadel
Get the
Gaming.
fucking guy in the one trick.
Now, obviously, we'll have to see what does this mean moving forward into like the season 2.5 meta. But as of right now, I mean, they're showing a lot of good looks, right? They're being able to flex on a bunch of different archetypes or compositions. We've seen flyers, we've seen poke, we've seen a little bit brawl. I mean, for Citadel Gaming, this is a good omen.
No,
I think it is, and I was just gonna say, Hex, we just saw the Flyers really come into their own, where Citadel Game was able to use it way better.
Well, and MC Yusher looked great. Apparently, that's how you say it.
There you go.
Yeah, good for them.
No.
It's kind of surprising to see Shroud X
not
play up to the standard that I think we all expected them to play to. We know a little bit about Citadel Gaming. Again, they're the old Boom crew, and we know that about them. And they're
23-27
team, but we expect Shroud X to
Brunson
be
14.
A team that's kind of sponsored, and a team that's, kind of more on the level to play better than that. I don't know what went wrong for them. ZP, can you tell me what I don't know.
Well, I think this round,
call it a player, but.
Truthfully, I think this round was quite a bit different than, or rather, this map was a little bit different from the first. The first map, Shroud X basically had it in the bag and let it get away 2 rounds in a row when they were up 99. Yeah. This map, the first round went pretty well for them, and then the second and third rounds just were not good. As soon as you had the swap off over into a flyer comp, it just Shroud X was not dealing with it effectively. And look, I mean, it would be easy from the first map to kind of blame the Magneto. They got rid of the Magneto, and Mace came in and really found their footing on Emma Frost after the first round. And again, Shroud X just ran into trouble, and it felt, again, it's kind of a mix of things where at times they're getting staggered where they need to get staggered. I think their ult economy was still a little bit suspect, and at the end, just too many mistakes adding up that Citadel Gaming was more than willing to capitalize on.
Yeah, Avast in quotes, Avast. How does ShroudX not use this an embarrassing kill?
I mean, well, for step one, win the next map. That's a step one. But step two, yeah, I know that's hard hitting analysis. But I think step two here is that currently it seems like they're pretty comfortable mashing Citadel Gaming across, you know, triple res comp, brawl, dive even. But as soon as the Flyers enter the field, that's where they start having a lot of big problems so far in this series. Also, maybe don't go to domination again. Don't go to domination again. ZP called that earlier. Stop going. They've done it twice now. They've lost both times. Maybe swap into a different game mode potentially.
Well, they got map pick. They can choose to not go to domination again. So ZP, what do you think they go to next? You know, if they probably not domination, right?
You would think. However, sometimes there's a cynical part of me that goes, maybe you just want a quick night and you either win on Krakoa or not, because there is a kind of there's an idea there of, well, maybe you get out of the way because Boom Crew is going to bring you there no matter what, or rather Citadel is going to bring you there no matter what.
Right.
That being said, I think you get your footing back, you go to a convoy map, and you get to play things that, you know, a little bit more long range, and I think maybe a little bit more to ShroudX's favor here. I don't know. I definitely don't want to see Krakoa show up as the third map. At the very least, win a map of your own map choice and make that map pick be something that at a minimum has to be
DJ Alia
here. Because look, you're down 2-0. You are one map away from elimination and not getting that rematch against Under Thieves, where historically the ShroudX Under Thieves matchup has been pretty darn good.
Well, we do have the map pick. It's not this one. These are the map highlights, but we're going to Jalia. What do you think of that?
I mean, that's better, not domination. So definitely going to give them a little bit more room there. Also, a particularly map that's been pretty good for Flyers in the past. So maybe for ShroudX, they're going to focus a bit more on those bans in this next pick ban phase and just removing those picks that have been so troublesome for them. I think for Citadel Gaming, you know, just having Fraud and Usher be difference makers consistently. Definitely removing Magneto, I think, is also a good find for them, because Mace has felt so impactful on Magneto, but also Mace has looked really good on the Emma Frost. So I don't think there's like a guaranteed, yeah, let's make sure to play this. Feels like currently maybe we just need to focus towards those Flyers and just enable maybe
get doomed
Vision,
on Bucky. It's your only chance
to play, you know, this Hela some more. Though even though I say that, Usher looked really good in the Hela in the final round of Imperium T'Challa. So not even a guaranteed win there on that front.
Yeah, it almost feels like play towards what you're best at rather than playing against what your opponents are best at. Like, they don't want to ban them. Let's just make sure that we get our best stuff. Do you think that's probably the play, ZP?
Look, I mean, I think the play right now is at least change up where you have been at here, and ideally run a composition that's going to be a little bit better against the Flyers, or if nothing else, I'd have to go back and look. I'm not sure Storm has actually been being protected. I do think there's a world where, look, if you're having this much issue with Storm in particular as a Flyer, you can get rid of it. The way the draft's been going, and yes, you will give up something that you've been getting rid of in turn, but I do think the one common denominator between map 1 and map 2 has been Fraud comes in on the Storm and things get quite bad for ShroudX. Their anti-flyer game has not been good here at all, and well, you take a look at what they've been banning, you know, maybe let the Magneto through and get rid of the Storm, because I think of the two, that's actually been more where your problem has been in the series.
Well, we'll see. We can talk about bans once we get to like 2 and 3, because the first ban is obviously always the exact same thing. Magneto
I don't know where
out
Indy is.
for
Indy's fucking,
is
oh no.
Protect.
This setup is fucked or something.
Okay, they might want to try to get removed then for Citadel potentially. Like, they might just be like, okay, we have Magneto, we remove it from them. But instead, Citadel choosing this time. Well, I mean, I guess you can still ban Protect, to be fair. That's still, you can still ban Protect, so they could still just try to lock in this Emma Frost again for them, which they've been pretty happy with. I think a lot of this comes down to, as we get past these first few, is that are there going to be any duelist selects? So instead, they are going to protect their Magneto. So they are going to keep the Magneto available for them here on this map. For Hall to Jalia, it's typically been, or Jalia, it's been a map that's You know, you've seen a lot of value from Magneto in terms of bursting through these very strong supportals. And also, if you want to play like Wolverine or even Flyers, just having the bubble is very, very powerful.
Right. Do you think that Protect is just for the burst damage of Vast?
I mean, I think in general, when you look at this map, Magneto's a bit stronger than heroes like Emma Frost, where, yeah, I think she's really strong, but when you're playing with really long distances and also like really long sidelines where like your flankers can be really far away and you have to be worried about flankers, having a bubble at times is a little bit more impactful than potentially having Emma if she does end up getting banned, which she did. So there isn't going to be Emma, there isn't going to be Groot, so you're not have to worry about the Groot walls either.
Get a last Protect coming in for Citadel.
Yeah, and okay, Protect's against the Wolverine, which is kind of funny because they haven't really shown any inclination to run the Wolverine. They just want to keep the option to run it depending on the team comp that ends up coming in here. Where Shredder, maybe they run a certain variant of Groot comp where they go, okay, we need the Wolverine. But just because you protect something doesn't mean you need to play it. Final ban though coming in is going to be Luna. So if Citadel Gaming wants to take to the skies once more, they are absolutely going to have the opportunity. And also, yeah, Luna Protect coming in.
Just want to know that they can.
Is Shroud
I think this is an interesting idea too, because Luna, you enable your flankers a bit with the aura, but also gives them a chance that if they want to potentially try to play like a more like, oh, we have someone to chase down the backline and also chase down some of the duelists, you could have play this Emma Frost play as well with the Luna team up, as Loki is the final ban from Citadel, which I mean that is something that Shroud has played a ton of Loki. Obviously Citadel, I think like they played a lot of Loki here too, so it's just more so, do they want to make sure to deny potential hell value, right? Because you have that team up that occurs where you get value from the limbs, so it could be kind of a target pick to just deny Vision a bit of changes or a bit of a
like what?
A bit of value there.
I think overall, this would be a surprise to us guys that Citadel comes in and beats Shroud X. It'd be kind of a stunning outcome. A little bit. We'll see. We'll see if it actually happens. ZP, take us through the map.
Yeah, and I mean, or we could do the NA Classic and do the reverse sweep. NA really does love the reverse sweeps here, Vass. So, you know, could just be one of those days.
You definitely multi-stream now on Kick.
I'm not saying I'm hoping for that. I'm just respecting the reality of how often it seemingly happens as we get to Rivals Fight Night in North America.
Well, I mean, I could put a little.
Or not last week. It was like last month. I asked if I could multi-stream on Twitch, Kick,
Shroud,
and YouTube all at the same time. He said, "Yeah."
I'm sure he wants the squad to do well. They're a talented group.
My partner manager.
As right now, though, Shroud X on the
unless
offense
it like
first.
just changed like
and
yesterday
what do I
or something.
see,
I don't know.
if not a triple res composition, but with Fidel on the Luna instead of the Loki. So they're not going to be. And to be fair, I think for triple res compositions, you don't see Loki come in that often, anyways. So typically it's going to be like an Invisible Woman or a Luna Snow.
You know, I'm not entirely sure how much I love triple res on the attack here on this map. I mean, look, it's their map choice. Clearly, they're comfortable with it. Oh, Hulk land in the exile. Putting Doomed in a little bit of danger there on the left. Going to be delaying the ult charge buildup at a minimum. But yeah, I mean, this is a really slow approach to the first point, and I feel like you need multiple attempts sometimes here, Best. So when you run triple strategist, to me, it's a little bit all or nothing. But oh man, if they get Banner here, this is huge.
And they did. I mean, Hulk. It's just Puny Banner that's available now. Citadel Gaming, they're playing really far back. Now they do have Fraud on the Namor, so they're playing this really. I mean, hey, they have the team up obviously for the Hulk, getting the Gamma Squids. Is Doom gonna get taken out? But it's fine. You have a Cocoon, you have a res. As in Puny trying to make a little bit of space here onto the high ground, getting taken away.
What is
wasn't able to grab
happening
the pack just yet.
with Shroud X?
They don't have the space.
Yeah, Fraud also just defending space beautifully up here on the top, you know, aided by the Squid. Vision gonna have to self-res. Shroud X going on a long thing, and that's what I was saying here. When you go triple strategist on this particular point, the fight isn't over, and yet you look at the time. They've already lost about a minute 30. This is such a risk to run this composition on this point. I mean, we'll still see if it pans out. Ultimate ready to go right now for Monster when the need arises. Right now, going over the top, being a bit of a menace, up and over and in. Meanwhile, gonna get the ult here, used Meteor Venox. Shroud X looking to make their move. Meteor M nearly ready for Dogman. Gonna have to be a big one, I feel like, at this point to get things going. Citadel Gaming dropping ult to turn. The whale over, finds Vision, a massive pickoff. I'm not even sure Vision has the Cocoon. I think the Cocoon was used earlier, so he's gonna have to run back the old-fashioned way. Doom, he's able to pick that one. 5 on 5 here so far, Vass.
Yeah.
Shroud X tries to make this work, but Doom now has a little bit of room to work with.
And it was a long, slow fight, but right now, Shroudx in a pretty strong point presence right now with Doomed having the Galactic Legend, though taken down by Fraud. Fraud still up on this high ground, getting a lot of value here with the Gamma Squids, and Puny finally gonna get that rush down. And with Nuck still alive, this means that Shroudx have a pretty decent presence here on the point. The split here has been pretty effective. As Citadel Gaming still trying to contest, they are gonna have the invisible boundary if they want to commit. Exactly what they're gonna do. They're gonna stay here with this. And Shroudx, they burned through their ults here, ZP, so they're gonna have this freedom charge, but after that, it's really just a karmic revival.
Yeah, and I mean, you're not guaranteed to get good value off it, but Doomed still continues
Shroudx
to
win this fight,
making things happen. Gets a pick
which is
on
good
Monster
for them.
in
This map's hard to get first usually.
And Citadel Gaming may have to give this one up. It's nearly there. It is. And now the convoy is going to get on moving.
Right now.
Okay, Shroudx, they take the gamble on the triple strategist comp. They make it work. And now they might be getting some really crucial staggers.
But a pretty decent first hold. Definitely have seen worse. I've seen some better, but I've seen worse. Citadel Gaming coming into this next fight. They're going to have another Horn of Proteus. There's no damage boost there for Luna Snow, because obviously that has been banned out. They were not able to get that, so they're not going to have to worry about this Horn of Proteus getting damage boosted by the Fate of the World. Is Doomed.
And we dropped out of the tournament.
And we've seen in the past how sometimes the Moors can set up on these high ground, so
Doom
trying to keep a lot of presence along with the community to make sure that
kind of
Fraud cannot get up to the high ground.
Something like that.
Constantly your positioning right now, really just trying to buy time while building towards Galactic Legend. Up forward now is Shroudx, seizing the opportunity up and in. Dogman, Meteor M, trying to make something happen now, looking for the opportunity, not quite gonna find it. The shield's in his way. Usher though, down the Doom. Doomed again, make it happen. No Galactic
money though. They need the $100 per player.
Doomed in the neutral has been so good. But what about Doomed here with the Galactic Legend ready to go? Forced off a little bit here by Namor. Going back over to his team, not hitting the button here just yet. Still just pouring in damage as the convoy moves forward. With the invisible boundary being used here, Avast, the time has to be nigh.
Monster though. Gonna be popping the whole Colt, coming on in here, trying to make a lot of space. Fidel goes down, but they are gonna have the res available. They're gonna have a karmic revival used there, and now with Shroudx having all the members back up, using the freedom charge, using that damage boost, rather the movement boost, and along with the bonus health to just walk on in here. And now the pressure's on here for Mace to just wait and hold the Meteor M into the Galactic Legend, because there are no strategy builds available for Citadel Gaming.
And that's almost certainly going to be the interaction that comes up here. So, Meteor M, of course, popped on cue as soon as the Galactic Legend is used. Meteor M not going to get any value beyond just stopping Doom. Doom, though, gets
say that about how
of Galactic Legend into the
even
backline. However, being kept at bay by Usher here on the Hela has been making it work pretty well, as Shroudx has just been kind of stuck in place for a while.
15% of prize pool.
Going to be used.
So you actually think like $150 like is important?
Gets a key strategist pickoff here for Shroudx. Maybe the starts with the good, but not
to Envy, who's spending like
and does. Still 6v5 now for Shroudx. Frog gonna fall. And this should be the second point. Starting to head the way of SDX.
And Citadel, I mean, they're still committing holds. Valentine going to make it back and a pop the invisible boundary, but with Fidel having the Fate of the World, that should be an action. I think this, I mean, the whole match being invested here is a little unfortunate because there's no way they're going to win this point. Barring a complete beat, but wait, Nuck down, but I think with the trade velocity, surely there should be enough damage here, especially the Galactic Legend. I think it's just a long, slow loss, which is, you know, common in these kind of stagger fights for Marvel Rivals. And really, to me, I look to Dongman and I see that pick, finding Valentina there, chasing through the invisible boundary. That's what you need when you're trading all these ults like long term here for Shroudx. Dongman has to be getting value with the Meteor M's to ensure that the triple res comp just has enough damage long term.
You win, bro. Fuck it.
One person's getting value all day long, particularly in this comp for Shroudx, has been Doomed, where the amount of kills Doomed has been able to get.
Fuck, I feel like Shroudx is gonna shamelessly come back
definitely
now.
Higher than norm, especially
to extend this fucking series.
You're kind of more reliant on ults to get things moving.
Somehow I shamelessly think Shroudx is gonna come back 2-2 and lose the 5th map somehow.
However, just in
it's like shamelessly waste everyone's time.
Gives a little bit more time for Doom to drop damage into the back line. Goes in here for the customary blaster barrage at the end, but dropped into the ground. Maybe about to fall, but no. Instead, healers are going to be there. Still looking good is Doomed. Shroudx, they drop the Liberty Rush. Fraud, though, off the swap here, the Winter Soldier, able to find on the Vision. Vision should have the self-res, I think. And yes, Shroudx still at a full 6. Citadel Gaming starting to get pushed back a bit, but it's a long slog.
Loved how Impunity played that, using the Captain America ult to make sure to give just the bonus health and the movement speed to his backline, just almost using it as another strategist ult. So now Citadel Gaming cleaned up here on the point. They're going to have a karmic revival to keep the fight going for a long time. Doomed close to another Galactic Legend,
yeah,
too.
Probably fun.
And once again, I'm going to keep my eyes on Dongman. Dongman has the Meteor M, needs to be able to burn someone through Valentina's invisible boundary here.
All right, Dogman, Meteor, ready to go. Doomed also way outbuilding Mace here, so Galactic Legend may have way more value than expected. So unless Doomed's able to stay alive, nearly gets picked off by the Namor pressure. Shredexo able to heal back up. Opportunity soon to be theirs. Doomed, Galactic Legend good to go. Dogman ready to follow up after. And it may let Doomed initiate first. However, in the neutral, Mace able to get onto Nuck. Rez is going to be there, and Shroudex, they decide to commit. All right, Fate of Both Worlds gonna be used here. Doomed, Galactic Legend into the back. Gonna be forcing out Regen Domain. Meteor M gonna be dropped a little bit after. Dogman, are you gonna find anything here? You do, you get one, but Mace gets way more into the back. Got two with this Meteor M, and that's vastly more value for Citadel Gaming.
I mean, I think the only problem is like for the marketing of this game is bad. Especially like the esport, like the tourneys they're fucking doing. Does anyone, like, does any regular person that's not very into Marvel Rivals know that there's a $3 million tournament going on right now as we speak?
Citadel Gaming is
like, there's qualifiers happening for it right now.
They will be facing off against 100 Thieves.
Does anyone know? Like, not one person knows.
Right after this.
But how is that possible for like a $3 million tournament? It doesn't make sense.
The core of their team. It is the first time we've seen them under their new sponsor, Citadel Gaming.
And really,
surely they just have like
very big ups there to Fraud, who, you know, we called them out earlier in the series, and they've been
truly they have like lands or something
so far
and like
it too.
Actual like marketing on the teams,
just
interviews,
denying the Karmic Revival.
Team intros,
with a squid. I believe that was a squid pick as well.
Marketed
so
as like a big tournament.
They didn't have the Karmic Revival. They didn't have the heals. Any of the value
just like
from the Adam
just
Warlock.
having the in-game tournament
and I think
tab.
it's kind of the downsides for the triple res comp as well. Is like not only do you kind of lack a lot of damage and like mobility in general, but most of the damage needs to be brought up by the fact that, like, okay, when we see teams like Envy on triple res, Cal is absolutely pounding on Adam Warlock, right? Like, you're getting constant refreshes on your live stream because of that change. You're doing a ton of damage due to the critical hits that you're getting. And I just don't think that's happening right now for Shard X, especially because we know Vision is a very talented duelist player, maybe just not quite as comfortable on the Adam Warlock.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of interesting how the comps have gone here. I definitely feel like at times Shard X is not 100% played to their strengths. And also, I do think in the last map too, even if you use the triple strategist for first, nothing is forcing your hand to stick to it at the later parts of the map. But here we go, Citadel Gaming on the attack. If they are able to get to the end of the map, they will be facing off against 100 Thieves in the money match. The stakes have been set, but now we'll see if Shroud X can defend here and now, and Dogman immediately punishing Monster from the rip.
And I mean, that's just a classic Hall Jolly strat. Have the Doctor Strange TP try to just break over.
I mean, I guess it is kind of hard too, because there's no like,
okay, time to swap. We did our gambit.
I don't think there's like any popular pro players, are there?
Classic for this
like,
map.
is one pro player even popular in this game?
A little bit more standard for them, I guess. They want to have Monster playing the Captain America.
Because usually, like, games like use their popular players and like do content around them non-stop. Like Valorant Sentinels does non-stop content. Back then, LCS is like non-stop content with everybody in NA. Like Beardson, all Doublelift, all that.
Limit what Fraud can get done on the Storm, where Fraud kind of self-isolates
so like
there
builds
in the hallway.
More like
not the worst case scenario for Shroud X here on
hype,
defense.
Quote unquote.
Still gaming right now though. Just doing a little bit of build up. Really nice pressure on the impunity here from the beginning. However, Monster getting a little bit punished in turn. So Shroud X just trying to win the poke battle here. Meanwhile, you got to be looking at Fraud. Ideally, going to be dropping Omega Hurricane as soon as it's up and ready to go. The build pretty quick right now, 98%, about ready to go. Fate of Both Worlds is going to be used, and Fraud is going to wait here, Vast. As soon as it's done dancing, it's going to be time to start spinning here with the Tornado. Kraken Impact. Dropped meanwhile by Doom, not able to get anything, and now Omega Hurricane into the back line. It's looking to be a good one, blows him away in the back. Knock out of there. Citadel Gaming should be able to get control of first point off that.
Bro, like, you guys don't understand what I'm saying.
Now, Mace popping a Meteor M there.
What I'm saying is, like, back then, like,
up, so
if you didn't play League, you still know who Beerson is, you know who Doublelift is.
Here with the invisible
bro,
boundary
if you
well.
ask, if I walked up to fucking G2 Trent and asked him, do you know who Terra is? He's like, what the fuck is that? Is that a game? He'll ask. You know what I mean?
Getting dismantled. Dogman though, Meteor M, no, not gonna connect. Shroud X though, they've done a decent job of at least making this a question here so far off the portal. Wasn't guaranteed.
Like,
to get
the
here
only
touch
way
time.
you would know him is if you
really,
like are
low. Pass
into
could be
watching
triggered, but
Marvel
while it's triggered,
Rivals
it's
pro
still
scene.
enough.
Even if I played quick play
Shroud X
in this game and just ask someone, do you know who Terra is? They would say no.
Gaming actually in a bit of trouble here, especially with Mace about to fall.
But that's not his
down,
fault.
there's
That's
no
like,
bubbles,
just
a
like
lot of
fucking
damage
game.
off the point here.
They need to do a better job of like marketing.
Doomed
like,
finding some very, very crucial picks, and also Dogman just anchoring the point there. Really well.
Also,
played
that might be a
to
little
get
on 100Ds. I don't know.
Teleport back up.
Maybe.
As Monster, gonna need Dawn back.
I'm not sure.
So sure, you're gonna have an Omega Hurricane, you're gonna have Invisible Boundary here, ZB, but I mean, you look at this, and this is worrisome now for Citadel Gaming because there's gonna be plenty of ults up for Shroud X.
They're in a really tough spot. Not the least of which could be Doom just getting a quick kidnap here from the
Don't
beginning.
know any
Omega
Valorant
Hurricane.
players either though. So you're telling me you don't know who Tens is? That would just be a lie. You'd just be like blatantly lying to everybody.
Tries to go in for a pick, gets punished by Mace. Shroud X down 1. They have to turn this one around 5v6 without a Wolverine, which really means so much pressure on
He said who's that? He's like 100% lying to like prove your point or something. That is sad.
Gets Usher and
Be a
nothing
man.
else. Fall through, not immediately there. Vision going to the sky. Goddess of Death used and immediately brought back to ground. Doomed. Running back over to the point now. Quick swap into the Psylocke. Shroud X buying some decent time. They lost Nuck though. They have to run back over. Doom though. Back in on the point. Here on the Psylocke. They realize the swap is here and nearly dies on entry. And Puny going down and Shroud X really struggling to maintain control.
Oh, and the portal from Fraud. Look at that. Fraud in the spawn. It goes Doctor Strange just to ensure they can't recontest. I really think, if anything, though, that point was kind of lost just because Doomed went in during that Omega Hurricane. And so they were split, right? Because Fidel going for the Fate of the Worlds, there was an immediate pick off there, some really good peel, and I think flying for
ironically,
Mace.
Probably. XLR.
So maybe a bit of a desync
Like,
there from Shroud.
actually,
I mean,
no
popping the last stand when there's really not much that could have supported them there. And now Citadel Gaming, they keep their hopes alive. Get to move on forward. They are going to have the Goddess of Death. But I mean, I would not say that's necessarily a high impact ult, especially when there's Magnetos on both squads. You've seen a lot of, there's even Groot as well to just block that. So, but it could bring a lot of value.
Mace right now walking forward. Meteor M though going to be the way this starts out with Dogman. To the back, nearly connects, but nearly is not enough. Meanwhile, Goddess of Death could be used here by Usher. And it's pretty high value. It gets the dance out of Shroud X. If you can get Dance from Hell, you're usually pretty happy with that. Meanwhile, we got Fraud on Wolverine of his own. Slashing into the Shroud X front line. Last stand, good to go. Drops it. And looks to chop down a tree. Instead, gets chopped in turn. Fidel on the punish.
Shroud X only
still
pushed.
looking good on the convoy.
Well, I thought
I mean,
they
Fraud,
pushed the whole
unfortunately,
map.
falling for a classic,
Wait,
just like
lose this,
survival
actually.
game blunder. Your tools aren't high
I've
enough
not been
rarity. You
watching.
don't have the high enough materials to chop down that tree. It's just not going to happen. You can't cross it yet. But now the fight's still ongoing, forcing the regeneration demand is Doom. Popping the Galactic Legend late, they're going to chase down some of these stagger limbs. So Citadel Gaming have to go all the way back. They might get brutally staggered here.
The stagger is so good for Shroud X. Only a minute is left remaining. Citadel Gaming, still a long way to go. And again, Avast, it's NA. That's the land of reverse sweeps. It happens all the time. And we could be writing our new chapter here and now. Shroud X, if they want to entertain that story, they need to hold off Citadel Gaming. And if they're able to win just one more fight, they will have taken the map. See if they can do it.
Now, I mean, there isn't like an insta-give combo, right? Because there's no Meteor up yet for Dongman, though he is relatively close. So they could potentially, just to end it out, pop a Strangling Prison plus the Meteor M just to win it, right? Because that'll burn through all the strategy ult. Velocity needs to save the regeneration domain here, knowing that they potentially have to play into the Strangling Prison. It's a one-man. It's a one-man on the base.
Oh, meanwhile, Dongman, Meteor M, up, over, not gonna get anything. Shroud X, gonna start dumping the bank here. Still the Karmic Revival, ready to go. Here it comes.
Oh, you gotta track the Adam hard.
Kraken impact. Nuck is down. Looking for the reset. So close to getting it, and yet, so far, not gonna get it here. In fact, and may get punished in turn. Target Rebirth may be on the menu.
Holy, he gotta track the Adam.
The Adam Warlock on top of it. Vision, not in his position to drop the Karmic Revival. I don't think it has Cocoon either here. No, it does have Cocoon. Where is the
How does
Revival?
no one track the Adam? Like, how do you...
the biggest Karmic Revival we have ever seen.
The problem
Citadel sucks, bro.
There's no ults. There's no ults, right? So it's a completely neutral fight. The Karmic Revival's out, but Citadel
The
Gaming's still in a
Storm
very
should
strong
track
position on the
Adam.
point. The regeneration main, though,
threw
getting
that.
forced pretty early.
Well,
Like, so obvious that's our only play. That's our only win condition. Is Adam rezzing and rezzing everyone.
Alive is Doomed. Impunity, meanwhile, gets the punish. Doomed, though, is going to get chased
All
on
you have
down.
to do is follow him when he
5 on
dies.
5.
It was literally a
Gets the
1v20.
self-res. That's the benefit of this composition with
No one followed him.
Doomed off the self-res. Blaster Barrage gets another 2.
They actually
And
lost
Shroud
it
X
too.
might
They would have
have
won
just held this
guaranteed.
off to
If
extend
Storm
the
just
series.
followed him.
And that, I mean, I think you called it. That might be the highest impact Karmic Revival we've seen in ages coming out from Vision. And we said, okay, maybe like not the greatest positioning, potentially Vision getting caught by Mace, but perhaps it was well played. Perhaps that was like, okay, we know we can play aggressive. We know we're going to have the cocoon. Use that to make it back, pop the Karmic Revival. It's a risky play though, because slightly different positioning there for Citadel Gaming. They maybe punish Vision.
Yep.
Man, oh man, that
Unfortunately,
was
their
a
brains
game,
were
and
not there
you know, it's kind of interesting, Hex,
follow it
because Karmic
for some
Revival is
reason.
one of those ultimates that really is very divisive, but hard to be divided about the impact of that at the very end.
Just staving off terrible elimination was Shroud X right there. As we expect Shroud X to be the better team here and probably get through it. So, what a match. Baffling, as it were.
Yeah, and
Sometimes the way you describe it, Hex, when you're like when you drop a baffling, as it were, it sounds extremely like Neil deGrasse Tyson-esque. It sounds like you're pondering the mysteries of the universe.
Well, why do stars die, and why do some explode while others turn into a black hole? You know, the cosmic symphony rolls on, but you know what else is going to be rolling on here? Shroud X,
Right.
not eliminated here just yet, and you know, a little bit of adaptation at the very least.
No, Connor, you said my superpower was knowing about movies and then not knowing what to do about it, and I've just been struggling with that information since. So you were absolutely right. Yeah. So
That's a brain blast.
Yeah. That was a tough one to swallow. Yeah, man, there's been such a strange match. It feels like it's been very like NA-ish.
Interesting.
And it's in a strange way. I
kind of knew that was a word.
Squad,
Like I think I've heard of it one time, so I like went for it.
Team than Shroud X? I mean, I guess by the score.
Well, I mean, so far they've definitely had some comps that have worked out really well for them, but I mean, it's hard to say in regards to all of it. I would say neither team right now has necessarily been a fully complete team in the way that some of the other teams that we've seen play are. And, you know, for Shroud X, I think at times have been their own worst enemy here, where it's like, well, why is Shroud X having problems? Well, they've done some things that maybe weren't necessarily the most efficient. I didn't even love necessarily triple strategist at times, but you know, ult economy, I think for Shroud X actually improved quite a bit towards the end, and they were playing more fundamental Marvel Rivals and started to make it work, I think, in a reasonable way. Meanwhile, Citadel Gaming, right. I think to an extent, Shroud X has kind of seen their best looks a few times in the series, and they were dealing with things like the Storm a little bit better, so you know, it's been on Shroud X that's been trying to adapt this entire time. Is now with Shroud X finally getting one on the board, it's going to be more in the realm of Citadel Gaming to kind of figure out, okay,
Avast,
do we need you?
Yeah, Avast as the smartest color commentator in NA, as
so
the
true.
smartest rivals commentator.
That's so true.
What would you say is like the NA meta if you had to explain it to somebody?
I mean, I think for North America, it is pretty open, but I think right now, in general, teams have still focused like brawl compositions where you're seeing a lot of Groot, Magneto, or even like Groot, Emma Frost, Magneto, Emma Frost, with typically a 2-2-2 format, and you're being pretty aggressive, trying to put some flankers out there and just like walk forward and find a single pick. I would say brawl and kind of that brawl style is a bit more with a little bit of poke sprinkled in if you have a Hela, is kind of where we're at. But NA's been pretty open, so I don't really say that there is a singular dominant meta in North America currently, but definitely you're going to see a Groot, you're going to see an Emma, you're seeing a Magneto, and you're going to see teams kind of like walking up at each other, blocking up, and just taking fights, aggressive fights over and over again. I think that's really where, if anything, North America can be summed up like that.
Well, I really appreciate that you used the word singular well. It was actually correct the way you used singular. Thank you very much. We got to head to a break, guys.
Oh, it's actually prior. That's the only option.
It is 1-2 Shroud X versus Citadel Gaming. We'll see you in a second.
Hey, Shebel. Colorado. This does not look like a big house. This looks like maybe maybe like 1,300 square feet in Colorado. Thrifty Thursdays? Is that like the fucking city or what is that? Is that like a Thrifty Thursdays? Or is it, oh, it's Thursday today. This looks like a 1,500 square foot house, maybe less than that. 2-car garage, Colorado. Let's go 435. Fuck. 26 miles from Denver. This might be even smaller than 1,500 square feet. Actually, it's probably 1,500. What did I guess? 435? 525. What? Maybe... Whoa, maybe this... Is it 2-story? Wait, there's no way. Maybe like the back end has like a low. Maybe it's on like a hill and then there's like a basement that's like big. That's possible. What I guess? 525? 575 can't be higher than that. What? 2 bed, 2 bath? No. Wait. Oh, it is like that. Oh wait, maybe it isn't. Oh, this is a backyard. This backyard is dog shit, by the way. 750K. What was the square feet on it? Does it say it? Wait, if I view the listing. What? 3,000 square feet? How? What the fuck? How did like all that house just spawn in? Wait, this house is massive, by the way. No, house prices are cooked? No. That makes sense. That makes sense for 3.3K. Wait. This house is massive. No troll. Look. Wait, how'd they get 3.3K square feet? How'd they fit that in? That did not look like that. That looked like 1,400 square feet. Wait. Is this bugged? Oh, it did have the basement that I was saying. Like the lower end basement. If it was actually 1,500 square feet, I'm pretty sure it would have been like 400K. But I didn't know it was fucking 3,300. That was retarded. There's like an actual like illusion from the front of the house. I said, can you rate my house? And then LinkedIn address. Food guesser. Gotta be UK, right? Okay, it's actually not. Blood? Is this blood sausage? Could be like German. Actually, I don't think Germans eat that shit. Maybe Sweden or something. Or like Polish or something. Maybe Poland. Border Sweden north? Denmark. Wait, Denmark is south of Sweden though, right? Or no, am I tripping? Norway? Fuck, Finland? Yeah. is that not? That just looks like FUD to me, so I'll go Vietnam. Alright.
One of the sickest
China.
resurrections you will ever see.
Japan?
It just gets better.
West,
Is it fair?
South.
Who knows? Whatever. It's a mechanic in the game. We'll ask the smart
Oyster vermicelli. That sounds like fucking like Italian, but it's just not Italy.
Yeah, I guess.
No, I already typed Thailand.
CP have asked.
Taiwan.
You know,
We've
seen some old resurrection mechanics.
Sorbet, pistachio sorbet.
I mean,
it's either Italy or
who doesn't love a good resurrection mechanic in a video game, right? Especially in a multiplayer shooter. I think overall. I mean, typically we don't see him get a lot of value. That was, I mean, I think we're chiseling into the rock. I mean, into overall, like I think a monument. Like that might be the highest value karmic revival we've ever seen so far at the upper echelons of our rivals.
It's pretty good until it's
I already
broken,
played Alice
and then we'll figure that out. You know, when do we get there? Shroud X versus Citadel. This has been a amazing match. It's a little bit surprising. We were already surprised by EU being a very good head-to-head. ZP, as we go into the fourth match, what's gonna happen here? What do you think? Who's up? Who's down?
Well, I'll say this much. I said it from the very beginning. From the first match,
dropped out.
Lost.
Did they?
I actually think that they play better on anything other than domination. So map choice wise, I actually think Citadel probably should have brought them to Krakoa in here and now. Maybe they're just saving it
like lying
as
in
the
my
final
YouTube
map
and everything
that they have in reserve should they lose this one. But bring it to Midtown. I actually do not
Scrandle?
like
What
this
the
map
fuck is
choice at all for
Scrandle?
Citadel. Because even though I think maybe on some level they're thinking,
wait, what's a jump shot
we can
one?
get value off it on the Storm. I also think Shroud X gets a lot of opportunities to right the ship on Midtown.
Oh, batter
and
up.
some of the inconsistency that plagued them on domination won't necessarily lose them the game on this game mode. So I think if you're looking for the Shroud X reverse sweep,
Who the fuck is that? It looks like Jimmy Butler from the build, but it's not Jimmy Butler.
Tell ZP why he's wrong, and I want you guys to fight. Let's see how that one goes.
Waiting for this.
What? Someone said Mello.
Since he fall down the stairs, the San Antonio and 2022 have been waiting for this. No, I think overall, I think this is he's probably on the money. Unfortunately, I can't call him wrong. I think this is
Who the fuck is that guy?
Yeah, he's right here. It's just you don't want to see Shroud X. I think to take it to another domination. Midtown, obviously another pretty good pick with the convergence.
Fuck is that guy?
I can technically this is a convoy to be fair, not convergence. But I do think this is definitely a better map type for them in general. It's once again kind of keeping eyes on like how do the bans work out, because I feel like Shroud X's bans. It worked out pretty decently for them in terms of just like, okay, we want to make sure that we deny some of the potential really strong comps for like a Wolverine.
Yeah,
well, I'm actually. I feel like I've seen him before, but let's skip.
Yeah, so
of course.
We got that one. That one.
What? I don't know who the fuck that is. Legit random.
Yeah, I mean, you're gonna get the Torch bans here because no one wants to deal with Torch on any side. It's just in this ban format,
that's LaMelo Ball.
Ban Torch first, he's going to get protected and used against you, particularly on Midtown.
What?
So, yeah, no one wants to deal with that. But the differentiation coming in here, Shroud X deciding,
that is
okay,
the dumbest jump shot I ever seen.
Clearly think that as Mace's best hero, and in return, I think Citadel is going a little bit more meta and saying, well, we're going to take away your ability to play Emma, because you take a look at how Vanguards have been valued, especially over in EU. Teams like VP, very keen on basically always playing Emma no matter what. So it's kind of interesting here where Shroud X is playing the team, Citadel is playing the more general state of the game in the draft.
Let's do the yesterday one.
Prioritizing the group.
Oh, that's ugly. What the fuck is that?
I think it depends on the team.
That guy.
Depends on the team. Some teams have felt like, especially because I felt like Groot was like kind of a late adopter in terms of how strong it was.
Oh, that does look a little like
in North America compared to like Europe, for example. But even though there was a lot of teams that were really good early on, but I think holistically everyone's kind of coalesced around the fact that like Groot is really good. We like to play around Groot. A lot of teams love to play with Groot in comp. Some teams are like we're fine to not play with Groot, or even like know that the other team is potentially just better than them, so let's remove it. So I think it's now kind of a map dependent thing. But okay, this is interesting for Citadel because they have banned Iron Man, which is something that they have been using a lot of. So I'm like, that's kind of interesting because they've been kind of prioritizing flyer comps comparatively to Shroud X.
It looks like Kobe, bro. But there's no way they're doing Kobe in this.
Yeah, I mean, there's no flyers. Yeah. They've said both teams like we do not want to deal with flyers on the squad. I guess technically there is you could still have like I don't even know. I don't think there's any flyers left at all. Actually, not really.
Tyree, I could like maybe kind of see a little bit.
Yeah,
But I don't
it's
think
gonna
it
be
is.
more ground-based here. And again, it's a little weird to me. I completely agree with your kind of confusion there.
Well, I'm literally typing Kobe,
what is
bro.
going on? Because I don't think
they
Citadel
don't
really
have
had any
it.
need to ban the Iron Man.
Chris
Maybe it's a
Paul?
world where
I don't think so.
because
Chris
Storm
Paul
has
is
been
more
banned
like
this
of a-
entire time, they
oh, it
figured
actually is
get
Chris
rid of
Paul.
Iron Man, clear skies. If we do get Storm, we don't have to worry about that in turn. But even then, Yusha has been playing Iron Man a lot, so it's a little weird to me that they go for that.
Huh.
We'll
Yeah,
see.
does not make a lot
I
of
thought he
sense.
like jumps higher.
Yeah, we're gonna go face to face on the ground at Midtown.
What?
CP, Avast.
Is that Nas Reed? Who the fuck is that?
Well, Avast, it just feels like the NA destiny right now of long matches.
Oh, it is.
Not that we'd have it any other way, but yeah, I mean, I'm looking at this here right now.
Nas
and
Reed
off the
has that
ground,
like
I'm not saying
little
we're going
hop
there for
fucking
sure,
jump
but,
shot.
You know, if you had channel points at stake, I'd be a little bit keen on Shroud X at the moment. I do think that they could force a swim at 5.
Well, I mean, with no Magneto, Doomed on the Wolverine is another very strong pick, right? And we saw Shroud X get a lot of value over this previously. We just have to close out, and that's been the consistent issue with them. It's just closing out when they have those advantages. And I think Wolverine and having that into a no Magneto comp for Citadel, pretty good advantage, pretty decent. Citadel instead choosing to play a very spam heavy comp. This is poke. I mean, you have the Squirrel Girl, you have the Punisher, so this is a very, very poke heavy composition for them. Just break the hold.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like this is entirely tailored to just getting out of the spawn. I don't know if they're necessarily going to stick, at least on the Squirrel Girl, as they get a little bit deeper, because the problem when you play Squirrel Girl is that you are just supercharging the other team's ability to use strategist ults. But very quick, Squirrel Stampede going to be built up. And I do wonder, is this a swap? You've gone back in the spawn, you sure? Do you want to stay here on the Squirrel Girl? And right now the answer is
But
still
why
yes.
do you should not ult in the group? Why do you
do
ult
not
outside of
see
it?
the Terror Cape getting unlimb typically onto Mace. I mean, that's like very uncommon. So right now, Citadel still trying to break it out of this hold. And just like you said, the Squirrel Girl charged a ton of early strategist ults. So Shroud X still holding strong here. They have the Cloak and Dagger available still. They have the Eternal Ball for Videl. Gonna be popped now for Videl. Citadel Gaming waiting to wait it out. Probably gonna try to drop the Strangely Prison again is Yusher as another Tsunami. Again, that Squirrel Tsunami. But instead, just gonna pop the Final Judgment.
Well, look, I mean, the quick building goes both ways. Eternal Bomb was used from Shroud X, but they're now gonna walk away from the Final Judgment, decide, okay, we actually don't need a piece of that here just yet. We'll let you get a little bit of room.
What the fuck is happening?
Mace. Meanwhile, Sonic Seduction, Citadel Gaming still trying to break on out. They're able to take down Doomed. However, Dongman with the Meteor M finds Antina. Meanwhile, Vagamoto over and in. Knocks out 2. Yusher gonna fall as a result. Monster's still alive.
Well,
still
this was
pushed
a
little bit
very
back. Shroud X
successful spawn camp.
maintaining their hold. Here's Dongman. Just walks a little bit forward, and surely you swap off the Squirrel Girl now. And yet
Or
it's
the
not
Punisher.
happening.
I mean, either one. Because I think kind of the problem here, it's a double. Like, you want to break this very early with this comp, and if you're stuck on it, then you're kind of just feeding tons of ults to Shroud X, right? Like, you're just giving them strategy ult, and you don't have like a lot of ability to just like brawl super effectively on the point. And finally, I think Citadel making some swaps. They're gonna keep the Squirrel Girl, but they put Fraud down to the Wolverine, which I'm like, okay, I'm a little bit more happy about that, trying to burn through this triple Vanguard composition.
Monster right now in all sorts of danger. Doom
Monster
says, I'll
thought
take
he
the
was a
field trip
fucking
up and over
DPS
to
off angle.
get rid of you on the side. No. While this goes on, Nuck does get picked off, so Shroud X still down 1. We got a clobber time in here from Beauty. Shroud X just walking forward off the swap to Thing. Doomed right now, slicing up along with Fraud. Fraud able to get a little bit more. Yusher finally him pay dirt here on the Squirrel Girl. Takes down Vision. A little bit of life now for Citadel Gaming. Investing with the dance, with the Strangling Prison. Shroud X
That's a Zero Man.
giving up some ground.
I'm pretty sure that was Zero Man for Monster. I mean, this is disastrous. I'm gonna say it, they won the fight, but this is disastrous. I mean, look at the time bank.
Let's be
There's
honest
a minute
here.
on the clock.
You got the Cloak and Dagger.
They have they're gonna have some ults at least, but I mean, Shroud X, they're not gonna give this up for free. They're just gonna portal back in here. Vision pop in the portal, and here comes the wall of meat. Here they come. You can hear them.
Oh,
Here,
Gary banned that
right
guy.
here.
Real nice and tanky here with the triple Vanguard setup.
And banned.
And now Fraud has the last stand, ready to go. They try and cut through at least a little bit of the meat in front of them. Meanwhile, the Meteor M here from Dogman looking. No, not gonna connect. Squirrel Girl able to just dodge the Meteor M at the last moment. Meanwhile, we got the invisible boundary gonna be dropped here from Citadel Gaming as they try and withstand. Vision though, up, over, drops down.
By
Agamotto,
the
hits
eye
2.
of
Fall through. Not gonna be there on
Agamotto.
either of the two, but Dogman wasn't able to
By
do that.
the eye
Finds
of
velocity. Doom now
Agamotto.
working around one by one. Shroud X taking control here once again, and the time is nearly gone, Avast. It's only 18 seconds left.
Remember how Hex said this is the most NA could get? It's feeling very like extremely North American. I'm feeling it. Right now, I'm feeling the content of North America, the spirit of it, in the chat, in the game currently, because yes, Citadel finally gonna get some respawns, win the fight here. They'll hold on to strength present a last stand, but I mean, it's OT, and they're rounding the corner, not even a first cap, and ShroudX still gonna have a last stand of their own, gonna have the Eternal Bond, gonna get a clobbering time too from Impunity. So 3 ults here on the board. A lot of pressure here on the strategy of Citadel Gaming to just get something early. They need to get a strategy ult, and ideally maybe Monster just go early here for the strength of the prison to force them now ShroudX like you said, the last stand.
I think if you're Fidel, you immediately open your Eternal Bond. You don't wait for an opportunity to be had. You get people healed up, you dive over and in. Meanwhile, Fraud here on the Wolverine looking for the pickoff. Doomed is down early before the Eternal Bond can heal, so kind of misplay here from ShroudX. Clobbering time in here from Impunity. It's a 4-man clobbering time and Fraud goes down. Clobbering time from Impunity, keeping ShroudX here in the fight. Here comes Dogman off to the skies. Meteor M looking, connects! Stops that dance cold in its tracks, rips her off the dance floor as ShroudX now with a real opportunity to hold. Meanwhile, Vision, Kraken Impact, 2, 3, in the air he goes. 4,
Shameless
5,
comeback.
Fall down, ShroudX, they get the first point hold.
Oh no. Oh no, North America, I'm feeling it. I'm just feeling the presence of North America right now. I mean, I need to open up a mega church and just be in there and I can feel it. Like, do you feel the holy presence of North America in the crowd right now? Because I'm feeling it right now, ZP, because this is just disastrous. That was a disastrous point. I mean, they tried to stick with the spam for way too long, fed ults eternally to ShroudX. ShroudX, they didn't really make any major swaps. You know, they just kept playing the comp they were playing.
Hold on.
There was no answer. And for a lot of teams, when they play that triple Vanguard, yes, you see teams use the spam, but oftentimes they just go for flanks. You know, they're trying to open up and play a couple different angles because that's where the triple Vanguard struggles into. And at no point did Citadel Gaming do that. You know, they're just like, guys, don't worry. If we keep sending more damage, they can't out heal it. Surely, right?
Yeah.
Maybe.
Well, I do think this kind of one may go into, you know, when people yell at people in their pub games, one may go into the Hall of Shame of going, never play Squirrel Girl. Well, at least in this season. You know. Next season, maybe changing things up quite.
But the thing is, I think it was fine for like an initial, like, oh, we're gonna surprise you option, but you just can't. And I even think they could have made it work if they had another flanker, right? Because you need to be able to turn some of the barriers.
I gotta take my pills, kid.
I just don't think the way they approached it for Citadel was the right way at all. And instead, Citadel said, you know what? Now it's time for us to play triple tank. And we're playing triple Vanguard here, holding close. But look at the difference already for ShroudX. You see they take this long flank angle here, just maneuvering around the early choke, looking to just get some extra pressure here on the sides.
I love that there's almost a revelation. It's like, you mean you can go through the left spawn door? It just the light goes off in your head with the angelic choir at the same time. It's like, you know, yeah, it's actually things you can do. Fraud in real danger, caught out on Emma. Of course, Fraud, who's normally been on Duelist, in Emma Frost here for the triple Vanguard hold comp. And Citadel Gaming not having the success.
I'm unironically taking my pills with Kogura.
ShroudX in the same note. ShroudX doing a great job of starting to peel it on down. However, Impunity gets taken on down. Fraud running back over to the point. Citadel perhaps a little bit stabilization.
Wait, you guys know there's some people who like legit can't swallow pills no matter how small it is.
Intense. Doom though was able to shake a little bit of the pressure, getting ready for round 2. Meanwhile, we got the clone coming in from Nuck. Dongman holding on the Meteor M. It's all taking place indoors right now.
Possible.
And Meteor M, why not? Float to the ceiling, see what happens. 2 end up going down, and ShroudX doing a much better job of cycling ults to get some progress.
And on top of that too, not only have they broken this hold, faster, but in return they're on a better comp, right? They're gonna have a little bit stronger just positioning post this fight.
Wild rock, pod, deliver, oil.
But overall, should be just a slow loss. Not the end of the world though. A pretty decent hold on the corner, but remember they have to hold first entirely here at ZP, right?
And now
you can't just hold one fight like, okay, good work. Now we have plenty of other map. No. We need a couple more contests.
Yes, we do. Now, Citadel Gaming, can they hold it back? Kraken Impact in here from Usher, and it's clobbering time. Did you not get the memo? Still gets a reset. Up, over, still decent HP. Somehow not dead after the clobbering time. The support was there for Citadel Gaming, who have now fully reestablished their hold. I mean, ShroudX actually, again, gummed up a bit here. Doomed, nearly falling, however, dives on in. Grabs them all together. Last
that's why I take my creed. You just fucking like one scoop it.
Might not be there. Take a look at Vision here on the outskirts.
Some people put in their drinks, so that's just nasty. It turns like powdery or some shit.
Done though. The force Citadel Gaming back.
Yusher, though, going down. There's a lot of damage off the field. There is going to be an Ayagamotto available. As Domin trying to commit this Meteor M early, knowing there's no bubbles, could find one, and I mean, through the damage velocity goes
usually
down.
before stream, but today I didn't. But I'll probably go after this game, or after the 100 Thieves match.
Bubbles. There's nothing to really mitigate the value here for Citadel Gaming in terms of when a Meteor M comes in, it can just burn through those support ults, those strategist ults, and so now Shroudx holding on to the clobbering time in a last fight situation here.
So it's gonna be like a short
Citadel,
stream.
They have to touch. They have a good ult bank. There is a chance, actually. I mean, they could close it out.
Yeah, I mean, they have a chance to put Shroudx away here, but this next fight has to be perfect. Touch.
Tomorrow will probably be like...
Start things off here. Into the prison, into the eye of Agamotto.
No, tomorrow will
3
not,
down from Shroudx, but they did the entire bank of Ast. That is the downside.
Probably like
here.
a 9-hour stream.
Shroudx still has about 50 seconds left to come back in, but it's way closer than you would have thought with how this one started.
Yeah, this is scary. This is really, really scary because, okay, there isn't necessarily a combo here for Shroudx unless they want to do the dedicated last stand, crack, and impact. For Citadel Gaming, they potentially want to go early, but they need to force a strategist ult here on Fidel because Fidel holds on to the Fate of the Worlds. I mean, this is just like the difference maker right now. Citadel Gaming putting Fraud here on to the Star-Lord to have a little bit of pressure here into the sky is doomed. He's flying. He's searching. He's on the edges. Not going to find it just yet. Oh, good hook.
He gets hooked. The bubble, though, is also really good. The bubble. There in the nick of time. What could have been disaster. Last stand, nearly up. Clobbering time. Used Fidel, though. Gonna dance all the pain away. Here comes Doomed. Up, over. Last stand. Is it gonna connect enough? The Kraken impact over the top. Vision. Getting the executes. 2, 3. Can we have 4? We got 4. Looking for a little bit more. Shroudx says reverse sweep. You bet it's on the menu.
Oh, North America, you've done it again. And realistically, it was really close. That was a really close hold. Citadel Gaming did a pretty good job burning off the time. The problem there is that they're just stuck in a situation where they had to commit so many ults in that fight.
Maybe I'll get back on after I come back.
And they just didn't have the bank they needed to do the strategist ults to survive that final fight.
Possible? Is it probable? I don't know.
And now we're on going to a map 5, and it's I mean, I'm telling you, it feels more North America than any match I've ever seen.
Well, by North America, you mean unmitigated, unrelenting, nonsensical aggression, and you were correct. That does actually track for North America. Yeah, I mean, Wolverine play there and just being super aggro. Yeah, well, let's go, guys. We're in 2 back-to-back 5-match tournaments, so this is Rivals Fight Night. I don't know.
Yeah, true. This is Rivals Fight Night.
Well, I know that that's the case, but like this has not really happened before. Just like teams being so close in this aspect of it, kind of sick. Shroudx. Yeah, go ahead.
No, you know what it is that we've never had the back-to-back from the end of EU to the beginning of NA, because usually VP, I mean, they like having an early night. They enjoy their sleep, but they got taken to 5. And the only thing that may stop this from being the longest day in Rivals Fight Night history is the fact that Berber Patapim just absolutely crunched QAD at the beginning of the day. But look, this one is going to 5, and the last time Shroudx and 100 Thieves played, that went to 5. So yeah, we got some good rivals going on, and doesn't have the, any end in sight.
What is that?
Yeah, kind of bonkers in that way. It's fantastic that we've got such a competitive regions going on. I mean, I guess I don't know if it is competitive.
No, I wouldn't say so. I wouldn't say they're that good. I mean, this is the first they've looked competitive in a long time.
It was finally today a competitive region. Shroudx and Citadel going to the mat here, and then also one of these guys has to play 100 Thieves. So we still have probably I don't know, like 2 hours.
Who the fuck leans back like that? Well, I feel like they all kind of do.
I mean, I would say so. That's conservative, and it depends.
Next guy?
Let's hope for no tech pauses as well. Let's hope for no tech pauses in situations like that.
Why would you do that? Why would you?
I mean, I'm sorry. Okay, my bad. But it's different because since I'm in Canada right now, then like technically, like that means that I reverse the curse. Maybe.
No, that doesn't count though.
It doesn't work like that at all. Why would Canada have any impact?
No, that's not Pope, bro. That's not Pope. That's not Pope. That doesn't count. It's like a kind of contested shot, so he had to like lean back a little, like to get it over him. That's not like his normal shot, bro.
Shroudx, once you're off domination, looks a lot better. And you saw it here on this map. They look, even though it still went to the wire, they have looked a lot better once they've gone off domination. But they've had a little bit more breathing room, I feel, to just like kind of set up their comps.
Yeah. So I guess the question
is,
what's the map choice?
That's Chris Paul.
Squad
Wait.
Krakoa.
Yeah, I mean, ZP, he took it from my reach, but yeah, it was Krakoa. He's definitely right. It should be Krakoa.
We've done these. They don't do new ones. What did we actually do this last week?
I was expecting a little bit more elaboration, but look, in the end.
No, that's it. That's it. That's all I gotta say.
You want
Sometimes
domination.
the answer is just the answer, you know? Sometimes it's just the answer.
You won domination twice at Citadel Gaming.
What,
Shroud has looked sloppy
Clay.
and not
No,
anywhere near as good
you're
on
not
domination.
that guy, bro.
I think just because,
The same Clay
again,
for
the
everyone.
weaknesses of the team just tend to show up a little bit more brightly there. Bring it to domination. Like, you should explore the opportunity, even though I know Krakoa is not necessarily most people's favorite map.
Oh, there was a cat. I think it actually is. I remember.
Choice. And they.
I think I guess Porzingis last time, but it's not Porzingis. Porzingis shoots like a little more forward. Like it's kind of ugly.
You know, perhaps Citadel can do to.
There's
mitigate
no way
Shroud
two
X's,
people said KD.
Or Shroud X can mitigate the advantage of the pick here. I've asked.
There is
I mean,
absolutely no chance two people said KD. There is 0% chance someone just typed in B as well.
I think that's big because that's been a big issue with him on the previous domination maps. How good the Flyers were for I think in general Citadel Gaming. But I also think that for Shroud X, the problem has always been just closing out the series, like looking clean in terms of like, okay, we're not going to lose a pick early. We're not going to waste these ults in this fight. So those two things are definitely the factors. More specifically, don't let Citadel Gaming get a ton of value with Flyers, especially with like Fraud getting onto the Storm.
The old dude on the Clippers?
Just make sure it's clean. And I mean, obviously, Human Torch, we're going to take out one Flyer always very early. We're never going to have that Flyer.
Yeah, it's an entire joke with
Got
this
the
point,
grandpa on
yeah,
the Clippers?
They will not have Human Torch in B picks for sure.
Yeah, I mean, look, Torch is just, again, it is kind of this idea of you never want to play against Torch if you don't have a Torch yourself, and the only way to prevent that entire scenario is to ban it. So he's just not leaving the top ban spot, and I'm not really sure anything of that even changes in 2.5, but we'll see. Meanwhile, Citadel Gaming saying, yep, we're going to protect Emma. What I'm curious on for Shroud X, do they ban Storm a little bit earlier? Because I think the wrinkle you do right now if you're Citadel Gaming, you go for the protect on the Storm a little bit earlier. You don't let Shroud X ban it again like they did on Midtown.
The Storm ban has been so strange to me because we've seen some teams really favor Storm and some teams just like it feels like a throw pick.
Yeah, I mean, I think that overall, like it kind of just depends on the squad. And I mean, ZP calls out, we do see a Storm ban coming through. So Storm ban being used for Shroud X. They're gonna pop that, and with a little bit earlier Storm ban too, it's gonna force Citadel Gaming to think about like, okay, for our last protect, do we want to try to lock in like a Flyer protect, or do we want to try to make sure that we can protect like something else that might be more crucial to us, you know, potentially in department. So I do like the earlier Storm pick, and instead they're gonna ban the Hulk, which I don't think we've seen Shroud X play a lot of Hulk, honestly. So I think that's kind of, I mean, I guess it's maybe they're worried about a potential Namor coming out.
We've seen a ton of Hulk bans in Europe. ZP, what do you think of this Magneto protect? Is that a playmaker protect?
No, I think the Magneto protect makes sense just with how Dogman likes to play. I think Dogman looks strongest when he's able to play the Magneto. Has looked pretty good this series when on it, and I think there was a real risk of Citadel Gaming coming in and getting the ban on it. And also, I mean, when Citadel Gaming, I don't think they would go out on this in anything other than Midtown first. You know, Citadel Gaming at times.
Wait, what is happening with that game actually?
Spam heavy, like the Squirrel Girl, so having at least a shield available is important. But
it's gonna be 3-2.
You know, now can they win the domination map? That's my question, Hex.
We shall see. We are running the distance.
That's an SGA versus Brunson flop off.
Shroud X, Citadel, Krakoa, CP, take us.
Well, we're being taken here, Vast, or rather, I'm the one that's doing the taking, and we're bringing us into Krakoa. No! That's right. Well, you know, but look, we saw Wolverine abduct people all last map, so it's just, you know, look, monkey see, monkey do in this case. But either way, Shroud X v Citadel Gaming. Shroud X really struggling with domination all in the previous maps of the series. Citadel Gaming deciding, yeah, we like Krakoa as the final look, but it's still going to be different because they won off the back of Storm in the 2 domination maps that they did win. Not available this time around on a map that oftentimes is really good for flying gameplays. So either way, we're going to get a new look for our final map of the series, one way or another.
So Shroud X choosing to go a little bit more standard around here with like a triple res comp, plus you have the Captain America, which is, you know, seen this a lot for
Citadel actually have the
Citadel
better comp, no troll.
Putting Usher onto the Iron Fist, and there is
but
no
if they're actually good at those characters,
still,
though.
you can do a lot. I mean, at Krakoa, we've seen a lot of Iron Fist get played. I mean, 100 Thieves themselves, who's the champion, you know, challenger, I think, just contender for this week. With him being gone, they've played a ton of Iron Fist with Terra. So they're going to use the Iron Fist, kind of chase down the back line, look for some of those flankers, some of the flyers even.
Vision, first pick onto the Iron
Terra
Fist.
wouldn't die that fast, that's for sure.
Opening pick, good for Shroud X. Fidel able to fall on through, and Citadel Gaming. This kind of reminded me of the very beginning of map 1, where they were struggling a little bit, and Shroud X was really able to just stand strong. And once more, Citadel Gaming can be off on the back foot to start domination map.
Okay, first cap going the way of Shroud X. Should be doing a little poke here with Doomed, and you know, Doomed gonna be kind of the driver here for a lot of this value, right? Typically, you only have that one duelist player. Doomed needs to be putting a ton of pressure, forcing out a lot of these cooldowns, some of these ults early for Citadel Gaming. As Usher now on to the Iron Man. So the Iron Man's gonna make their way out. The flyer is available after being banned previously. Gonna have some of this flyer pressure as Fraud here on the flank, looking to set up onto the back line.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Fraud.
That didn't look good.
A lot of dash charges at the very beginning. Meanwhile, Galactic Legend in here from Doom. In over the top. Just flying over the natural cover and setting up for Impunity. Impunity actually the biggest kill stills of all time as Doom just knocks down 4. But truly, the Liberty of America, the one taking the credit for it.
What is this reverse sweep, bro?
Doom gonna get that final pick. Still a lot of ults building up here for Citadel.
Honestly, it's good that they reverse swept, though. If it was Citadel versus 100 Thieves in the final, bro, 100 Thieves would just spawn camping, I think.
Control, making sure Doom just playing these high grounds, just peppering the backline, and Impunity just working as kind of this tandem duo right now. Jumping onto both the backline together, trying to force out some of those cooldowns. So now Citadel Gaming approaching, coming to the point.
All right.
Said
right
no
now, Doom
terror rage.
getting damaged a little bit at the beginning. Soul Bomb though, gotta keep him nice and healthy. Impunity.
Should we listen or no?
Gigantic pain right now for Citadel Gaming into the back, but here comes Citadel Gaming. They open up the Sonic Seduction, Fraud, dance a butterfly into the back, hoping that enough distraction was made. Shroud X though, with the Soul Surgeons, able to stay alive. Meanwhile, Dongman, Meteor M, up to the sky. What's it gonna be? It's gonna be Hella taking a trip back to spawn. Dongman connecting for 1. Vision falling through here, getting the angle here on the backhand side, and you know, Citadel Gaming, they've dropped the invisible boundary here of Asp, but it's a fight that just may be lost.
That was a really good sports fumble there from Nuck to make sure they could just wait, save up those right clicks. It's now Dongman finding 1, finding 2. The Galactic Legend to help clean up this point here. And Shroud X looking like they're going to take the first round of Krakoa. And the triple res comp looked pretty good for them there, right? I think overall, Doomed, Impunity looked like a solid duo. The backline into that aggression, making sure that no one's really going down. They're just saving all that. And Vision, I think, looking a little bit better onto the Adam Warlock as well this round.
Yeah, not bad at all. And Shroud X on the verge of being swept. Now 1 round away for completing the reverse sweep. Again, another shot at 100 Thieves. Still eager for a little bit of revenge. And man, oh man, what a story it would be. And again, this is North America. The finals could easily go to 5 at the same time, which would be back to back to back 5 mappers. Either way, though, Vast, we're getting into it.
All right.
100%.
Get into it.
Vision holding on to the Karmic Revival, like you said. And for Shroud X, I mean, they can feel pretty confident off the first round. It was clearly working for them. Citadel Gaming maybe need to hit the table, reformulate a tad. Find a new angle here. And it looks like that angle is going to be Groot. So pulling out the Groot here, which to be fair is a little bit better. Let's strictly the point. So the Groot's going to be available. They're going to have also the Winter Soldier. So playing a little bit more standard brawl for them. Looking for hooks, letting Fraud try to get to the back line.
One walking 10 seconds. Shroud X using the portal early. Not for a recontest, but just for better positioning. Vision. Holding back here on the Warlock, laying in the damage. Citadel Gaming looking to get forward with the Groot walls. Both teams right now trying on neutral. Shroud X a little bit more tools in reserve here with the Karmic Rebirth and the God of Mischief. Doom into the back. Good value off the blaster barrage. But here we go. Kraken impact in here from Yusher and Vision down right away.
It's comebackable.
Cause a reset though. Wasn't hit by the Kraken impact. But Invisible Boundary gonna be dropped here by Citadel Gaming. They want to secure the one pick advantage that they've already gotten. Shroud X.
It's not over till the fat girl sings.
Rebirth here and you wait for the next round.
I don't actually
dropping
know.
the Galactic Legend. It's gonna be all on the table. The ult bank again fully emptied here by Shroud X. And we'll see if it pays off. Doom was able to get one off the Galactic Legend, and it is a fully rejuvenated Shroud X team.
That lady? What does that mean? Like, what does that even mean?
Okay, Doom gonna go down.
Not
still
over till the
gonna
fat
be available.
lady. Is that like a war reference or no?
Gonna clean up Monster. Doom still just keeping so much pressure here onto the backline, and this long fight there.
That seems like
team
a war
has capped
reference.
yet, but there's a stain here for Shroud XCP. It's just been so ever present, and Citadel, or rather Shroud X, gonna get the first flip. And they had to invest a lot, but I'll definitely take a huge investment to get the first flip, first fight win. Citadel Gaming get to walk back in here with the Sonic Seduction, with the Dance of Butterfly. So some good options coming in for Citadel Gaming here.
All right, Shroud X first control, trying to head their way to get into the money match versus 100 Thieves right after this. Citadel Gaming, they came real far. They nearly swept Shroud X, but now in a bit of a bind.
No, like, I understand, but like,
impunity,
don't count your chickens before they hatch is like, it actually makes sense, you know what I mean? But it's not over until the fat lady sings does not make any sense, no?
So much pressure here on the approach too, sure.
What happens when that like fat lady sings?
This has to be a fight win. They want
But
a
like,
very
why is it
decisive
over
fight win
at
here.
that point?
They're closer to another strength in prison. They have so much in the bank here. The worries is, once again, is Vision can play out of the LOS, can play it safe, get a good Karmic Revival. Ideally for them, they want to bring back up and come in with a strategy result post Karmic Revival.
It's the end, the climax of the opera. So like every opera, like choir, like collection has one fat ass girl that sings at the very end of the performance.
With two. Karmic Revival though, over and in, but is this going to feed Yusher even more? Karmic Revival, not much impact. However, Dogman off the meteor M was able to take down Yusher, stops the reset chain. Shroud X still able to contest here on the point. Even Citadel Gaming working with a bit of an edge.
And yeah, with the regeneration of Go Domain and Impunity down, I mean, there still is a chance for Shroud X to make the recontest happen. They are still going to have players up and available, but Citadel Gaming looking very strong here on the point. Mate's going to take down Dongman. That's a big anchor down. And I think a big issue here, when you look at the late into that fight, ZP, is that once again,
the fat lady can hit the notes harder because of lung size
goes down, and then it's like,
is that how it
we have
works?
nothing to deal with some of those later ultra.
I thought you just get fatter,
like
you don't. You're like,
flip's finally gonna happen, but
I don't think like your.
Wait, did I do it? Have I done it?
Like your heart doesn't grow and shit. I don't think. Like all that shit doesn't grow.
It's
just like you get fat.
It's already gonna be a long day. Could be one of those, 5 maps to 5 maps to 5 maps, and you just had to summon it. You thought that somehow being in Canada would stop you from summoning the level of curse that we are now experiencing, where, oh, there's been no tech pauses today. And yet,
show the match chat. Show the match chat. What are they? What's the issue?
I don't know if we can show the match chat.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
Like
don't show the match chat.
We should at least look at the match chat before we show it.
You know what? Take a look at the match chat separately. Okay, nothing. No information to be gleaned. No information to be gleaned there from the match chat. So, internet. A little bit of an internet problem. Okay, now, production, what I want you to type in chat next is don't care, unpause the game.
I don't know. I don't actually think we have the ability to zero benefits. I feel like
we have let the players.
I feel like fat people have a higher chance to survive like an impact, like a crash or something. You know what I mean? Because there's like almost like a cushion. It's like a second airbag.
Can't play
or no
65 ideally, but definitely I think when we look at the match in general, it's pretty neck and neck. But I think when you look at the bank CP, when you see this huge bank deficit that Citadel has.
Also, I will say like fat people definitely have the like initial advantage when it comes to like a survival situation of like,
even though they were used to it.
Let's say like
that's true.
There's like a legitimate nuclear fucking war that happened, and there's like somehow only 30 survivors left. All fucking animals are wiped out. Every food source is wiped out. Like the fat people will live for like 3 months if they have water.
In our production chat,
maybe even longer, honestly.
Yeah, I don't really, dude. I'm tired of this guy. I'm tired of this guy.
Okay, so we're going back to the desk here as the pause continues. Real serious internet issues, just freezing things out here for a moment.
Yeah, so I saw they mentioned it was like starry internet issues, which is my ISP. So I'm concerned
no troll.
I had them as well.
Well, I've told this story.
So I've had them. I never had any
just
problems.
told this
so
fact.
This is grave
I don't know
news
if
for
anyone was
those
here for it, but like
Los Angeles, which I'm
I was watching this like survival show. I think it's literally called like Survival or some bullshit, or like Alone, Stranded, something. But it's like a competition where like 12 people are dropped in the middle of like fucking like Canada, like North Canada, like the mountains where it's like ice cold. And then like they all try to survive as long as possible by themselves, but none of them know when each person like leaves. Like they could just leave at any time when they give up.
From a logical point of view would say,
but like last place gets $1 million, or like first place gets $1 million, but you don't know like who else is left and how long they're gonna go.
If you're superstitious in your gaming and
you legit all the skinny people are fighting for their lives, like dying out there, like fuck, I have 100 calories left, I'm about to die, like that type of shit when it cuts to them. And then there's this one fat fuck on that show that was literally just laying down 24/7. He just literally did his best. All right, guys, today I made that. Like he's like making shit every day just to like fuck around.
Yeah, just in this moment right
like
now.
Literally like 3 months and he's just making shit still. Like it's like this guy doesn't even go out to eat.
So far, I don't know if this is going to be the particular case right now.
Because like his body just eats himself.
It's kind of a question of,
it's like way too broken.
Pretty good because I do think the swaps are pretty decent. But wait a minute, we're back in. You see the pause?
Yeah, 3, 2, 1.
Perfect.
Does ShroudX bring it back? Is ShroudX gonna win this one? ZP, go.
Well, right now, ShroudX, can you do what you couldn't do back on map 1, which is secure a 99
Bro became like a crafter or something in the show. Like he's just like making wood tools the whole time for like fun.
Battle, born and tested. Maybe yes.
And the answer on map 2. So technically we've had 2 of those answers that we know, but so far, yes, as the engage happens, there's gonna be the freedom charge, getting that extra bonus health, getting the moon speed, but
that's actually a glitch, bro. Like you could actually enter one of those competitions and like if they accept you, just literally eat like a psychopath, gain like 80 pounds before you go.
Burning even more of the bank here. ShroudX though.
Because then it'll like make your chances of winning so much higher.
Solar Surges don't really get what they want. So, all right, Citadel Gaming. One step of the way. Need about 2 more of those to force us to the ultimate round in the ultimate map.
I think that's a decent trade because you get
some
of
those
support ults. I mean, Sinox Seduction plus the Strength in Prison, more importantly.
Just look up on ChatGPT.
So I mean, that's a pretty
survival show that gives winner $1 million.
The only potential downside is that okay, you don't have
if they survive the longest
right now.
Well, and then tell me.
The
I know the title of the show.
So you could just copy Nuck. Make sure that you just mitigate that with the Solar Surge. So
you need to say it for me to know. I can't remember off the top of my head. Alone? Yeah, it's probably that. That sounds like very familiar.
Meteor M.
It's on Netflix.
Diamond able to find velocity. ShroudX, this could be the opening they need. Citadel Gaming, they have to withstand this. Dance of Butterfly from Fraud. Able to even things back up. 5 on 5. Nuck, though, able to get the res, putting ShroudX back in the driving seat again. Monster right now, under pressure, 180 HP, needs to stay alive and can't, doomed! Able to finish off. We are in overtime. ShroudX is able to flip the point. Citadel Gaming on the verge of being eliminated. Doomed grabs another. Blast Barrage, good to go. Here comes the Kraken Impact, though. Can this be turned back around? Usher thinks he has a chance, and no vision! Gonna deny the resets. ShroudX nearly there. Monster gonna go for the portal back on in. Still not out of options is Citadel Gaming. They're jumping through the portal. They're going for the contest, but they're losing players bit by bit here, Vast.
I think the options are over. The options are now over. It's time to call it quits, unfortunately, for Citadel Gaming. But great for ShroudX, finally closing out there at map 5, and really well played. They're just getting some of those ults out early. I really liked how Impunity as well went to the back line when Dog was looking for the Meteor, just immediately removing the regeneration domain, letting one come through, and ShroudX finally cleaned it up there and closing it out.
What a crazy comeback.
It is alone.
ShroudX to go on.
I forgot. I think it was the season where they're in Canada. It was winter time.
So my question too, when I was
I don't know what season. That might be season 1, honestly. I don't know.
When we were doing EU, I asked like, so what's the vibe? What do you feel like going into this next game? Avast as allegedly a former pro player. We'll see.
Allegedly, yeah, allegedly.
Actually, it's not season 1. Hold on.
So
Season 2.
that'd be the question I would ask you is like, what's the feeling? Like you almost just got 3-0'd, but now you came back. So are you feeling good? Like how are you what's the energy that you're bringing into the next map against a defending good team?
Maybe it was...
I mean, I think the energy, first of all, is you're probably pounding some energy drinks more than likely. It's the first step after a long map, ideally. But overall, feeling good because you weren't eliminated, right? You weren't eliminated, so you're like, okay, this is great. Now what's going to happen is stage 2. So if you go into the next series and you do really well, you're going to be like, yeah, this is really good. This is a great tournament. Then if you lose, like, oh, man, had to play 2 series back-to-back, terrible tournament. You know, can't believe we had to do it back-to-back. That's really the energy from what I've seen from many professional players.
Wait, vision.
But in Fight Night, everyone's used to the format at this point. And I think for them, they're just going to feel good that they clutched it up in the end.
Oh, it's a $500,000 prize.
Hopefully confident going to 100 Thieves.
Hopefully confident going forward. This is kind of a sick one, ZP. Like, we don't really know.
Honestly, Alone is pretty good. That show is pretty good.
Right? So it's kind of been back and forth, and you know, it's been so.
The concept of that show is like broken as fuck, because like they do zero effort.
Back and forth, and
they're like camera crew. They don't have a camera crew.
How much do you think this?
They give the cameras to the fucking survivors.
Look, I think 100 Thieves, you'd like a little bit of stability. You've kind of been given a gift here. Because
all they do is like
give
them walkie-talkies to like call a satellite phone to like call them and be on standby, like if they need help.
NA Rivals Fight Night has been cursed.
Like,
no one can sit there for more than a week without just getting kicked out.
So like the survivors literally record the whole thing for them.
So I think that
so they have zero effort on the show.
New week, new champion. Either way, no matter who ends up winning in the next match. So look, being on top of the hill here in NA is hard. Oftentimes the challenger, they get what they need from the challenging match. And look, if you're 100 Thieves, you want to be on your best game to try and, I don't think it counts as breaking the curse because they, came back under special circumstances, but you'd still like the retained throne that has now been graciously gifted to you.
I think they have a medical crew on standby at all times, and they do like medical checkups with them like every 2 weeks or something.
Somewhat counts. Let's get to it though. Like we do need to recap the last game that happened.
Because there's times where like they do medical checkups and like the people are so fucked that like they can't continue, but they want to continue, but like they don't allow them to continue. Because like they just medically like can't.
One and only.
Or it's like determined that they can't by the medical staff. So they just like cut their like run short.
Throughout the series looked incredibly good. Was getting tons of value there with the meteor M's, and more importantly also just on the Strange too. Even though these were some of these maps that were lost, I think dominant flexibility has been pretty crucial for ShroudX in general in this series, especially when they were playing like comps like the Triple Vanguard. They need to rely on Dongman a lot to just be an anchor for them to just pump out damage. Even
I gotta watch that show.
It's kind of like an anti-air Doctor Strange when they're playing into the Flyers, even though they ended up losing.
Interesting.
So ZP, I don't know if you have anything to add on to that, but Dongman has been kind of a staple for this squad.
I think a lot of the fights that ShroudX need the win were not going to be won without a very timely Meteor M from Dongman. Just
you gotta kill a big animal and it's just GG. Yeah, I think in one of them someone killed a moose.
On the Meteor M's, which are going to dominate
like in that season I'm talking about.
All the bubbles that we saw come in.
That should give you food for like years,
right before Doomed otherwise may have died, especially when they're playing Wolverine. The actual defensive end of playing Wolverine really did shine for ShroudX and Dongman in a lot of these maps. And man, oh man, it was slugfest, but ShroudX, they adapted over the course of the series and end up winning it in the reverse sweep.
Well, I think you made a great point, Connor. To be the best player in a loss is still important, right?
I don't know what he killed him with. I forgot. It was like 3 years ago I watched.
That's what makes you the most valuable.
Let me find which fucking episode it was, or like which season.
I'd agree.
Alone.
I'm like, I kind of want to like invite Citadel back next week. Like that, they played so well too.
We have a backlog. We have a backlog. We can't
They're
do it.
in
We do
Canada.
have
There are teams spamming the social media posts, like just be like, please. Like,
So I don't know which one was it.
Yeah, I've seen it.
I've been seeing that. So I do think it depends for Citadel in general, but they had a good showing. I mean, honestly, this might be the first series in a while I've seen where I feel like both the Magneto players.
Wait, I'm
like two of the best
pretty
players
sure
in the
the
lobby
fat
of this
fuck was like this guy,
Yeah.
but I'm not sure.
Well, at the end of the day, only one team can move on.
I forgot.
And it is going to be ShroudX facing off against 100 Thieves. That's coming up next. We're gonna take like 2 minutes off. See you then.
Do 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 do. Ba da ba da ba. Oh, it might have been season 4. Wait, actually, maybe not. What's it? Wait, why am I like... I'm actually like invested in fucking finding this now. It's shameless. Well, honestly, might have been season 1. It's possible. Tara's live?
Oi, papi.
All here, all of them. There is literally every single one of them are here.
Just wait. Yo, can I get 100 Thieves Shiesty for the photo shoot? 100 Thieves Shiesty. It's a ski mask.
Listen. Do you guys see the camera now?
Bro, we should make one. We should make a Shiesty. Or a do-rag. Or a do-rag. Nah, that shit would be fire. Oh, we got a new DPS player in here. You've been fucking dropped. You've been fucking dropped. No, it's fraud.
No, I'm pretty sure one dude did get a moose. It was wild. They legit milked the dude killing the moose for 2 whole episodes. Season 6, episode 4 and 5.
I don't fucking know.
Bro just fucking leaked it, kid. Bro killed a fucking moose? How long did it last him? The whole fucking show? That's gotta have infinite meat.
Oh, there you go, Eric. Swap teams.
It's all good velocity. You guys played well.
What? Holy shit, you're loud, you fat idiot. Yo, I'm gonna put you in a Phil Nelson if you keep acting like that, pussy. That's what I'm saying. I'm going to put you in a Phil Nelson, you overweight piece of shit. Who, me or Ant?
Move Cam?
No, really?
Where?
Okay, I'll leave them.
I thought it was good.
Your girlfriend's gonna walk in your room and say, "Why the fuck are you moaning?" Nah, I'm being deadass, James. I put you in a full Nelson. What?
Marsky is 10 months. Rioizi, then it's at 19. I just burped and it tasted like fish.
What are we even talking about? What are we talking about? I don't even know.
Listen.
It's because they signed up. They signed up for the partnership, bro. That's why. I literally said this. It don't matter. He was part of Big Nightmare back in the day. That's like being that's part of like being like the Optic legacy. If you think about it. Bro, unironically. Well, Spark Chief was the second place in MRI for the second time. No, MRI. I'm talking about MRI, dumbass kid.
Listen, literally.
No, it was after MRI. It was after MRI. Yeah, after the first MRI. Yeah. Yeah. Don't matter, bro. Don't matter. Yo, don't. I just thought about this. These guys are fucking cheating. Who's raiding? Who's raiding? Is it a war? Is it GC versus a SOR? Oh. Pillar of Autumn, dumbass kid. You don't know Halo. Well, we were playing rematch, and Gabe has sucked ass at that game. No, that rematch. I fucking lost to Remix and Sinatraa yesterday on rematch because I was solo queuing. Actually, the worst day ever. Nah, bro, I need a good goalie. LFG, looking for goalie.
Ace is 11.
They're on. Yeah, next week we're starting semen retention and we're having a bedtime. You can't jerk off or you can't fuck. Yep. Starting next week. Starting next week. You have to be celibate. It's on your contract. If SDX is doing it, we have to do it. We have to be ahead of the game. He doesn't have to, like, what? Are you... Parker.
Bro got a Gatorade. Bro's actually drinking fucking ground up insects. That red 40 and that orange 26 and that yellow 82.
Don't worry if don't worry, Marshall. We can still be friends after yo you. Yo, is this idiot reading the chat room? Yo, I'm about to join their server and say, yo, dumbass, transfer the host. As soon as I fucking added him, this guy's an idiot. I'm about to put... I'm gonna type ready because we're all ready, right, guys? $100T is ready. Alright.
Wait, what? Is this real?
I'm theoretically speaking with one arm. Playing with one arm right now. Can you stop spoiling the fucking game? Can you get a job? Can you get a job? Let Big Papas handle it.
Wait,
no, we're not doing
what?
that anymore. That guy sucks at Iron Man. Well, I also don't half the time.
Wait,
I don't
this is
trust Ant,
real?
Ant does not shoot flyers half the time.
Wait,
50-50.
CPUs are like this? like, wait.
There was, well, yeah, weird, because...
Layer after layer.
No.
Wait, CPUs are this advanced?
Oh, really? Oh, really, Vinny? Oh, really? Oh, really?
Wait.
I don't think we would
Wait,
need
wait,
to,
wait,
but
wait.
Vinny has gotten worse than impunity, so...
Wait.
And Vinny
Wait.
has got worse at Groot.
Wait.
Oh,
Wait. Wait, how? How the fuck they make that? Wait, how do you even make that though? Like actually, I need to look up how it's made. What the fuck? That's just like one little section of the CPU. Like literally like not even 1% of the CPU, by the way. Wait, what the fuck?
Let's go, Harvey with the 12 Void God, and Harvey, thank you for the fucking subs. Harvey's a 1 subscriber. Oh my god. Yeah, 12 months on the dot. This is like a straight up anniversary. Fucking throw a birthday bash.
What the fuck?
I don't fucking know. Nah. It was probably Halo. It was Halo. It was Halo, or like this was when the beta was out. It was probably like a year ago.
Wait, what? Wait, how the fuck can you make that? That is unbelievable. The fuck?
Attention right now. Oh yeah, play that on the microphone. Yup, turn up. Hey. What? Oh yeah, do I have to mute my mic?
Wait, what? Yeah, I know. Obviously, a machine makes it, but like, how do you make a machine that makes that?
Yeah, but
Oh no, bro, that is
both
crazy.
my arms are
I can't lie. That's fucking crazy. No, that's fucking crazy. Wait, no.
Alright, ban
That's
torch.
fucking crazy. Wait, no. That's fucking crazy.
They were water viewing, bro. Yeah, actually, do you want to protect Groot?
That is like unbelievable, kid.
Groot!
Well, we have the bad team, so.
Who the fuck even made a CPU? Like, which human, like, could make that? Like, who made the first CPU? Like, what the fuck is that?
Wait,
Who even thought of some shit like that?
Right, ban Wolf right now for Vinny, because he's gonna shit his pants. Like, Jesus. Yes, Emma.
Bill Gates that is 100% a lie. That guy just pays people. He does not actually invent anything.
Mag, dumbass.
He's got money.
It's still fun. That's still fun.
Yeah, he pays people and takes credit. Surely, no?
They're banning out top tier kid. We ban. No. What? Loki think we banned Loki, but like, we're gonna complain. Yeah, wait, ban Loki. Wait, no. No, yeah, no. Ban Loki, protect Wolf. He's gonna play Bucky Wolf.
That is just insane, bro. Who the fuck came up with this CPU, bro? Like, what? I wonder what it even, like, feels like being that guy. Like, it must, like, be horrible being that guy. Like, no troll. Like, your brain is probably, like, so fucked. Like, hyper fucking dork. Like, you know what I mean? Like, just, like, calculating every, like, some, like, crazy shit in your head. Well, that actually might be fucked.
Look, he asked because they have an invis one, but it's all goody. Go cloak. Go cloak.
Bro, I'm one of the CPU engineers. You're hurting me? What? Clicking the on button on the machine doesn't mean you're an engineer, bro. They just like gave you that title to fuck with you. To like pretend like you're important.
You are an idiot.
You're just clicking start on the machine, bro.
It's like
what?
Well, what am I supposed to do?
That title was something.
Like...
Wake up, bro.
We can.
Yeah, that's just insanity immature.
I don't have a jump pack because my team never wants to give me jump pack.
You think that's insane? What about Newton and Einstein proving physics before they had the... Well, I mean, there's some, like, physics things that are, like, just, like, common sense, you know? Like an innate feeling that you have that it's just, like, right, no? For, like, some certain things. Like the law of like gravity or some bullshit. Like obviously if you drop something it'll fall. Like if you're a caveman, you know, you pick up a rock and like throw it, you're like, wait, this shit is going downwards, you know what I mean? Like it's not just going up. But they don't know it's like gravity. Gravity's just a word, a man-made word. Like they just like know the concept of it though, you know what I mean? Like obviously, no.
Wait, my game just crashed also. My game.
He did more than that, yes, obviously. But I'm saying for it, that's... You
my game listen. Actually just straight up crashed. What the fuck? Our GPU has detected a crash. What the fuck just happened? That's... No.
That's why I said a rock. Sorry. But do you think a caveman back then had a balloon? Like, you think, like, maybe they were actually, like, that stupid back then. I don't know. Where they're like, wait, I have a rock in my hand. If I let go, it might fly. Oh, it dropped. What is it going to do next time? Pick it up. Oh, it might fly again.
I'm ready, guys.
Oh, it dropped. Oh, I think it might fly again. Oh, it dropped again. like they can't figure that out or something.
Well, low key, and you should just go with Bucky now. Well, our tanks in spawn, so I'm gonna sit point. On the air point.
How about planes?
Okay.
Einstein did not invent a plane, unfortunately.
You gonna? Yes. Loki tried to like grab this guy. Nixer has no jump.
Up, GG. They already win.
I lost passive. Shoot a hole. Hulk. Keep me up, please. Shoot these squids. My game crashed again. My game's crashing.
Whoa.
My game's crashing.
Whoa. This guy's dirty electricity.
Do I just restart my PC? Alright. Like, actually, do I? I'm gonna. No. I'm gonna try it one more time, but without exit lag. So.
Why'd you guys leave, Cluj? Shroud is DDoSing them? Yeah, remix and play hella.
I know where I am. Like, this shit has not happened to me. I'm here, yeah.
%, you've been listening, Vincent. Seemed like I struck a nerve, eh? Had to lie in a message. Sad.
No, I feel like he still goes. I feel like you still go Bucky for the fucking Hulk.
Fuck, is this guy restarting the game?
Yeah.
Or his fucking... I think he's gonna restart his PC if he crashed one more time.
I'm 254 HP. I've lost HP somehow, somewhere. Where's Doomed at? Where's their hella? Does anyone know where their hella is? Like, hello? Don't feed baby Hulk. Don't peek. Hella's still over here. Yeah.
I am ready to
Nukes are off the map. Nukes are off the map. Nukes are off the map. They only have the.
I think that was a copy too. Pretty sure that was like a copy he got off the map.
Guys, listen, shut up. They have invis ult. They have invis ult. They have invis. They have like, yeah, they have everything. Like, Hulk right.
Well.
Yo, why are we just walking at the hella? Why'd you get what? Like, yo.
No. No. No.
Right now, a little bit against the wall. Dongman even dropping the Meteor M. So I mean, Shroud X, they are actually draining everything here fast for control. But they're gonna have to go 95 to 100, no margin for error.
And 100 Thieves still gonna have plenty of ults in the bank here too, because they get to walk into this fight. There's no strategist ults. They had to burn them both, and both the Strengthened Prison, and Ivagamotto, and the Omega Hurricane.
It would crash within the next like 30 seconds a lot of pressure on this stream.
Just keeping players alive, keeping your backline alive there when you look at the Omega Hurricane. So this is a really hard fight for Shroud X. They're gonna try maybe just drop an early Hornet Proteus, put Impunity to just make some space.
Yeah, I didn't crash. He's just dying over time.
Into the back line we go, Delina. Omega Hurricane. What resources is it going to drain out? And Oriole just take that Dogman outright.
Where's
no
Terra?
Resources burned, but a life.
Oh, wait, maybe not.
Oh, Terra takes Nuck off the map.
No!
And the pause! There it is. There it is.
Well, I'll be back. I need to take a piss so bad.
We got another pause coming. We're going to call this the El Pozico, perhaps?
It's not bad.
Please.
Did you guys not expect this to happen? I knew this was going to happen, for sure. I knew it.
I didn't. I thought the curse had been broken.
Says he who did the cursing.
I mean, perhaps so, but you know, this could be the El Pozico coming up. I mean, this could be a new banger. Apparently, it's another player crash, so I don't know if perhaps the players have been kicking their PCs, if they've been whatever they've been doing. Perhaps they were trying to add some like custom desktop backgrounds, and now it's it's just like crashing.
Is that a problem?
I'm gonna say. Do I message Tasma at this point where, if 100 Thieves, if this is actually a consistent thing and Terra can't play, do we do like the secret boss swap if Envy happens to be around and be like, yo, Envy, turn up.
Okay, but here's the problem. If that happens, we still have to then set up the lobby and get everyone in. And we don't talk about players that are sometimes, we'll see. I mean, we can't rule out anything. Overall, I'm going to believe that 100 Thieves are going to head to the Totino storage room and they're going to find a new PC for Terra. They're going to find a new PC for Terra. And they'll bring it on out, and then it'll be fine. And then they can have Nadeshot like look at the camera for a while and be like, dude, can't believe my team paused this much in the El Pozico Classic. We'll just have to see.
Yeah, I like El Pozico.
Yeah, we're working on it. So, I mean, we'll always build some branding around it. We'll have to build some branding around it. That could be the next one. We could have we have had the Shroud Gauntlet. And now we could have the Shroud. I don't know, the Pozico, perhaps. Like,
yeah, I mean, well, we also had like El Clasico. I love a good idea for El Clasico.
Oh, we're seeing a cursor on the screen moving around here. Now we can get some extra sensory, like some baby sensory type of vibes going.
All right, so I got word from Envy that they're checking with the guys right now. Exact word from the source. And bear in mind, 100 Thieves, if they want, would have the ability to play with a sub. But look, this has not gone much on here, and 100 Thieves has been winning here so far. So we're still in the realm where like a remake would be acceptable for the quick hot swap of the teams. Because
what happens when we hit the pause limit? What happens then?
I don't know. I mean, I hope we're not on the screen for 22 minutes. Is what I hope.
We'll just have to see.
We'll see.
Dude, yes, they're doing the DVD thing. Yeah, do you think the cursor will hit the corner? There it goes.
Wait, the DVD thing. What's
you know,
the DVD
remember when you'd be in class and they'd pull out like the AV cart with the TV on it, and then like the DVD logo would be bouncing.
Oh, DVD. I thought you said DBD.
No, I understand.
Like
no,
Dead
I
by
understand.
Daylight, and I was
not Dead by Daylight. No, I understand the match will resume when the match. I know that. I know there's the rule sets. I'm more so saying, what do we do? Like, what if they're not ready to go still, even though the match has technically been forced to resume? I guess we just go for it.
This is looking like the old like Windows screensaver, but
wait,
it's all good.
We're back.
Is Terra live?
I don't believe. I have such little faith at the moment.
All good.
Okay.
So that was around.
It was around. We spent approximately about 80% more time in pause than we did in game, and probably close to 90%. I mean, that time was stopped for a long period of time. Can we get the inside look of Terra's PC? Is it actually on fire right now?
The hamster wheel just spinning. Perhaps they had just like maybe like have an intern there like cranking a wheel, just like powering it.
You know what I
Their
think?
arms are getting tired.
I think the problem is that Terra is not running a certified Intel product right now, because if Terra had an Intel processor running everything here, you wouldn't be having these crashes. I guarantee you.
That's so true. That's so true, actually. Thank you so much, Intel, for giving me a processor that doesn't cause us to make a new match called the El Pasico.
Imagine if you had the pause just.
Yeah. Not gonna lie, he's fucking crashing probably because he has a fucking Intel processor. Let's be honest here, you know.
Without a pause.
You're just bringing the energy. You're bringing the energy back into the room. You're inviting it. You're inviting a pause.
No. Well, we're into it. 100 Thieves appear to be stable here so far, which is probably another way of inviting the curse. But TTK about ready to drop some magic of their own. Vagamoto, good to go. 100 Thieves up, over. They drop the eye, and they're just looking for Vision. Vision stunned by the glory of the other sorcerer on the field. And Vinny dropping the strangling prison to make it all flow better. And here we go again.
Oh, there it is. What are we on? What are we on now? Is that 5, 6? Gotta be.
It's more than 5.
Production, can we keep track? Can you help us keep track here? I just want to know how many pods we can get into one series potentially. You can fit so many slaps the roof of this game. You can slip so many pauses in this bad boy.
I think that's 4.
Hey,
no,
I don't want to speak for production, but I think it's 4.
I think we're on 5, surely.
It's either 4 or 5. It's 1 or 2.
Surely. I mean, I'm keeping track. This is the new game. The new game for me is highlight. This is where I'm keeping.
Wait.
I'm keeping a side pool, like a side kind of a side thing going on here.
My chat said.
Poly markets. Everyone heck the poly markets. How many pauses can we get? And 100 Thieves versus Shroud X. I'm sure there's some good action going on there. We'll just have to wait and see. I'm sure ZP is furiously messaging them. I hear the clickety clack. So
yeah, my apologies. I probably should be in here, but yes, I'm working magic behind the scenes.
That's fine. We can
so the question is, Avast, well, ZP actually does his job and actually works. What key do you think his keycaps are? So it's either like blue or brown or black, right?
Oh, so like the switch? Like what switch they have?
What's the switches? And ZP don't answer. Yeah.
I don't think they're not tactile enough to be like a brown. You know, I'm a brown switch guy.
They're not super clicky.
I think they're reds. Okay.
You got reds.
Yeah, I'm going reds. I've also never really used much other than red or brown, to be honest. So I don't know everything there is to know about keys.
But they're not like clicky, because blues are super clicky, right?
I think so, but honestly, like I'm sure there's some guy that like has just finished like setting up his like 3rd mash drop wish list. That's like, oh man, like I know so much about key switches. Right. I would love to talk about this.
You're getting the mass drop emails like I do.
Yeah. Okay, so just to update where we're at, it is unclear if 100 Thieves is going to be able to run with this sub if Terra's PC does not fix itself. There's some issues going on there they're working through, but Envy is getting ready. So there's a world where we may end up just going to a break, pretending this didn't happen, and Envy actually comes in to defend the throne, as was originally ordained before the last 2 days anyways.
What? Okay.
Great. So we're going to do all this for Envy to come on back. You know, I'm loving it.
Yeah.
We're
both getting paid
I'm loving it.
amount of money anyway. So
I think overall it would be exciting. I would hope that 100 Thieves can get it figured out. Obviously, we want to see 100 Thieves
Stare,
play.
I skipped the gym for this shit. You can still go,
It'd be a good matchup, especially with Sinatraa, and they've had a pretty fun history, even though 100 Thieves has won. So I'm hoping they can finish out. They can figure out what's going on with Terra's PC, ideally.
Nice.
But
yes,
I mean,
that would be ideal.
Not much else to be said on the matter. Shall we do? Hex, what do you think? Shall we go to break now?
If we can, if production's around and ready to go to break, but I think we're just like, yeah, we're kind of just like sitting and seeing what the team's at. Because yeah, they could just press we're ready to play and we'd be in game. So
but we'll gamble
until we have a solid answer from the squad. I think we're just sitting here and I don't know. I thought we were having fun. I was just having fun talking.
I'm gonna be a bit of a gambling idea here and say, and look, at worst case scenario, it ends the pause early. I say we go to break, we come back when the pause is over, or the restart is good to go. But okay, wait. Hang on. I'm getting an update here from 100 Thieves. Quote: right now, they want to finish up the map and see where it is from there. They're saying they think he needs to roll back his drivers. Terra's basically been trying to launch in GPU debug mode, is where we're at.
Oh, it sounds like they're ready to finish the map then. So I think overall, I'm for it. If they want to get it started, let's get it popping. But I think overall, 100 Thieves, obviously very important here. When you think about the ult economy, there's also the tech pause economy. And so much like if you don't want to overinvest, in a fight you're not going to win, maybe when you commit to the map and then you just say you're going to pause anyways, could be risky. Obviously, I'm not the coach 100 Thieves, so I can't dictate what their tech pause sort of strategy is going to be.
Yeah, good.
It's a little bit unprecedented, but we're working through it. Right now, I'm just going to confirm ShroudX. If ShroudX will turn away the map, and then 100 Thieves is like, no, Terra's going to have this happen repeatedly, we'd still have to restart it. It's like, it's sort of to this weird thing, so give it a minute to work through what is the great Terra PC fire of 2025.
I think we should break.
Yeah. Let's take it off, and if we need to restart, we can restart. So
you guys playing Kalugi?
Not have this screen up anymore.
Okay,
and yeah, we'll see you guys.
Wait, ZB's coming in. Wait, he's coming in with something.
Okay, so 100 Thieves wants to finish out the map. They're good to finish out the map, and then we will go from there. So we're gonna try and finish out the map.
Okay. Well, let's unpause.
Okay. Perfect. Well, there we go. Last second. We filled long enough. We filled long enough to make it. And we're in. We're live. We're back. And with that, I mean, the Karmic Revival has just occurred. For those that might have forgotten what had been going on here, but there is a fight ongoing. Rather not the Karmic Revival, but the Cocoons. As Terra gonna invest the last stand. Much like his GPU, the last stand comes on out.
We don't know if I guess they did say they think it was GPU, so that may be the case. 100 Thieves, though, losing Vinny here, and in the moment, now we got Delina sitting here, ready to go once more. The Mega Hurricane, but is going to save it for the next round.
Bit of a face check there from Delina, just like sitting there in front of everyone, tanking those duels.
I'm just sitting here, just it's kind of hoping that Terra's GPU just holds up, But okay, Punity going down. Dogman getting Terra in turn. Terra definitely having some issues here at the moment as the Karmic Revival coming in for ShroudX. They try and stabilize and make this thing happen.
So 100 Thieves still looking for the recontest. They are getting close to a variety. Well, it's about to have 4
We predicted it crashes again. 1000% it crashed. There's no reason it would just stop unless he does, unless he like actually fixed it. You know what I mean?
Mega Hurricane already popping the Soul Resurgence.
I'm not like a tech expert here, but that would be my conclusion.
That's what's gonna happen.
Mega Hurricane used, and Heart Thieves side, it's time to turn this into a bit of a dance floor. Don't let Doomed take on anyone with the Galactic Legend. Shroud looking to hang on in. Meteor M, though, in from Dogman. Looking, has good opportunity. Ooh. Goes for the mid-air, and no, not going to connect. Meanwhile, here comes CDK. Ivakomoto going to hit Fidel out of there in turn. It's a crushing Ivakomoto. Dogman right now just getting bullied by the strategist in the underground here of Krakoa. Thieves
he got shielded by
Cutie, though, says time for a little bit of liberty. Gonna look to delay. Dogman, though, is down, and Terra's eyes gonna be on him in just a brief moment. 100 Thieves now nearly having what they need here for the recap. The flip is theirs.
Okay, after a long fight, some pretty good delay from Shroud X. Gonna be walking back in with the Karmic Revival, but 100 Thieves the isolation was pretty good, making sure to split off multiple targets there for Shroud X so they could just focus down targets on the point. Still in a second to another Mega Hurricane. And this is kind of like the rush you're playing here. Is like you're doing these swaps between TTK standing very still. This is ominous. This is very ominous. TTK is standing very still and not moving. This is not good. Wait, no, the shield's up. The shield's up. Okay. There's life. There's life.
I was gonna say TTK is even the one with PC issues. Like, come on, can't have another fallen soldier at the moment. That would just be all sorts of bad. But okay, Doomed. Working here for Shroud X, trying to make something happen real close to the Galactic Legend. 100 Thieves.
Some
options here in
now I don't think Terra's gonna stream because like he's fighting a thing for Twitch is what made him crash, but like it has nothing to do with the stream. Like it's all the fucking.
Meanwhile, Delina up forward, 100 Thieves off the dive, crushing into Shroud X. Mega Hurricane.
It's all the game. Like fuck.
Strength in Prison continue to show just a ton of value there. And Shroud X, make sure not to just over-invest. I think for them, they can be pretty happy that they got 2 big ults at 100 Thieves. The problem is just that they're stuck in this cycle, right? Of like, okay, great, we got 2 ults out of them. We traded 2 ults. Okay, one of our ults is a Karmic Revival. It's just one of those situations where like, yeah, you get some value out of it, but it's hard. So now they need to recontest the point here again. Close to Meteor M, potentially to burn through the invisible boundary for Harvey. And for 100 Thieves, you're just going to be looking to put a ton of poke pressure, popping a Mega Hurricane onto the back line.
Unity off into the back, using the portals. One unique features here on Krakoa to get a little bit in and then immediately dash out. Dogman though, the Meteor M ready to go. Doomed has already taken down one, and oh yeah!
And there, I mean, it's a dangerous game. It's a SJP initiated the pause, so I mean, once again, you know, you have to think about the tech strategy here for 100 Thieves. I mean, 100 Thieves thinking they commit with Terra's PC. And I do think that's a dangerous tech strategy in general, ZP, because I mean, I look at this and I'm like, okay, you can buy yourself a couple minutes, but unfortunately, I mean, when the hamster falls off the wheel again in Terra's PC, you're just running into that same problem. And so I would look to some teams that maybe had less of those tech issues, potentially as a banger for them, maybe Sentinels.
Yeah, and man, oh man,
CP, I mean, he's letting out the sigh. Let's out the sigh here as he sends out some messages in the background.
Yeah, no, I am trying to like send messages to figure this out. So like, X, you can entertain Mr. Prince on here. Where my only regret is that you're not Achilleos, because no one ever makes a joke that it's Seth Achilleos King with a vast Connor Prince. It is the the aristocracy of Rivals casting when it occurs.
And then if TTK had an Xbox controller, it could be the Duke as well. We could have the Duke be in there.
Another piece of royalty. No, ZP was, I think, leaving space for me to like come in, which is totally correct. What you should do as a caster. But then part of me just wanted to hear the silence. So I thought it was too funny. I have a terrible sense of humor. We're paused again.
We're unpaused again.
We're back.
We're back, baby. You know what? You know what? ZP, we'll take care of this one. We'll take care of this one. Just let Hex and I take care of this.
I'm back here. Like, I'm committed while they are in game is truly where we're at.
Well, they made the flip happen. Honestly, I'm going to be completely real with you. I've kind of lost track myself. I don't know the bosses, but it's a last contest situation.
Why is Terra there?
$1,000 finals match, like $116 each.
What is life?
You're precisely right.
Well, there's a portal coming out for TTK. I think they should be able to touch. Yes, they do get it. They get it.
They got in. Terra's gonna be taking that portal with the last stand. Good to go. Both teams
Ready your horses
actually
on the
absolutely
double.
stocked on ults. Terra, use the last stand immediately. Take a look at Delina. Omega Hurricane in reserve, waiting for the opportunity to use it. Vagabond gonna be dropped, and so is Shroud X in turn. TTK, right place, right time. Meteor M, not enough to equalize. Liberty Rush gonna come on out here. And here comes Vision off the res. Gonna have the Karmic Revival, but if you have Omega Hurricane, you go directly where Adam Warlock is if you have an idea. And now, Delina just gonna drop the Hurricane on some point. A little bit more cleanup coming over and in. Doomed with the Galactic Legend. Is it gonna be big or is it gonna be small? Looking kind of on the tiny side here. Ripped out of the air by Delina. Getting a lot of value right now on the Storm. The flip back the way of 100 Thieves on the verge here of the map 1 victory. And this is all they need as overtime ticks down.
Well played there from 100 Thieves in the end. I mean, when I think for them, they just had the ults they needed. It was a really good hold. I
suspect Envy's going to play
on the Omega Hurricane, waiting for some of the strategy ults to end. So 2-0 rounds here for Krakoa as 100 Thieves going to clean it on up. And, you know, I mean, we'll just have to see and hope that things kind of get better, get fixed as we move on. Because right now, 100 Thieves looking pretty good, but tough to tell through the maelstrom of where it's going to end up.
Yeah, just to recap, a casual 40-minute 2-0 round. Problems there. Long rounds for that. 100 Thieves, you know, I suppose won our very first opening map. And hopefully everything is going fine tech-wise going forward.
We'll see. Yeah, we'll definitely see.
No, I mean, I see ZPs.
He's going. I think.
Yeah.
We should do that.
X, the break call has been called, so get us out of here while we figure out what is going on with the teams and how we proceed here in our NA Money match.
We'll see you guys. It's 1-0, 100 Thieves, Shroud X. We'll see you in a second.
Well, looks like it's NB. Let's hit some Factal. Rank the top 5 most valuable film studios by worldwide box office revenue. I have no fucking idea, but I'm just gonna go with all the ones I know. Walt Disney, Paramount, DreamWorks, Warner Bros, Pixar. Okay, 20th Century, Walt Disney, Warner Bros, Universal Pictures. Go with, I've heard of Lucas, I've heard of Sony, obviously Lionsgate, I've heard I've heard Columbia. Marvel? Let's go Marvel. Who do I think is first? Okay, I think Universal would be first, but I'm not sure. Then I think Marvel. Actually, maybe Warner Bros. Second. And then Marvel third. Walt Disney fourth. Sony fifth. What? Who's first? Is it actually Marvel? There's no way. Marvel, isn't it? I thought Marvel was like only recently started making movies. Okay, not like recently, but like, you know what I mean by that. Like later than everyone else. But I guess back then the money wasn't like huge. So it's, I don't know. I don't think Marvel's first. Well, I'll put it. Fuck it. I don't know any of these except Lionsgate and Columbia and Lucas. So I'll go with one of them, Lucas. Oh shit. Lucas, Warner. Okay, and Marvel isn't first. That would not have made sense. I guess Warner Bros. First makes sense. If they are first. Okay, Disney's last. I'll put Columbia here. Wow, clutched up, kid. Actually clutched up. Rank the top 5 NFL players by highest career regular season rushing yards? Bro, I don't know. I don't watch NFL. I don't even like know. Oh, I'll just go McCaffrey. No, he was injured though. Oh no, this is career regular season. Wait. Wait. Is Marshawn Lynch on this list? Is that guy like shit? I thought that was the fucking final boss. He's shit? Nah, he's a fucking goat, bro. Don't speak on him like that. Nah, I give up. Who cares about that, honestly? I suspect Envy will play. I have a weird suspicion. What? What did Nuck say? In fighting games, whoever pauses gets an immediate round loss at event. It's unprofessional. Bro. Is this guy like... I would hate living as that person. Because like, he's so fucking stupid, but he actually thinks he's like right about shit. Like, imagine being that delusional. Wow, how is this? How does he not like realize in his head that it's like a whole different concept? Not only is he talking about a 1v1 game, he's talking about like a whole different environment of the game. How does he not like register that in his head? Is he like stupid? Like, surely we have like at least above 20 IQ here. Also, that's literally not how it works on any game in LAN. It may be a fighting game. I don't know. But like if Call of Duty or something, a technical issue happens, you instantly reset the map. You don't just like give them the other one or some shit. Because like a fucking... like a PC issue at the LAN event, you just give them the... Alright. This guy's PC crashed on the LAN event. So like the other team gets to win. Alright, next map. I'll probably get Envy. I would assume. Yeah, will I finish Expedition 33? 100%. Wait, hold on. Is this the same guy? Let me see. Yeah, it's good, Sunshine. It's a good game. You doing expert mode or what? Is that shit hard? Earlier they said 33. You're so blessed since the 6. Hopefully Borderlands 4's Jinima. Looks pretty good. And the like trailer. The gameplay fucking trailer. Dinkle McDong. Baby John is still mad. You guys been actually like crying. Yeah, expert is cancer. The parry timing is AIDS. This guy's just making shit up. He crashes all the time. But yeah, they shouldn't be invited with this being a well-known thing now. Has fucking Terra ever crashed while we've watched him? We've watched this guy like at least 30 times now on 30 different separate occasions. Bro, like making random shit up. Yeah, he crashes all the time. This is a known problem with him. They should not be invited back.
Welcome back to Rivals Fight Night. It's been a while. we had some time off. We're dealing with some tech issues, guys. I think the plan is to still do 100 Thieves versus Shroud X. And we will continue that matchup. My deepest apologies. I mean, I say that like I really care, but like also like I don't really care that you guys were waiting for esports. Yeah, we're gonna do some games here. Thank you very much for your patience. That is the thing that makes the most sense to say out loud. 100 Thieves, Shroud X, Rivals Fight Night Finals. We're gonna get into it very shortly here. Avast, what did you do in the break?
Well, they were my girlfriend was like, "Hey, are you gonna eat dinner?" And I'm like, "Maybe
What is
at
this
some point." I don't know. Like, we'll see. So yeah, we're
what
working
is
on that? And you know, she's giving me like side eyes, being like, "Damn, is this gonna happen?" Like,
we were just there was just a problem with the driver issues. If you're a person who owns a computer, you probably know that driver issues are a thing sometimes, and it's not really your fault. Whatever, ZP, have you ever had?
He said, "Bro needs to clean his outlets."
Never. I'm
bro,
perfect.
clean the USB port, bro. What the fuck is that?
But okay, look.
Like 10% of the cam is like rendering. What's going on?
Lobby. But also, we have the if Terra does crash again, we have the solution in terms of substitution.
Is he trolling? So I feel like he's trolling. It gets like worse and worse every time.
They may have a substitute that they're not ready to announce. And my suggestion was that it should just be named Nade Shot. It doesn't matter if it actually is Nade Shot, but should they have to go to the sub, we will have an incognito sub named Nade Shot. And Jack can go wild with that one. However good or bad they play, one way or another, it'll be very entertaining as a mystery addition to the 100 Thieves, should Terra have not fixed the PC
Hold on, let me like
right
copy paste what this guy said.
Yeah, we had a
funny.
Terra issue and it was terrible.
It's funny because also that's literally his alias, by the way. That literally is his alias in game.
You got
it's terrible.
Yeah, you got it. I'm glad that you were able to put that together. I'm glad
we done it, guys.
We nailed it. Yeah, Hull of Jollia will be our second map,
There's a
which is
GameCube
going
camera.
to be the Shroud X map choice. And as I always ask you guys, like, you know, what's the win here that Shroud X goes for? You know, it's their map choice. Is there something that they're really trying to play? Is there a composition that they can work with better than, you know, obviously the loss in Krakoa have asked?
Yeah, I mean, for them, this is kind of a question of, like, we've seen them pull out a lot of different comps. I think realistically, considering that 100 Thieves just pulled out a flyer on them and kind of stunted on them, even with them currently ship of DC scene, like Terra's PC. Yeah, they're kind of doing like a constant replacement there. So I don't know, it's tough. I think 100 Thieves, obviously, like I said, they're a favorite for this matchup by, in my eyes at least, a pretty significant margin currently.
So they made the smart choice of banning Human Torch.
Human Torch, yeah, that's a great ban. That's a great ban for most squads. Great ban for most squads.
ZP, do you think they're gonna ban out like the other couple flyers? Like Storm has been oddly a ban. Like we've seen Iron Man banned.
I think Shroud X, given what Delina brought to them in the last map, yes, I 100% think you should come in here and you should get rid of Storm, ideally, with your next band, if you are Shroud X. 100 Thieves, on the other hand, I feel like they're a little bit more free in what they do. I think, really, they could just duplicate what they did on the last draft. Although they are changing up.
Wait, so who's playing for 100 Thieves?
Actually, this is still overall completely the same. So, yeah, they're not, they won. They don't need to change anything. It's on Shroud X to adapt.
A couple Groots banned out as well. Well, actually protected.
No, this guy's camera is legendary.
Is NA now EU Avast?
At this point, Groot has been kind of cemented into the meta for a bit.
No,
to be
this
honest,
shit
so
is
legendary.
legendary.
Really like to play the
No, it's actually a lol.
Like,
what the fuck is that? It's like a L0L.
If anything, the more interesting part is that, okay, so now Shroud X has ensured that there's not
this
going
guy
to be a
said
Wolverine
720p hex. That's 720p? Or that's not even 180p, I don't think. That's less than 180p.
Which is something that, you know, they have liked to play in the past, obviously, both those heroes. So,
sure.
It kind of just depends on what the final ban of protect is.
Yeah, they do love them some Groot. Last picked is...
It's like the old TVs. It's doing the old TV thing. Like, you know when the old TVs like white screen and then it like static all across on the like top to down?
Chat just kind of burned you to a crisp and said, I think Hexagram's camera is connected to Terra's PC.
Oh yeah, no. I'm at 480p, man. Like, I got no pixels. You guys don't deserve more pixels from me. I'm not gonna give you my HD.
Well, 40p also stands for 40 parts, which is how many Terra's gone through as well to get this PC working. So there's been a lot of 40p moments.
And 40 pauses, just about at this point.
Oh, and 40 pauses. Yeah, 40p kind of the name of the game right now.
Fair enough. We're headed to the hall. Go ahead, ZP. Take it away.
Yeah, we're going into. I am watching chat lose its mind, where you don't feed them a constant drip of good Marvel Rivals action. they just actually lose their way. We have to shepherd them.
What
into
did you
sanity
say, you
here,
cunt?
It is
you can't handle me, brother. You can't even
Finally,
pick up your laptop
where
without
I
nearly
can lead
passing out,
vulnerable
you weak
and
peasant.
impressionable people to my own truth, perhaps.
I'm scared. I look at this here and I'm just like,
I thought that you said I'm scared is a reference to what I just said. So I thought that's you coming back and be like, I'm scared.
Yeah, what you say horrifies me. And but no, I'm just more so saying here is like, Tara, please have a good, clean Winter Soldier game here with a minimal amount of pausing. Although, you know,
if I see a tech pause, I mean, like we got to see what the biggest crash out in chat is. We gotta keep an eye on that.
Oh, that Tara.
Nade shot's coming in, regardless of whether or not it's the actual nade shot. You know, it's desperate times.
Very true. And you see, once again, 100 Thieves playing this this Storm comp. So they want to kind of just take a page out of the Shroudex's book, who was playing a lot of Storm earlier. So gonna have the Storm coming on out. I guess, to be fair, it's actually not really Shroud's book, or the Shroud X book. It's actually, if anything, it would have been the book that came out from Citadel Gaming. As now this very long rotate with the portal here is beat. So something we've seen a lot in Hall Jaya, but the Punisher's out for Shroud X. We're doomed on the Punisher, just playing the kind of this poke style along with the Iron Man.
Yeah, and I mean, Punisher, even if you don't get any kills with the turret, it still forces resources. It buys you time. Oh, 100 Thieves have dealt with the turret. Now here on the point, going to be up the Shroud X.
You guys are playing full death ball with Storm. Storm Bucky.
Unity drops
like hella damage.
Cover while they try and fight 100 Thieves back. And you look at Delina right now. Delina about to go into the air. Just going over. Here comes the pulse cannon. Over in from Vision. It's big. Takes down 2.
And that's a great fight there for Shroud X. I mean, they played a very long fight, had to give up a little bit of cap percentage, but it's perfectly fine. Remove the ult for 100 Thieves too, just getting one that got a mischief. And now they're getting some late staggers as well. Like, these are just going to be humongous staggers here for Shroud X. So Shroud X pull onto the fight, or the point rather.
From
have
100.
And now 100 Thieves have to recontest, and they've already used their kind of like portal gambit. You know, the classic Hall of Jolly portal gambit. It's done. It's dusted. So 100 Thieves going to be making some swap, putting Delina here onto the Hela instead. Get the team up with the Loki. And I mean, right now for Shroud X, looking pretty good.
Yeah, not bad at all. About as much as you'd want to be here. 2 minutes left. A full ult bank. However, when you look at 100 Thieves, you got to be looking at top tier kid. TTK, or look at Doom just taken out by Delina at the neutral. Never mind, that's what you're going to look at here. BRB is going to bring it back up, but it deals with the turret threat. Impunity, holding on the strangling prison, going to drop it. Hits 3, fall through, is going to be there. It is! The support ult, not quite in time, as you see 100 Thieves just being pushed all the way back. The damage was there in the fall through. Of course, they found Judgment, and just like that, 100 Thieves down to their last minute 40 here in Hall Jalia.
Listen.
And Terra,
no, we need the Terra Pop. If we had Terra Pop right here, it'd be insane.
The team up also going to have just a little bit more pressure potentially onto this backline, because when you're playing like a
you know he's
like,
raging
yes, Rocket
right
is
now.
Survivable,
like he's
on
tilt with what Jean has been saying in the chat, or whoever the fuck that guy is.
Especially if like, you don't have utility that you might get from like force physics from Invisible Woman, etc.
Actually, just be cinematic.
So having the Iron Fist here to just kind of hunt down the Punisher, even the Iron Man, find the Rocket Raccoon. This is an interesting idea for 100 Thieves. They can walk forward. Look to set up the Strangling Prison, force out the Fate of the World, and maybe you can pop like a Goddess of Death or something. So they have some options here with both the Vanguard ults.
Strangling Prison in from 100 Thieves as they try and bring this one over the top. Meanwhile, Shroud X gonna drop the Fate of both worlds, and nice and healthy here so far. Pulse Cannon in from Vision, not gonna hit its mark. 100 Thieves still looking pretty healthy. Gotta look one more time here. The TTK. I have Agamotto ready to go. 100 Thieves waiting for the opportunity. Delina going to the sky. They lose SJP. If there's time to move, it's gotta be now if you're 100 Thieves. You're down in sustain. You're gonna be running out of time. Terra, though, in the Iron Fist. Off into the backline. Be an absolute menace. Takes down Doomed here on the Punisher. Looking for more. Going back over to the points. 100 Thieves. One tick away from getting this convoy moving.
And Terra just not letting it in any space, getting the bonus health. And you see, there's the team up. Groot Rocket team up. In my competitive Marvel Rivals game, Groot Rocket, they're riding on each other's back. Holy, I'm pogging. I'm pogging.
More accurate team
with
up.
The one-man
up and in, but Vision plucked out of the sky by Delina, finding Harvey right on after.
What
Delina,
the fuck is happening?
It's old school fun right now for 100 Thieves as they're so close to getting this point over the edge. 96.67% right now in overtime. Shroud X would love to end this here. Vision is going to be coming back in with the pulse cannon. Is it going to connect? Does not connect. Impunity, meanwhile down. Both teams down.
Wait, Vision is trapped on the other side of the portal. The portal ended. He has to fly back.
Oh, that is tragic. Meanwhile, Terra and TTK
Bro, Terra,
on the point,
fucking go
getting
live,
the convoy
bro.
moving, and extra time. Back the way of 100 Thieves.
And the first cap, though rather torturous, has worked out there for 100 Thieves. So 100 Thieves finally getting it as Vinny takes a snowball to the face. Fidel just here on the point. Gonna go down. It's another late stagger.
That dude was definitely baiting Terra in
Shroud
chat. No,
X.
I don't think so. I think like some
Hold on to
people
the
are
living
just that
Chi,
stupid.
close to both the Vanguards again. The Strength of Prison, the
Unfortunate.
Agamotto. So
Like,
this is a pretty good
honestly, it
situation to be in
doesn't
for 100 Thieves. I mean, they're in a very good spot, ult economy
Life is,
wise.
like,
They have a good amount of cap here to get around some of this
like,
initial fight here
way
on the
more
ramp,
than
but
being,
obviously
like,
most
smarter,
teams love to just
stupid,
play
who
here on the
cares?
stairs, especially when you have a
We got
group
like maximum
funnel them in.
100 years to live.
So Shroud X now looking to equalize, hopefully build up their bank a bit.
Vinny right now can lead the way here at the Strangling Prison.
We just
TTK.
like put our faith in
the
Jesus
IVAG
Christ, our
moto
Lord
right
and
on
Savior.
after.
Go to heaven.
Watching Vinny right now, looking for the opportunity. Terra leading the way, and while you're looking at Terra, oh my word, the Strangling Prison turns into a barrage of fists as Terra
Illing's
cleans
at
up
prime.
what Vinny sets up.
All right.
There's gonna be the late staggers too.
Wow.
Did use the CYA for Nux, so
I'm pretty sure they just
Shroud X not gonna have that ult on the board. I wonder if they're gonna continue
How
to
did
play
they?
with it. I mean, with
How
the
did they
Rocket
take a
Raccoon in
fight
general
at
here,
the
just
end
because a
of
very
set?
poke
Wait.
style composition into what I would say is this Iron Fist, where I feel
What?
like the Iron Fist, Luna Snow, and a Hela is gonna kind of eat this alive. Typically, ZP. Obviously, there's a chance you do have a lot of extra damage here with the Rocket Raccoon, but gonna be
They
kind of
didn't
hard
get
to
one
make sure
fight
the
on
Doom
second.
Division have the space
They
they
just
need.
died.
All right. Right now, 100 Thieves looking to keep the momentum moving forward. Shroud X would love to stop this. A lot in the ult bank here for Shroud X. See how they handle it. Eyes right now on Vision as 100 Thieves move forward with the cloned Luna ult. The look at Vision saying, come on through, go through the doorway, see what happens. Maximum pulse, 3 into the back. The setup could not have been more beautiful.
Now, it might not quite be maximum, but it is very large. You know, I feel like the maximum would be 6 players potentially, but that's still a very large pulse coming out there for Vision. Final Judgment going to be available for Doomed as well, along with the Meteor M, so they have some options to burn through this portal, like likely just pop it, force it, then maybe even Meteor M through it. But not a huge bank necessarily for Shroud X. The corner hold can be pretty strong as 100 Thieves looking for the engage, likely going to look at set up the Strangling Prison, maybe even Eye of Agamotto.
Yeah, the
Speaking of
later there's a
Agamotto,
lot of
gonna hit 2,
building
Vision
damage.
Impunity, in a little bit of danger. However, you're gonna get the support ult out in turn. Strategist ults keeping Shroud X alive for now with the CYA. Doomed, meanwhile, Final Judgment.
What the fuck is this
100 Thieves hold it
punishment
back.
skin?
100 Thieves, though, now decide, can we turn it back the other
Bro
way?
got that.
Vinny with the Strangling Prison, looking for the fall through. They're gonna get it. 2 immediately down. And 100 Thieves, really good disengage into the re-engage.
Yeah, the disengage was so important there so they could get out of the Final Judgment, keep everyone up, and more importantly, make sure that they could just LOS the Meteor in from Dongman there a little bit. And now they hold on to the Goddess of Death. They still gonna have the Living Chi as well to just kind of like, for 100 Thieves, the goal is, can you fight these chokes really aggressively and try to force Fidel's ult early, right? And make sure you, and also, just as importantly, not go down to the combo, because Impunity, gonna have the Strength of the Prison soon, Vision still holding on to the Pulse Cannon, so some very big problems coming up for 100 Thieves here.
All right. 100 Thieves, we'll see how they handle it. Fidel getting ready. The dance has to do it to avoid the death. Impunity. Meanwhile, Strangling Prison, good to go. Looking for the opportunity into the backline. Vision still looking and waiting on the Pulse Cannon. Fidel, though, moving on in. Fate of Both Worlds is going to be dropped. There's the Strangling Prison. Here comes the cannon. Up and over, but there's walls everywhere. Still able to find enough to take down TTK. One up is Shroud X. Into the air goes to Lena. Dropping depth from above. Finding one. Shroud X. In a little bit of danger here. 100 Thieves still fighting. Vinny has the prison, good to go. Ready to put the rest of Shroud X over into jail. And this is going to be enough. 100 Thieves just slowly picking apart Shroud X here in overtime on Hall of
I think we could safely say.
And I think that was exactly what 100 Thieves needed to do there, where they kept a lot of
I
pressure
think we
and put
could
the Living
safely
Chi into the
predict.
backline, and they forced the Fate of Both Worlds early from Fidel, which means, okay, you don't have that to worry about the Strangling Prison like later in the fight. You have some options there to just set up for the Goddess of Death because you can just play up on top of that high skybox and force everyone to the chokes. So 100 Thieves, letting the aggression work for them, letting the pressure work for them. And, you know, just
Yeah, they're
really good
staying
map in
punch
general, I
rack,
think,
you
for
know,
everyone
why.
100 T, but now obviously Vinny, Delena up in this final hits. And that's exactly what you want to see when you see these players on kind of their signature heroes, I would say. What we've seen from them a lot, and they're kind of the dominance era for them is Vinny's been on Groot, and you've seen Delena on the Hela.
Yeah, you know what you're not going to see, by the way, after today? If you're enjoying Terra on the Iron Fist, word on the street is you will not be seeing Iron Fist again at 2.5. So kind of swan song going on right now for Terra on the Iron Fist, because people think of the changes not going to be too good for everyone's favorite master of the martial arts.
What is the changes? Like hardcore nerfed?
You see Shroud X getting set up here for their attack. Not necessarily an amazingly fast time for 100 Thieves, but if you can finish Hall of Jelly, that's a victory. Definitely a convergence map that's somewhat tough to cap. It's pretty notorious for that. And 100 Thieves, I mean, they're playing, I think, a style composition here, which has been a little bit more of a staple for them in the more recent tournaments, is having Terra now play this Iron Fist, and they're still rolling it here for the defense, too. And we'll see if there's going to be some portal shenanigans. Look like there is. Dogman here on the Strange, setting up this portal. And you're probably just going to go directly to the high ground here. There they go. They're making it through.
Yep, immediately in and immediately frozen is Impunity, but warms right on up. So 100 Thieves, not really too surprised about this opening. Terra, meanwhile, getting his hands dirty already. Looking for a little bit of fisticuffs into the back. Vision, meanwhile, already a really quick build here on the Iron Man. 50% towards the Pulse Cannon. And for now, your Shroud X are actually okay with this level of ult building right now. 100 Thieves, though, holding back for now, maintain control of the point. Slower approach for Shroud Hicks so far, but they get the quick CYA out. And now if you're 100 Thieves, you do have to respect this a little bit of Ast.
They do. I mean, but they built a God of Mischief in return there, so some of the delay, they've burned the CYA, make it back, have the counter strike result. They're still pretty good position here for 100 Thieves.
Oh, they actually got up.
And Doom's gonna go down. Terra finds his mark. Gonna find 2. Gonna find 3. Well, technically, the final limbs don't go his way, but
well, Terra did most of it and still got the final 2 on top of it. So the Iron Fist still getting work done. And again, if you enjoy Iron Fist gameplay, take in the sights right now, Vast, because it's probably going away.
100 Thieves setting up here again for another defense. About to have 5 volts on board. And it is just a Hall Jaya moment where it's tough to make these, like, you play the Strange Gambit, hoping you can make a really good just rotation around some of these sight lines. And now they put Vision here on, I mean, Vision got triple res. They've got triple res comp here with Nux swapping to the Mantis, Fidel on the Luna, and Vision onto the Adam Warlock. So now a little bit more of this like Russian style. Don't be afraid to trade some picks, trade your life, because you are going to have the cocoons.
Doomed. Going on over. Meanwhile, Impunity. Drop the Strangling Prison. It's across the board for both sides. Who is bigger? Who knows? But it's 100 Thieves with the far better fall through. I Vagamoto being invested towards the very end.
I know.
A clean sweep. And Shroud X here, a minute 50 away from potentially being full held on their own map choice.
And that's a really rough fight to lose too, because you commit the Strangling Prison, which is one of your better combos with the Meteor M, and you didn't even catch the lane. I mean, they were in Astral Flock during that time, so didn't find anyone that you needed. You lose the fight, so Harvey will have the God of Mischief.
Do we know who the Titus is? Yeah,
and a lot of the pressure now gonna be on like Nuck and Diamond to get value out of their respective ults, and also just to find picks post the ult for Harvey.
Now you're looking at Shroud X right now. You gotta have eyes on Doomed. How is this Galactic Legend gonna set the tide of battle? Meanwhile, Terra, a little bit of wall running right now, waiting for the opportunity.
I gotta keep it tight.
Now, going in for the Iron Fist ult. Ready to head to the back, look for some strategies. No, getting close at the same time. Meanwhile, Doomed, Galactic Legend, looking for anything to wound the Thieves. Not finding anything here so far. Harvey with the immediate strategist ult counter. SJP though, gonna fall down. Doomed resing back up. 100 Thieves actually a little bit scattered right now on this push, but Terra is being the great equalizer. Takes down 1, looking for more. No one is dealing with Terra at the moment.
I mean, Terra, he's punching. He's punching. Vision, luckily, gonna have the soul bond to just spread some of that damage around as Delena in the Goddess of Death. Gonna get forced out. 100 Thieves, though, they're gonna lose Delena. They still have a pretty strong frontline presence here. They can look for the Vagamoto. There's a Strangling Prison. This might be able to turn it. Yeah, it is gonna turn it. Terra just farming CP.
Terra's just sitting here and wearing a cloak of invisibility. No one able to do anything to Terra. Terra able to do everything to the rest. The martial arts, too overwhelming, and that's breaking planks and then some as Groot falls.
Great freeze there from Fidel, but Terra unlikely to get taken out. And this, I mean, really just the Iron Fist from Terra has just been absolutely brutal to deal with. Just constant oppression there, just dancing around, and because of that damage buff to the Vanguards, able to take down the Vanguards. Delena gonna take down Doomed early.
Wait, I heard him right click.
Sleep.
I heard that.
It makes sense. He's a little bit tuckered out, but now he's rested, he's rejuvenated, he's ready to go for one more ride. And again, just gonna punch Impunity right on out of there. It's a triple for Terra, and he's not stopping.
Second map going the way of 100 Thieves. No pauses, no breaks, just iron fist and punches coming through. And we talked about 40p, we talked about parts, we talked about 40 pixels, we haven't talked about 40 punches, but probably more than 40 punches.
All gas, no brakes on that train right away. And oddly enough, it is the terrible guy who comes in as the MVP to be, you know, exceptionally terrible yet again. Guys, this 100 Thieves team looks pretty solid. You know, what's going on with ShroudX? How are they not beating 100 Thieves?
I think ZP might be he might be sending, but I think Z40p
then. Like,
what Z40p would say.
Yeah, you're my second preference, but I'll ask you anyway.
That's fine. I'm okay to be second fiddle, and I think overall this is just a like I said earlier, personally, I think 100 Thieves like have consistently looked like just the better team right now where we're at. In the meta, they've looked really strong across the board. This Iron Fist comp has kind of unlocked the ability for them to change up their bans a bit because they're not as worried about trying to force the Wolverine. They have like 2 great pocket pick duelists. And ShroudX just fumbling a bit, especially when you get into these triple res compositions, which is one of the better potential options into like a Wolverine because you have like you have a soul bond to kind of like mitigate the damage and mitigate the picks. You have like reses if you get found, and you also typically have a flyer. I do think that the issue is that Iron Fist is really good at chasing down those picks too. So when you have to swap, when you're playing into a more standard composition, like the 2-2 is not working, you're like, okay, we need to get off the 2-2. Well, guess what? The Iron Fist is pretty good at playing into some of the other alternate compositions.
I swear this game gets worse and worse every lane.
That has been the best thing about 100 Thieves is like kind of like if you wanted to say something about like their signature style has been the Iron Fist. They're able to run it better than any other squad, and it's devastating to Team CP. Why are they the only ones who are good at it? Is it just Terra? Is it just that Terra's PC is broken? What's going on?
Well, check his PC. It's like, well, it was on fire for the beginning of the match. Look, I just think Terra is uniquely talented in the duelist role, and I don't think a whole lot of people, if you're a top duelist, you generally have the set of core heroes that you play, and overall Iron Fist is not part of that for a lot of otherwise really good DPS players. Terra, multi-talented enough to make Iron Fist good within his roster, which is a real shame for Terra given the fact that it is unlikely to see a whole lot of use in 2.5. But look, it is what it is there. And I think it's difficult for ShroudX because on one hand you would love to ban the Iron Fist, but banning Iron Fist just puts you so far behind in the actual draft meta that
Broad to shut
might
up.
not lose the Iron Fist at that point, but you would still be losing because of the Iron Fist, because of how it just ruined your draft. So it's a hard conundrum for ShroudX to deal with, and I will say this, just bear in mind, it is North America, land of reverse sweeps. Production, I'm sorry, but you know, it could happen. I'm not saying, I don't think it's likely to happen, but you always got to mention, you know, we live in that world.
He said it, production.
Yeah, it's his fault if it happens. The problem ends up being is that Terra's
Virtus
also like a really
it was actually very close,
good
I can't
Bucky. Like he's got all these other things that he can do at like a super high level.
Wait, who won?
He might just be starting to be like one of the best players in NA as far as DPS. Of like, as someone who's just a problem.
Tyrese Halliburton,
because you can't ban out his
8 points, 2 rebounds, 6 assists.
Avast, how do you deal with Terra?
I mean, realistically, there isn't, because of how strong ZP brought up the ban argument. When you have a Winter Soldier, a Wolverine, and an Iron Fist in your pocket, it's kind of hard to ban every composition where those characters work.
Yeah, where they're viable.
Yeah, where when the heroes are all pretty strong,
Why can't you watch? I don't think anyone can like restream NBA.
With argue, so I do think that's kind of the problem with them in general, is that if you play around Terra's bans, also then you're worried about like, okay, well, we're so busy banning around Terra's heroes. What do we do about Vinny? We want to get Vinny off the Groot. Like, we have to take Vinny off the Groot too.
Like, also, what do you do about Delana? like, it's like you still you have problems everywhere that you go with that squad. Yeah, ZP. Next map is Hell's Heaven. What do you think on this one?
Well, I think that if 100 Thieves ends up taking this, this would be the quickest series of the day. If you take away the tech pauses, which is actually put in
NBA
longer than the first EU match. But look, 100 Thieves looks really, really strong right now, especially now that they've gotten the driver issue out of the way and they didn't have to pause 100 times to their namesake in the second map. I mean, Look, they've just found a style that works for them. I think the only downside for 100 Thieves is that should they win out this next map the same way that they won the first 2 maps, is that they're gonna have to change, because this is the final day on this patch. Everything changing pretty drastically tomorrow. So, you know, 100 Thieves fans, you're getting a feast right now tonight, but we'll see what the future holds as we go into future weeks of Rivals Fight Night and Marvel Rivals Ignite.
It's looked pretty one-sided as far as this matchup has gone. Like, once we started actually seeing the games, for 100 Thieves over Shroud X, Avast.
The 3-man Elden Ring game I'll play.
What's the best chance that they have coming back after they ban
Mike, perhaps later?
Obviously, as soon as they get rid of Human Torch.
Yeah.
I think realistically, I think the better option is, instead of trying to play around Terra's heroes, is that you try to put the 100 Thieves frontline onto something they don't want to play necessarily, and you try to force potentially Delina to not have Hela available even. But I think realistically the easiest way to force that is you change up the front line, right? If you don't have a very strong front line, it's kind of tough at times to play the Hela depending on the comp. So to me, that's what I would say. However, they said, screw that, we're actually gonna ban the Wolverine and protect Wolverine. So we'll see.
Yeah. So my question to you, ZP, would be very similar. Of you know, how do you mess with the front line?
Well, the problem is that you cannot ban Groot to mess with Vinny because of the torch situation. And I think the other problem is that against most teams, banning Magneto would really hurt them. TTK is way too good at Doctor Strange. He's one of the only Vanguard players in the game that will say, oh, play Doctor Strange with no Magneto, no problem, and make it look really good. So I think the real problem of trying the ban against 100 Thieves is the fact that TTK is so versatile, and you can never touch whatever versatility Vinny has, because Vinny is always able to play Groot under this ban system.
Right. And being able to play all those things with a controller is silly. It's almost insulting at a certain point. Avast, what do you think?
NB playing today? No, they're gonna play next week. They didn't have like 6 players today or some shit.
Yeah, I think you should ban the Groot, and like that's what they're gonna do. They're gonna make sure there's no Groot mirror match then, and then for the protect for them.
Next week will 1000% just be NB versus 100 Thieves in the final again.
I kind of like here because, especially on a map like on Hell's Heaven, this is a really aggressive map. You're fighting for chokes a lot, so having the extra shield, having that brawl, the ability to just like interrupt ults even and make it through chokes is really, really strong for 100 Thieves.
Pick your hero or villain. I'm not judging.
Well, we got through the end of it. ZP, is there an overall idea that you think that someone won this draft? I always ask people. I mostly only ask Dogman. I almost say it, Dustin. Like, hey, who won? Just to make him have an awkward question. And now you have the awkward question.
I don't think anyone won or lost here per se, but I will tell you that Shroud X is gonna bring it to Vinny. Vinny is target number 1 here because they're gonna come in with Wolverine and look to chop down the tree.
Sad.
That is their intent, to win it. Can they actually focus down Vinny without just getting mauled by TTK and Terra in turn? Well, we'll have to see. But to me, I look at the draft and this feels like an absolute just, we can't ban Groot, but we're going to pick heroes that will make Groot miserable. And with Doom showing Wolverine, you gotta think that's gonna be the case.
Absolutely. There's a ton of great players on 100 Threes to target, Vinny being one of them. We'll see how it all ends up. ZP,
I have no clues there.
Take it away.
I'm no Deb.
You know, Avast, as I look at this here, I just think the production all became 100 Thieves fans. They bought the merch. They're ready to go.
They're waiting on the mass drop. They're waiting on the mass drop for the next one.
Yeah,
I think anything though,
like
I'm gonna say I'm actually gonna make a hardline stance. I kind of think that Shroud X won the ban, if only because they were able to protect a Wolverine and ban out 100 Thieves Wolverine when there's no Magneto on the field for either squad. So I kind of think from a pure ban perspective, being able to play Wolverine when there's no Magneto is a really, really strong boon for any squad. The problem is you still have to make it work, right? Like it's ideally a good matchup, but you still have to get the value out of it that you want, right?
Well, to that point, value obtained. No, of course, no Magneto bubble to be found. Quick abduction of Emma on the other side. TTK first to fall, and now Doomed going for the other. Chops down one, chops down the other. This strategy coming in from Shroud X, really glorifying the Wolverine and giving them first control.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be hard. It's so hard because of the fact that you can just, like, sure, there's no walls to kind of isolate any of the 100 Thieves players because there is no group
just use
available
Storm
for
for
Shroud
the
X.
speed bot
But all I have to do is just like,
switched
okay,
off. That's
put
some
our
sweaty
vanguards in front of
shit.
them,
We'll do that with
put
Jax all the time.
a Mind Aegis from Dongman as well to help block some of the healing, and you just kidnap one person with Doom to time. If you can just find one kidnap per moment, then you're in a really good spot. And so much of the pressure here to alleviate that pressure is going to be on Delina. Delina needs to make sure to just get into the backline, force them to turn, use some of the clones that come up from across some of that team up, and just get some extra value and some extra just burst damage.
Shroud X might win
here
this
in the back
because they don't. They have Wolverine.
The Shroud X look to hold serve. Delina actually getting caught by Doom. Not even a tank that time around. And
Shroud X won the draft pretty hard, I think.
Right now, between the threat of the Wolverine in the front and the Namor in the back, it's really created problematic engages here for 100 Thieves. So, yeah, I mean, I'm going back to your draft analysis of Aston. I actually think it's quite solid.
No Magneto.
Thank you, Professor ZP, for validating my analysis. I appreciate that one. Hopefully, I get my PhD now.
Well, no, because I'm gonna be one of those professors that like is actually secretly jealous of your potential and will not write you a letter.
Oh, they have a chance though. They want to hold in the more.
That's so true. That's good enough. I understand that. You know, gotta protect your own intellectual property. But now Shroud X still holding the point. About to have 4 ults on the board. 100 Thieves, you notice too, they have to play a little bit scared at times because they're so afraid to overinvest any cooldowns when the Wolverine still has a threat up. You know, still has the leap available.
Doom though, maybe in a little bit of danger here. Nearly getting isolated. Meanwhile, Terra cracking impact. Time to break things open. 1 reset here so far. Is there going to be 2? The dance comes in, and the whale is Vision. Shuts it down. Not going to reset when you're under a 2,000-ton whale. I don't know if the whale is actually that large, but hey, it works. Vision, meanwhile, over here, trying to chase down. A little bit of danger himself here. And falling as 100 Thieves still getting full battle in their favor.
I think this is probably one of the better swaps that 100 Thieves could have made, is that putting Vinny here onto the Hulk, which I don't know if we've seen much Vinny Hulk ever, because the indestructible guard here, one of the only shields available to help protect against the Wolverine, is Terra making it back here on the Spider-Man for the contest, because it is 99.
The Spider-Man skin looks nothing like Spider-Man. I was just gonna say, because you go back, it's like, yeah, it's Spider-Man, by the way. If you could tell from all the non-Spider-Man things on the skin.
You see here, Terra still hunting, searching, keeping a lot of pressure onto Dude. Oh no!
They would have lost that fight, even if they C9 or not.
That's a hard C9. The Hulk smash off the point, and Shroud X gonna take the first round. I mean, 100 Thieves, they made the swap they needed. I think the Hulk is pretty important here into the Wolverine. Too little, too late, but maybe they can stick with it here.
That's brutal. It wouldn't be.
Yeah, they got outdrafted hard. Terra's on fucking Tella.
Coming on in. But yeah, I mean, Shroud X, they came in with the strategy here, Vast, and thus far, they executed it to perfection.
Dongmin was on point. They all chased. Oh, disaster. Both Delina and TTK chased off point while Vinny was in the back dropping the Hulk smash. Like, literally just a perfect storm of all. They had 3 tanks, 3 vanguards, and not a single one was on point.
And they were healthy. They were the ones like doing the chasing. They weren't about to die or anything like that. That actually, oof, that could be top 3 like Charlie Niners we've seen in at least the last few months.
Yeah, it's definitely not ideal. Still, I think 100 Thieves making some good swaps here. The Hulk, I also think an Invisible Woman, just making sure that's still on the board.
We get the Terra hella pop
to help deny some of the value. So now 100 Thieves rolling out here to the flank. Opportunity trying to make a little bit of space.
100 Thieves able to open up here with the Invisible Bounder throw on, and again, Terra getting taken for a ride. This time on the Hela, fighting no recourse as Doomed has been deadly accurate here so far on the Wolverine.
No passive.
Invisible Bounder though still down, I believe, still contesting here on the point. How much longer will they be able to delay? Vision right now has the whale and has to pop the Namor bubble to not get whaled in turn. So Delina not going to land the horn. Meanwhile, Delina able to take down Dogman. 100 Thieves getting some decent work here in the neutral before the strategy assault comes on out. Another whale though.
Bad.
This time out, Vision hits Pater, takes down the Loki in the back. And now 100 Thieves down a little bit of extra sustain. TTK not gonna stay alive. Terra though is returned back here to the fight.
SJP needs to go. I mean, just because they have Wolverine, he stays in this, but they need a Luna.
Because so much of your line of sight is blocked.
They need a Luna for the Namor combo. It's like way too broken.
I mean, gonna force some ults out. I mean, it was a really good res too from Terra that gets that final blow
I
to
think
make sure to
Harvey
bring back Harvey.
should
So they
switch.
have sustain here, but this is a really long fight.
Even though
Neither
Loki
team
like OP,
has
but
cap yet still. Though Fate of
Oh,
the
is
World's
Luna
gonna
banned
be
for that?
ending.
Oh, it is.
Vinny
What the fuck?
hitting a really good radioactive lockdown, so they still have a lot of players here on board for 100 Thieves. As ZP dies, there's the mic, but don't worry, I got him. Sonic Seduction gonna be used. Vinny gets caught. Impunity gonna get that
100
final
Thieves
blow.
got
And 100
hardcore
Thieves
outdrafted.
needing to
What
back
the
on out
fuck?
finally off the Sonic Seduction. So Shroud X just chasing down those final limbs, finally getting the first cap here. And 100 Thieves, despite the brawl, just not gonna be enough here. And this constant Wolverine threat just putting a lot of pressure onto them.
I mean, the Wolverine is so threatening that it just caused me to just start coughing. I don't know what
ZP
happened
just
there.
he feels the aura. He feels just the terrible aura already from Doom's Wolverine that he has to get like a case of coughing fits.
Doom's is scary. Clearly, it hits you
Especially
on
on this map. You should never let Wolverine through on this
level.
map. I'm pretty sure he's like
Here we go.
beyond broken
Shroud
on
X
this map.
looking to maintain control of the point. 36% on their way to get their first map of the series. Avoid the sweep. Impunity though, just riding the line between life and death there, getting low.
Yeah, so
but
many
able to
like
back on
walls
out,
and random
get healed
corners to
in.
just hide around.
Going into the back line once more. Namor gets clapped, literally. And now, time to go a little bit more
Oh my goodness,
ultra.
the chain of geometry just absolutely rolled Impunity. He couldn't jump through. Couldn't jump through the choke. That's very, very funny. But 100 Thieves here, I mean, they're stagnating ZP. They can't make it through. They can't get past this choke.
Fuck, if we had
But
Terra's
wait.
Paw right now, it'd be
The
insane.
geometry, just making things rough. Doomed running afoul of it.
It'd be
100 Thieves,
insane amount of
one more
fucking
opportunity to come
listens,
on over,
shushes,
70% here
shut
for Shroud
ups.
X. 100 Thieves working
Plain
at a
and
player advantage.
simples.
Vision in danger. Having to drop the bubble up into the air.
Lit
Still, the person's gonna be
release.
there as soon as he drops on in. Is he gonna drop the whale here under it? Right now, still silenced here. Sonic Seduction in and down goes Vision. Doesn't get a chance to drop a whale of his own. As Terra dropping death from above. Gonna get Nuck here with the Clone Luna ult. Shroud X looking to slow things down. Bring this one to 99 at the very least before they give it up.
I mean, they've had to commit so much, and Vision still making their way back with the Horde of Proteus. They're also gonna have the Sonic Seduction. Could set up what I'm gonna call the Siren's Call yet again here, because they use the Sonic Seduction just bring you into the whale. The Horde of Proteus arriving very soon. You see that right now, Delana just trying to watch the flank to make sure Doomed can't get in. Last stand is up. It is available. So Shroud X, they have plenty of ults here for this fight.
Here comes Doomed. Last stand. Good to go. Good put away here. First Shroud X into the back. Delina. First one to be hit. And oh, the peel comes on in. Vinny breaks Doom's back. And now, opportunity here for 100 Thieves. Wolverine threat is gone, even as the horn is blown directly onto Hulk's head. Hulk, he's sturdy enough to deal with a really heavy whale just slam down onto him.
I don't think that whale was worth. I think we saved that for a
Shroud X
Luna
here
combo
from the point.
now.
Doom though's about to be back in. The last stand is ready to go. Doomed, can you put this one away here for Shroud X? It's about over and in here.
This Sonic Seduction is so big here, because there's getting them enough time for SGP to potentially build the invisible boundary.
Now we have a Luna ult, and we could have used ult with
They're able to get
that.
Vision in the amount. However, you got the Luna ult coming on in here for Shroud X. They don't want to give it up without a fight. Lena
They only have one
already
support.
down. Regen domain forced out. Doom though, a little bit of danger here. Again, choke slammed. Is he gonna live? No. TTK able to finish him off. Great presence of mind from
Actually,
the
they TP
Emma,
back.
containing the Wolverine. And 100 Thieves
Yeah, it's still
nearly
easy.
have reflipped. Well, they did not only reflip, but they've nearly pushed Shroud X back into a reset.
The flip has happened. 100 Thieves
Shroud X
turning
hard
it
throwing
back there step by
as per
step.
usual.
Gods of Death plus the God of Mischief gonna be up. The double God combo, the Pantheon of sorts. A Shroud X gonna look to walk back in here. They are gonna have a God of Mischief of their own. They're not that close to the Horn Proteus combo here with the Sonic Seduction, so probably just gonna look to make some space here with Impunity early. As Terra really gonna be a difference maker here. Is like, can they get a very, oh, I mean, I say that, Doomed already down.
Yeah, Doom down right away. Very crucial early pick here for 100 Thieves as they look to take a round, force the ultimate round here in the map. Shroud X though, gonna pop the Hulk ult, go into the back line. Terra right now, staying alive, Gods of Death good to go. Need to like watch position here, then not line of sight themselves. Vinny is down, and into the air goes Terra. A little bit more room to work with here in terms of sight lines. However, the Fate of Both Worlds underneath gonna really limit the amount of damage being done.
way.
But oh, the final bolt still gonna find one Vision.
They
Out of the
actually
fight.
win.
TTK, Sonic Seduction over. In, creating a little bit of space, dropping the barrier in
think
turn.
100
Here comes
Thieves won.
Lena, ready to blow the horn. Horn blown into the back, not gonna hit, but does space out Shroud X a little bit more. 99 to 99, we are in overtime. Shroud X, they cannot leave the point for any reason. And with Dogman down, someone needs to be the sacrifice.
Oh, this is really good chase from Delina too, making sure to zone out Doomed And now they control the choke. Shroud-X need to come in. They need to touch. I don't know if they can.
Shroud-X is
First round for 100 Thieves. And what a hero play from Delina there, I should say, on the Hella. I was about to say Helena. That's a different person. That's not even, that's a character in Severance.
Delina on the Hella. Terra's on the Hella.
On the Hella, make sure to get not only just the crucial damage, but
Terra's on
that
Hella.
Goddess of Death keeps him up, keeps him on the point, and make sure he gets a final blow as well. Denying some of the potential horde of Proteus value too, just keeping him in the choke. So really well played there from the duelist from 100 Thieves. Now Shroud-X down 1 round here, hoping to close it out here in Fight Night.
One thing I gotta give credit to was Vinny's peel when Doomed was going in for snatches into the back. Vinny was just right there. Like, Vinny was basically on anti-Logan duty for a lot of that. And the adjustments being made to Doomed, where Doomed otherwise ran away at the first round at 100 Thieves' expense, pretty good from 100 Thieves. Even though I will go
better
back
get his fucking PC
and say
fixed,
that
or
I
else
think, again,
it's
your
gonna be a
analysis on
fucking
draft
problem.
pretty good in the sense that I do think 100 Thieves, this is a rough draft for them, but they're playing around it pretty well so far.
They are. I mean, they have the best picks you could possibly have. I mean, you have the Emma Frost to choke slam. You have the Sonic Seduction to help peel. You have the Indestructible Guard to kind of just like try to force some of the peel there too. So it's probably the best set of heroes you can play into this to a degree. Now with a thing being nerfed, so you don't get as much from the damage reduction from the Embattled Leap, which used to be what, you know, a pretty common thing if you were going to play into the Wolverine. See Vision setting up here on the high ground early though, so holding on to the Horned Proteus is Vinny. Taking a lot of early damage, having to back up.
Yeah, Vinny had the blow the ult pretty early here. Meanwhile, we'll take a look at Doomed. Regen domain. What do you used it here for Shroud-X?
Oh no,
Unity
the edge.
actually in real danger. Oh, we're into the edge. No, not gonna get the snatch. Meanwhile, Doomed trying to run away. Desperately needs anything. 35 HP, but
That's
the
a
heals
prop.
are gonna connect.
100 Thieves is up 4
there for
ults,
healing.
5 of 6 ults,
Another
honestly.
attempt, Fidel moving on
Well, that's
in
about to be a
with
6 ult
dance.
fight.
100 Thieves though, gonna drop invisible
6 ults
boundary
for
in turn.
6
They don't want
ults.
to leave the point here either. As we know, this fight can go for a long period of time, but Delina, he's ready. The horn is ready to be blown.
What
Where's
the
it gonna
fuck
go?
is
Here comes the
happening?
whale, and no! No follow through this time around. As we get more dancing coming in from Shroud-X, this time the cloned Loki copy, as Vinny looks to be in a little bit of danger.
Oh, Vinny just getting constantly sunlocked there. Going to try to go back to the end, but Terra with the Goddess of Death up. Doesn't matter if you're going to get Sonic Seduction, because guess what? You're already a goddess. I don't think you can get Seduction there. You're just up in the sky, as Terra doing so much damage there from the Goddess of Death.
Just a really well-timed Goddess of Death cracks things
100
open here.
Thieves
Gonna get 100
actually
Thieves first
winning
control,
this.
and it was looking like Shroud-X may have had the beginnings of the reverse sweep. Now 100 Thieves in control, where if they win this round,
Doomed
it is
just
match
switched.
point,
Hella.
and they will become champions here. Where, you know, Envy was the last champion; they weren't defeated. They'll be back next week, but 100 Thieves filling in. But for now,
I do like the swap here to the Hella ZP, because it's kind
Shroud-X
of hard
have the, like,
sometimes to retest,
500
especially when
times
you're
better
going
comp.
into just like so much this choke control here with like
Just
the
with
hold,
Luna
the
instead of
Namor,
Invis.
and you're also gonna have Terra just
Because you
constantly
had 2
searching around
chances
these
at the
flanks.
combo.
You kind of need an opposing Hella to fight this, because
Like,
your
you'll
Wolverine's
always
just
have
gonna be just
combo
kind of
up.
searching around, just creeping in, looking for a leap, and you can't just fight the choke effectively.
Doomed. Going around the outskirts here. Hella v Hella. Wolverine no longer in play. Shroud-X feeling their tournament mortality against them. Impunity dives on in and may not get out, even with the Hulk call to no. Just burned down back in the Puny banner. As Impunity is down, the engage just not working out for Shroud-X. The focus fire from 100 Thieves, very, very deadly there. Although they lose to Lena at the end, which maybe creates an opportunity.
No, 100 Thieves won.
That's big, but they still have to make it through the choke yet again, so they need to send someone
Hashtag
from the
100
flank to
Thieves
force
won.
it. It's going to be
Oh
Doomed
my.
immediately taken down
What
by Terra.
the fuck?
I mean, Terra just been a hero continuously.
Thanks for 3 years, no ubiquitous. Thank you, mate.
I don't love the late swap. I get why it happened, but going in as a cold Hella versus a warm
Trace
Hella,
Onyos.
always a
Thank
little
you,
bit
man.
troublesome. Vision though.
I think it just has to happen there, right?
JMS
Because
is
like
so
once
proud.
again, like you gotta fight these chokes somehow, and the Wolverine's just so hard. It's just so hard, especially when you don't have the bubble. I do think like there's probably not a lot better options unless you look to swap up your comp entirely. And I think when you're in this late of the game, you're like, okay, we just gotta make something work. As Vision looking to fight this high ground with impunity, Shroud-X made it through the choke.
Vision right now hanging on to the horn. Shroud-X needs something, and they need it quick. We're in overtime, 99-0. Shroud-X cannot leave the point, or the tournament will be the Thieves. 100 Thieves, meanwhile, need this fight. They win it. They'll be your champions once more, all at stake. Vision blows the horn into the backline. No picks here so far. Both teams still at full. Fidel still dancing here for Shroud-X, but Vision gonna fall. The first piece is 100 Thieves. Look to stay on the throne. Sonic Seduction now in from Dogman. Desperately trying to find anything. Another horn out, and this time Delinas is going to connect. Shroud X down 2, soon to be down more. 100 Thieves. Overtime ticks down, and they will remain champions here in Rivals Fight Night.
Next week will be NB versus 100 Thieves, and it'll be a different meta.
Full sweep there, and I mean, I think 100 Thieves proved once again, I kind of proved my theorem. You know, I don't want to sound like, oh, it was bound to happen no matter what, but they're just looking so clean currently. And Shroud X, a team filled with a lot of talent, just not right now, at the end of this patch in particular, at the level of them. They're very, very solid, competing amongst the top, but I think 100 Thieves just in a different echelon currently. You know, like fighting in that
just
indie
pooped on
echelon,
badly, kid.
Overall.
Honestly.
It's always easy to glaze damage players, so I'll go ahead and do it. Terra and Delana are just those guys. Like, it is kind of insane if you watch it, and our production did a great job of having the camera on those guys. And yeah, sometimes Delana's just spamming down a corridor. That's fine. That's how you win games sometimes. Terra being so good. Yeah, I don't know if there's a better duo in North America, especially. Well, we'll see about EU. That can really surpass them. So it's so interesting to try to watch them. Well, I mean, they're not going to be defeated.
VIP, hell no, kid.
Yeah, 3-0.
That's sacred right there.
What do you think about this one? What's your response?
I mean, I think this makes sense. Again, I kind of came in here where, look, I'm always willing to be surprised in North America Marvel Rivals because it's been so variable. But I think post-Shroud Gauntlet, I do think you have a little bit of a stratification where top of NA for me right now are Envy and 100 Thieves. And I do think they've made a little bit of a gap between them and the other teams. And right now, that would include Sentinels. I think you have a tier 1.
Alright, I'm getting off. I'm sorry.
Really that far
I have to go to the gym before it closes. It's closed at 12.
A little bit of stratification now in the
But
NA scene, and
you can watch
has played 100 Thieves
about
close
channel
in the past.
with infinite
I didn't
ads.
necessarily think it would be the case tonight, and overall,
tomorrow, actually, I'll be playing Marvel at 2 p.m. I'll be on at 2 p.m. on Marvel.
You know, like
Central.
Talk about like the stratification and the tier.
And then after Marvel tomorrow, we'll play like we'll probably play like Variety. After we'll probably play Marvel for like 3 or 4 hours or some shit.
I think,
and then we'll get on Variety.
It's tough to call because really the last big tournament we had obviously
have a good
was
one.
The Shroud
Thanks for watching. I appreciate you guys very much.
You know, obviously Fight
if you're here for Fight Night only, I will see you next week for Fight Night. It'll probably be NB versus 100 Thieves, I would assume.
Premium tier competitive, but we're more so like
we're
a weekly
have a
tournament
good one.
series, you know.
Peace
We're not like the $10 million major.
I'll see you tomorrow at 2 p.m. Central.
This is like a consistent squad. You see like what's the temperature check on all these squads and rosters consistently. For me,